Chapter 81, Undying Altar. Illusion C. The only thing he could rely on was pure physical strength. Begin test. Shen Chen spoke calmly. Boom. In front of the altar, a huge humanoid metal target slowly rose. It was unknown what kind of materials this metal target was made of, its surface shimmering with a cold luster. Shen Chen took a deep breath and immediately took action. Bang, 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 bang. 5 dull sounds, so intense they felt as if they could shatter the soul, echoed over the altar. The huge metal target trembled violently, ripples visible to the naked eye spreading across its surface. On the huge black screen beside the altar, rows of red numbers began to jump and climb crazily. Finally, the numbers locked firmly onto a perfect value. 100 units. Looking at this glaring data displayed on the screen, a curve of immense satisfaction tugged at the corner of Shen Chen's mouth. What did 100 units mean? It represented perfect control, in the true sense. 30 years of bitter cultivation, countless slashes and sword thrusts, finally didn't go to waste. Shen Chen muttered to himself. Perfect force exertion, this was the most solid foundation for him to erupt with battle power far exceeding his own rank in close combat. After all, he had cultivated too many secret techniques in Primordial Chaos City, and he was originally following the martial artist path. After testing his physical force exertion, Shen Chen did not exit the virtual universe, but with a thought, he directly teleported to another plane. The Illusion Sea Plane. This was a world covered by endless black seawater. Gales howled miserably over the sea surface, whipping up black angry waves up to 10,000 jong high. In this black ocean, solitary islands stood tall. Extending from the periphery to the center, there were a total of 21 islands, like a pilgrimage path leading to the depths of the soul. The Illusion Sea did not test law comprehension, nor physical force exertion, but rather the most original and core aspect of a cultivator, consciousness, strength and will. Shen Chen landed on the beach at the edge of the first island. As soon as he landed, an invisible, strange fluctuation surged into his mind like a tide. Mixed within this fluctuation were endless temptations, power, wealth, stunning beauties, supreme status. All sorts of illusions grew wildly in Shen Chen's mind, attempting to disintegrate his mental fortitude. Break. Shen Chen's eyes were cold, and he softly spat out the word. Boom. His terrifying consciousness strength, which had already reached the territory lord rank level 9, combined with the iron hard will he had forged over the past few decades, instantly transformed into an invisible sharp sword, shattering all the illusions in his mind. The first island passed easily. Shen Chen did not stop. His figure turned into a stream of light, soaring directly into the sky and flying towards the second island. The second island, the third island, the fourth island. The trials of the Illusion Sea became increasingly terrifying. Some islands were filled with endless fear, as if wanting to drag people into the 18th level of hell. Some islands were endless slaughter, causing people to lose their true nature in a sea of blood. Some islands were endless pain, simulating the extreme torture of the soul being torn apart. However, Shen Chen's pace did not have the slightest pause. His eyes remained consistent throughout, deep, cold, and unwavering. From facing the Bai family on Blue Star, facing monsters, his desire for power, his pursuit of the peak, and his obsession with controlling his own destiny had turned into the most indestructible fortress in this world. Any illusion, any temptation, any fear, in the face of his will, was as fragile as clay chickens and pottery dogs. Boom. Shen Chen's figure landed steadily at the core of the 9th island. The illusion here was already enough to make an ordinary world lord rank powerhouse collapse instantly and become an idiot. But Shen Chen only frowned slightly, and that illusion power, capable of tearing apart the soul, was forcefully suppressed by him. The 9th island passed. Next is the 10th island. Shen Chen took a deep breath, looking solemnly toward the massive island in the distance shrouded in thick black fog. He knew that starting from the 10th island, the trials of the Illusion Sea would undergo a qualitative change. Because the 10th island corresponded to the undying spiritual god. Whoosh! Shen Chen turned into a stream of light, breaking through the black fog and landing on the 10th island. Rumble! The moment his feet touched the island's ground, the world changed color. An indescribably terrifying pressure, like the entire universe overturning, crushed down crazily from all directions. This was not an illusion, this was pure, materialized pressure. The pressure of an undying spiritual God. Gods and mortals are two completely different levels of life. That chasm in the essence of life, that terrifying will containing a trace of the universe's origin operating rules, was an absolute dimensionality reduction strike for any being who had not reached undying status. Hold on for me, Shen Chen roared crazily in his heart. His territory lord rank level 9 consciousness erupted without reservation, his will, like tempered steel, resisting the god's pressure that tried to make him submit and collapse. However, the gap in life levels was too great. Bang! He only lasted for less than 3 seconds. Shen Chen only felt a roar in his mind as that substantial undying will turned into a heavy hammer, smashing fiercely against his soul defense. His will was forcefully shattered. The moment his consciousness fell into darkness, Shen Chen was kicked directly out of the illusion sea plane. Although Shen Chen failed on the 10th island, the news that he had passed the 9th island of the illusion sea swept through the upper echelons of the entire virtual universe corporation like a hurricane. What? Universe rank, past the 9th island of the illusion sea. This is impossible. The 9th island requires the consciousness of a peak world lord rank, as well as an incredibly terrifying will to endure. How did he, a universe rank, manage to do it? Monster. Truly a monster through and through. Not only is his law comprehension perverted, but his will and consciousness are also strong to such an unbelievable degree. Many undying spiritual gods and universe exalts were once again shocked by Shen Chen's performance. A genius who had no shortcomings in law comprehension, physical force exertion, or will and consciousness, and even reached the extreme of the same rank in every item, or even crushed opponents across several major realms, could no longer be described as appearing once every 10 million epochs. Perhaps it should be described as appearing once every 100 million epochs. This was a true peerless prodigy. Original universe, primitive mystical region. As one of the 4 secret realms of the Virtual Universe Corporation, the primitive mystical region held the true core geniuses of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Primitive district, inside Shen Chen's exclusive massive manor. The spaceship landed steadily, and Shen Chen exited the virtual universe. He walked straight toward a huge secret chamber deep within the manor. In the center of the secret chamber was a huge nutrient pod that had been prepared long ago, silver white all over, emitting a soft halo. This was a benefit provided for free by the Virtual Universe Corporation to every core-level genius, capable of raising a cultivator's physical fitness to the limit of their current realm at the most perfect ratio and fastest speed. Chapter 82, Shuiluo World. Visitor from Beyond. Hiss. The cabin door opened. Shen Chen removed his outer clothing, his perfectly toned body bare, and lay directly into the nutrient pod. The cold, viscous, pale blue nutrient fluid instantly submerged him. This nutrient fluid was a cosmic rarity, concocted at great expense by the Virtual Universe Corporation. Every drop contained incomparably pure life energy. Boom. The moment the nutrient fluid touched Shen Chen's skin, every cell in his body, like a desert finally receiving long-awaited rain, began to ravenously devour the energy. Universe rank 1. Universe rank 3. Universe rank 6. It was still continuing. Shen Chen's aura was climbing wildly at a jaw-dropping speed. After some time, splash, the nutrient pod opened, and Shen Chen stood up from the nutrient fluid, naked. At this moment, his entire body radiated a heart-palpitating aura. A faint, crystalline luster flowed across his skin. Every movement seemed to contain terrifying power capable of tearing through the void realm. His human true body had reached universe rank 9. Power, what a wonderful feeling. Shen Chen clenched his fist, feeling the vast force energy surging within him like a rushing galaxy, and a confident smile curled the corners of his lips. Next up is the real life or death training. Shen Chen donned a loose black combat suit and walked to the virtual screen in his study, skillfully opening the Virtual Universe Corporation's Cultivate Mission list. For a genius in the core layer, working in isolation would never lead to becoming a true powerhouse. Only through life or death combat and extreme environments could one transform their comprehension of the law into true combat power. Cultivate missions were strictly divided into 5 levels based on the degree of danger. Safety level 0% mortality rate, normal level 10% mortality rate, difficult level 20% mortality rate, dangerous level 50% mortality rate, and desperate level up to 90% mortality rate. Shen Chen's gaze skipped over the first 3 levels and locked onto the dangerous level mission list. On the screen, the dangerous level mission scrolled like a waterfall. Behind every mission lay a mysterious world full of unknowns, along with a 50-50 chance of falling. Shen Chen's gaze swept quickly across the dense list. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a name ranked 36th in the dangerous level mission list. Shuiluo World. Shen Chen softly recited the name, 2 intense gleams of light erupting from his eyes. He clicked into it without hesitation. On the screen, detailed information about Shuiluo World instantly unfolded. Shuiluo World was an incredibly ancient, massive continent birthed by the highest beginning mythical region, suspended in the vast void realm. The area of this continent was vast, reaching 1 light year. In Shuiluo World, countless powerful indigenous humans had long since been born. They possessed their own unique language, culture, and an extremely complete yet cruel cultivate civilization. They revered martial might, and slaughter was the eternal theme. It was home to the Blood River crystal that Shen Chen valued. Below the mission list, 2 cultivate missions for Shuiluo World were clearly listed. Mission 1, obtain 1 Blood River crystal. Upon success, reward 10,000 points. Mission 2, obtain the title of Blood Warrior and receive the Shuiluo badge. Upon success, reward 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Shen Chen looked at the screen, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. The points are secondary, the key is the blood of the beast god contained within that Blood River crystal. With his goal confirmed, Shen Chen immediately began extremely rigorous preparations. He was heading to a dangerous level world with a mortality rate as high as 50%. First, weapons. Shen Chen still chose his most comfortable, Golden Edge Divine Blade, and Time Thunder Divine Sword. Although these 2 divine weapons were extremely famous in the outside world, in the relatively information-isolated Shuiluo world, the indigenous people would never recognize them as the standard divine weapons bestowed by the upper echelons of the human race. They would only see them as some kind of extremely sharp, special weapons. Next, equipment. To blend perfectly into Shuiluo World and avoid arousing suspicion from the super powerhouses among the indigenous people, Shen Chen absolutely could not wear the high-tech force combat suits issued by the Virtual Universe Corporation. Using his authority and points, he specifically selected a set of top-tier Grade 5 dark red combat armor crafted from materials unique to Shuiluo World in the Virtual Universe's online store. This armor not only had astonishing defensive power, but its surface was covered in rugged patterns, full of the primitive, wild style characteristic of the Shuiluo World indigenous people. As for language, Shuiluo World had its own unique pronunciation and grammatical system. But for Shen Chen, whose consciousness strength had reached territory Lord rank 9 and who had the assistance of the Virtual Universe Network, this was not a problem at all. He spent only 2 days mastering the language of Shuiluo World to perfection. Finally, and most importantly, intelligence. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Using his high authority as a personal disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord, Shen Chen accessed the most core and confidential top-secret files within the Virtual Universe Corporation regarding Shuiluo World. The files detailed the power system of Shuiluo World, from the bottom-tier Cloud Sky rank Universe rank to the Domain rank Territory Lord rank, to the High and Mighty World rank World Lord rank, and the legendary, Immortal Temple, that ruled the entire continent. Very good, fully prepared. Shen Chen closed the screen, his eyes flashing with cold-killing intent and excitement for the unknown. As for transport, Shen Chen did not choose the spaceship arranged by the Virtual Universe Corporation, but instead reactivated the Peak Grade F spaceship that the Lord of Ganwu had specially gifted him in his joy when he first entered Primordial Chaos City. Dark Universe. In the dark, deep space, countless colorful rays of light retreated rapidly backward like a meteor shower. The dark golden spaceship Shen Chen was riding was sailing steadily through the dark universe at a terrifying speed of 50 times the speed of light. Destination: highest beginning mythical region, Shueluo world. After a long and boring interstellar journey. Boom! The spaceship jolted violently, and the surrounding colorful light instantly shattered. Activate external view simulation. It was breathtaking. What appeared before his eyes was no longer the empty, desolate starry sky, but a strange void realm filled with endless chaos, air currents and violent energy storms. In this void realm, countless stars and broken continents, so massive that their boundaries could not be measured by the naked eye, were suspended. And in the center of this violent void realm stood an incomparably tall palace. This palace was entirely dark purple, radiating a terrifying pressure that caused even the surrounding violent energy to stagnate. It floated quietly in the void realm, yet it seemed to be the center of this universe. Tianxi Palace. The palace specially built by the Virtual Universe Corporation to monitor and suppress Shueluo world. Shen Chen knew that a renowned top-tier universe overlord of the human race, Palace Master Tianxi, was stationed in this Tianxi Palace all year round. Under the guidance of the intelligent system, Shen Chen's spaceship slowly approached a massive floating platform near Tianxi Palace. Shen Chen's spaceship landed steadily on the platform. After everything was settled, Shen Chen did not linger at Tianxi Palace. He changed into that dark red combat armor full of indigenous style and boarded his spaceship again. Set off. The spaceship turned into a dark golden stream of light, left the Tianxi Palace platform, and dove headlong into the vast continent below, which was shrouded in endless clouds and violent air currents. Shueluo world, here I come. A cold arc curled the corners of Shen Chen's lips. Today, Shueluo world welcomed a visitor from beyond. Chapter 83, Shen Chen's plan. Killing the territory lord. Blood River crystal obtained. Shueluo world. In the middle of a vast, boundless mountain range, Shen Chen's figure arrived. Upon arriving here, Shen Chen began to observe his surroundings. The gravity is very strong, only those at the astral rank can fly. This is the reason why the astral rank is called the sky rank by the martial artists of Shueluo world. Shen Chen's initial assessment was quite accurate. My first goal is the Blood River crystal. The Blood River crystal can enhance the life gene level of both the golden horned beast and my human origin body. It is undoubtedly even more suitable for the golden horned beast. After all, the natural beast god that died in Shueluo world was the metal space beast god. Furthermore, the Blood River crystal also has an enhancing effect on my human origin body and the Chronos Thunder beast. Although the improvement is not as significant as it is for the golden horned beast, it can still provide an increase. Shen Chen thought to himself, establishing his first goal for coming to Shueluo world. If there is hope, I will strive to obtain a beast god statue. The golden horned beast clone is suitable for walking the path of the beast god. As for Shen Chen's second goal, it was the beast god statue. However, Shen Chen also knew that Shueluo world was vast, and relying on the little bit of information provided by the original work, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain a beast god statue. Therefore, Shen Chen came to Shueluo world this time just to acquire enough Blood River crystals. After Shen Chen finished speaking, an incomparably huge golden horned beast landed in this mountain range. Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone had cultivated the secret technique Origin World. After consuming a large amount of his resources, it had reached the second stage, capable of achieving a six-fold body amplification, though it was still some distance away from the second stage's limit of nine-fold. Moreover, the golden horned beast was also at the 9th rank of the territory lord rank. Ordinary world lord rank individuals would not be a match for the golden horned beast. Slaughter. According to intelligence, in Shueluo world, slaughter and war basically happen every moment. Let the golden horned beast control the unique wild beasts in Shueluo world and attack those territory main cities. I will also participate in the war myself. Only life and death battles can make me progress faster. Law insights are already completely sufficient for me as I am now. Shen Chen continued, confirming his goals. Roar, roar, roar. The golden horned beast in front of him let out a terrifying roar. In an instant, those unique wild beasts in this mountain range were directly suppressed by that terrifying pressure, and they all lay on the ground one by one. Shen Chen watched this scene and nodded with satisfaction, then his entire figure disappeared. The golden horned beast clone then went deep into this mountain range. As for Tianxi Palace, they monitor the training process of every core member. Shen Chen didn't need to worry about this at all. With his authorization, he could easily conceal it. Unless Palace Master Tianxi investigated personally, and of course, Shen Chen didn't think he was worth Palace Master Tianxi taking action personally. Time passed bit by bit. Under Shen Chen's planning, the golden horned beast clone successfully controlled all the wild beasts in that mountain range. As for Shen Chen himself, he entered a territory main city named Black Cloud. So this place is called the Forbidden Domain Mountains, considered one of the forbidden zones by the people of Shuilua world. It's similar to the ancient god ruins and the Blood Demon Sea. Inside Black Cloud City, Shen Chen was staying in a place similar to a restaurant, thinking to himself. During this period, he had inquired through various sources and learned quite a few things. After all, Shen Chen's appearance was similar to the ordinary humans in Shuilua world, and Shen Chen also revealed the aura of an early-stage cloud level. In this Black Cloud City, he didn't attract much attention. What the golden horned beast occupied was merely a branch of the Forbidden Domain Mountains. And in the depths of the Forbidden Domain Mountains, according to what they said, there were world rank and even undying rank wild beasts. Wild beast riots often occurred. Those main cities around the Forbidden Domain Mountains were basically there to observe or monitor the Forbidden Domain Mountains. Doesn't this make it even more convenient for me? Shen Chen thought in his heart, a smile appearing on his face. Outside Black Cloud City, roar, 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 roar. Intense roars rose and fell, and the ground shook continuously. Strange-looking wild beasts roared and charged toward the Black Cloud main city. The martial artists on the walls of Black Cloud City were indifferent. They had experienced wild beast riots many times before. Besides, this was a territory main city, a main city where domain rank martial artists existed. However, suddenly, an incomparably tyrannical aura swept across the entire Black Cloud main city. All the martial artists in the Black Cloud main city were suppressed by this terrifying aura to the point where they couldn't breathe. Those cloud level and the 4 domain rank martial artists flew into the sky one after another. However, when they saw that terrifying giant beast, they were all stunned in place, frightened. How is this possible? The Lord of Black Cloud City also opened his mouth wide. When had they ever seen such a huge giant beast? One must know that the current golden horned beast had already reached the 9th rank of the domain rank, and even though it had cultivated origin world and could shrink its body, it still stood there like a mountain range. Especially the golden horned beast, it was a terrifying giant beast that had reached 1,000-fold life gene level. Listen to my order, you must guard strictly. I am going to find the World Lord to seek support. After Black Cloud Yu looked at the other domain rank martial artists and finished saying this sentence, he immediately disappeared from the spot. After the other domain rank martial artists heard what Black Cloud Yu said, they directly ran away, looking stunned. They were merely families within this territory main city, they were not his subordinates at all. Besides, how could they possibly stop such a terrifying giant beast? Needless to say, these domain rank martial artists also ran away. As for matters regarding their families, they no longer cared. As long as they, the domain rank martial artists, were still alive, a family could be established at any time. If they died, even if the entire family survived, it would be swallowed up by other families. Meanwhile, Shen Chen, who was hiding in Black Cloud City, watched this scene and a smile appeared on his face. Black Cloud Yu, 5th rank of the territory lord rank. Just right, what I lack is a strong expert like you to provide me with sparring practice. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he headed directly in the direction where Black Cloud Yu had fled. Damn it, when did such a terrifying wild beast come out of the Forbidden Domain Mountains? What are those world lords doing? Black Cloud Yu cursed inwardly while running. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Seeing that it was a cloud-level martial artist standing in front of him, Black Cloud Yu was annoyed. He was busy running for his life, yet this guy dared to block his path. However, when Shen Chen erupted with power, Black Cloud Yu was completely stunned in place, terrified. That terrifying application of law, that peerless blade and sword concept. It immediately terrified this veteran territory lord. No matter how he resisted, he ultimately died at the hands of Shen Chen. As expected, almost every territory lord will have a blood river crystal. Chapter 84, 6500X Life Gene Level. Startling the Undying, Shen Chen held a triangular, rod-shaped crystal in his hand. It was blood-red throughout and faintly transparent, yet it emitted an indescribable fluctuation. One obtained. I'll experiment with it in a moment. After all, my golden horned beast clone already has a 1000x life gene level. In the original timeline, Luo Feng's golden horned beast reached a 480x life gene level after fusing with over 300 blood river crystals, eventually hitting 6400x life gene level. Based on that estimate, the number of blood river crystals I need is truly massive. Plus, the Chronos Thunder Beast needs them too. And there are the geniuses in the family in the future. Although giving them to others requires the approval of the Virtual Universe Corporation, my current authority is sufficient. Shen Chen thought to himself. After storing away the spatial storage items left behind by the Black Cloud territory, he left the area directly. The next 10 years passed. Shen Chen followed his previous plan, having the golden horned beast incite beast riots while secretly slaughtering those territory lords. In the Shueluo world, war erupted at every moment. Throughout the entire Shueluo world, there were millions of world lords, and under each world lord, there were numerous territory main cities. Therefore, the occasional disappearance of a territory lord was not that important. Furthermore, this was the Forbidden Domain Mountains, one of the famous forbidden areas of the Shueluo world. I am currently at the territory lord rank, and my willpower can penetrate the 9th illusion island. I have only fused with 3 blood river crystals to become a blood martial artist. Inside the internal world of the golden horned beast, Shen Chen, brimming with killing intent, spoke as a unique blood river crystal pattern spread across his body. Behind him, the golden horned beast was even more terrifying. Over these 10 years, the golden horned beast, along with Shen Chen, had managed to acquire 238 blood river crystals. The speed was still a bit slow, as Shen Chen did not possess a demonic killer race clone like Luo Feng. However, the golden horned beast had already absorbed 235 of the 238 blood river crystals. The head of the golden horned beast had absorbed 100 blood river crystals, the left claw had absorbed 100, and the right claw had absorbed 35. Regarding the explosive power of the golden horned beast's head alone, Shen Chen estimated it could reach 10 times the previous amount. The left claw's explosive power could reach 10 times. Individual area, not overall. The right claw had only improved by 30%. However, overall, it was not that strong. According to Shen Chen's estimate, once the golden horned beast activated its Shueluo power, it would reach a 2000x life gene level. As expected, raising the life gene level is still too difficult. According to my estimates, the golden horned beast needs to fuse with at least 1000 blood river crystals to push it to its limit. However, the further you go, the higher the requirements for willpower and the body. If I were to use the blood of the beast god, I would need at least 100,000 blood river crystals. Shen Chen calculated in his heart, and the more he calculated, the more he lamented how difficult it was to raise the life gene level. Fortunately, the golden horned beast could fuse with quite a few blood river crystals in the early stages, so even if Shen Chen used the blood of the beast god in the future, he might not necessarily need 100,000 blood river crystals. However, the more blood river crystals, the better. Then I can only set my sights on those world lord cities. There are millions of world lords in the entire Shueluo world. I don't believe that killing a few will attract the attention of the Immortal Temple. The more Shen Chen spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes gradually brightening. If the other geniuses of the universe knew that Shen Chen was setting his sights on world lord rank powerhouses, they would probably be shocked, right? But for the current Shen Chen, the world lord rank didn't seem like a big deal. After all, the golden horned beast had reached the 9th stage of the territory lord rank, and its life gene level had reached 2000x. With full explosive power, how could ordinary world lords be a match for the golden horned beast? My human main body will take advantage of the golden horned beast clone's divine might to hunt those territory lords amidst the chaos. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he immediately took action. A major event swept through the world lord cities surrounding the Forbidden Domain Mountains. The reason was that a terrifying beast had erupted within the Forbidden Domain Mountains. It drove countless beasts to rush out of the Forbidden Domain Mountains. They attacked a world lord city. However, that beast had only reached the 4th rank, so the martial artists in the Shuiluo world didn't pay much attention to it. They waited for the world lord to slay this 4th rank beast. They didn't expect that the beast, which had only reached the 4th rank, would use the 4 golden horns on its head to slaughter this world lord right in front of them. For a time, the world lords around the Forbidden Domain Mountains were all in danger. However, their territories were hard-won, and they were under orders from the Immortal Temple. So they could only tighten their defenses against this strange 4th rank beast. And the blood river crystals possessed by a world lord did not disappoint Shen Chen. Added to the fact that the territory lords within this world lord's territory also possessed blood river crystals, the number of blood river crystals in Shen Chen's hands was soaring. And the golden horned beast was also continuously fusing with blood river crystals during the battles, and its combat power was also continuously soaring. However, Shen Chen was still confident, and he did not act recklessly. Killing a world lord could still attract the attention of the Immortal Temple. So, he basically carried out an operation to slay a world lord once every 3 or 4 years. Soon, another 20 years passed. At this moment, the golden horned beast in front of Shen Chen had incredibly rich Shuiluo secret patterns all over its body, forming strange beast god pictures. 675 crystals, 6500x life gene level. Very good, very good. Shuiluo power is indeed most suitable for the golden horned beast. At this moment, Shen Chen looked at the huge body of the golden horned beast, and his face was full of smiles. Just when Shen Chen was still feeling happy, Lord Yan Yu, according to our detection, that 4th rank beast is basically hiding in this area. Only a beast of this rank is worthy of your status, Lord Yan Yu. Lord Yan Yu, if you can cultivate it to the 5th rank, or even the undying stage, it will definitely be a great help to you. At this moment, in the Forbidden Domain Mountains, a team stepped into this place. This team had an extremely luxurious lineup. It included 100 domain rank martial artists, 10 world rank martial artists, and the leader was even an undying spiritual god. This beast is no less intelligent than us. Its target is definitely the blood river crystals, and according to your description, it has fused with at least 50 blood river crystals. Its talent far exceeds the beast Chi Niu beside that guy Ba Chi. The undying spiritual god said, his heart also filled with excitement. After all, he had been at the undying spiritual god stage for a long time. Regarding the comprehension of the law, he could no longer find a way to make progress, and he was a rare beast tamer in the Immortal Temple. So what he was thinking was to tame this unique beast. As long as he tamed this special beast, plus his cultivation, he would definitely be able to advance his status in the Immortal Temple. Chapter 85, Encounter with the Chronos Thunder Beast. Breakthrough to World Lord rank. We must find a way to capture it alive, I want to tame it later. Yan Yu turned his gaze toward the other martial artists. Even those world rank martial artists lowered their heads obediently at this moment. There was no other way, after all, Yan Yu was an undying spiritual god. Ordinary world lords had absolutely no room to resist in front of an undying spiritual god. Furthermore, Yan Yu was an undying from the Immortal Temple, he had a powerful existence backing him as well. Subsequently, the group continued to venture deep into the Forbidden Domain Mountains. Inside a valley within the Forbidden Domain Mountains, a massive blue giant beast stayed here, emitting an incredibly dense and terrifying aura from its body. Around it were other desolate beasts that had respectfully submitted. This giant beast was Shen Chen's Chronos Thunder Beast clone. Now, the Chronos Thunder Beast had also reached the 9th rank of the Territory Lord rank. The Chronos Thunder Beast was also an incredibly terrifying giant beast, although its compatibility with Blood River Crystal was not as high as the Golden Horned Beast, it was still much stronger than a human body. It had also undergone fusion with 345 Blood River Crystals. After all, Shen Chen had killed quite a few World Lords during this period, and the Blood River Crystal obtained had all been spent on these two giant beasts. Like the Golden Horned Beast, the Chronos Thunder Beast had a massive body, so even the Blood River Crystal could not make its life gene level climb by much. The life gene level of the Chronos Thunder Beast was approximately 2,500 times. Its compatibility was not as good as the Golden Horned Beast. However, even just like this, several 5th-grade Desolate Beasts had submitted under the Chronos Thunder Beast. Suddenly, the Chronos Thunder Beast stood up, a trace of solemnity revealed in its beast eyes. Subsequently, under the witness of the Chronos Thunder Beast, Yan Yu and his group entered this place. Is this giant beast also a desolate beast? When Yan Yu's team saw the Chronos Thunder Beast, they were all stunned. One must know that the current Chronos Thunder Beast was already over 1,000 kilometers in size. It rivaled some peak star giant beasts of the World Lord rank. The aura emanating from this giant beast seemed to be only 4th grade. A secret, there must be a secret within the Forbidden Domain Mountains. As long as I uncover why the Forbidden Domain Mountains could give birth to two such terrifying giant beasts this time, the Immortal Temple will definitely reward me, and I will become stronger. Perhaps I will even reach the Marquis rank. At this moment, Yan Yu looked at this Chronos Thunder Beast, his heart incredibly excited. One must know that having the information about that golden horned beast could still be called an accident. But to have another such terrifying Chronos Thunder Beast appear meant that something extraordinary must be happening within these Forbidden Domain Mountains. Undying. Shen Chen's consciousness also observed this team. 10 world rank, 100 domain rank, and 1 undying spiritual god. Such a configuration was not something the Chronos Thunder Beast clone could contend with. After all, the current Chronos Thunder Beast was only at the 9th rank of the Territory Lord rank. Roar. After the Chronos Thunder Beast let out a roar, the desolate beasts under its command also roared continuously and charged toward this team. You are a tamed beast under my command. Yan Yu's mouth curled up slightly at this moment, revealing a satisfied smile. He waved his hand, and the 10 world rank martial artists and 100 domain rank martial artists under his command charged out directly. He himself remained in the sky, watching this scene with great interest. In his mind, no matter how heaven-defying this desolate beast was, it was only 4th grade. It did not even require him to take action, the martial artists under his command could easily solve it. The martial artists under Yan Yu's command also thought the same. Roar, roar, roar. However, contrary to their expectations, an incredibly terrifying time fluctuation erupted directly from the single horn of the Chronos Thunder Beast. Innate secret technique, time pause. One must know that time pause, along with time acceleration and time reversal, are called the 3 profound mysteries of the origin law of time. Even though the current Chronos Thunder Beast was only at the 9th rank of the Territory Lord rank, the innate secret technique it unleashed was enough to affect World Lord rank martial artists. In an instant, those 10 World Lord rank martial artists and 100 domain rank martial artists who had charged out seemed to have been pressed with a pause button, directly fixed in place. The desolate beasts under the Chronos Thunder Beast were used to this, and one by one, they rushed up and began a massacre. Presumptuous. At this moment, Yan Yu could no longer hold back and prepared to take action. After all, these martial artists could be considered his subordinates, whom he had brought out from the Immortal Temple. If these martial artists really died at the hands of the desolate beasts, he might be mocked by other undying spiritual gods. This was not something Yan Yu could accept. Subsequently, Yan Yu took action, and a terrifying law domain spanned across the sky. Undying spiritual gods do not usually use law domains when fighting each other, but it was still very effective for bullying martial artists below the undying rank. However, even though Yan Yu had taken action in time, the actions of the desolate beasts were also very fast. In the end, this team lost 13 domain rank martial artists and 1 world lord rank martial artist. Yan Yu's face turned green. You deal with the other desolate beasts, I will deal with it personally. A law domain of over 10,000 kilometers directly enveloped this entire area. He wanted to let this damned desolate beast know today what a true undying spiritual god was. In this way, it would be easier for him to tame this desolate beast. The Chronos Thunder Beast looked at Yan Yu, who was unleashing his law domain, with no trace of panic on its face. After all, this was just a clone. On the other side, where Shen Chen and the Golden Horned Beast were. Both Shen Chen and the Golden Horned Beast turned their gazes toward the direction of the Chronos Thunder Beast. An undying spiritual god. At this moment, Shen Chen frowned, not caring at all. After all, that was just a clone. However, 100 domain rank martial artists, 10 world lord rank martial artists, and 1 undying spiritual god. They should have a lot of blood river crystal on them, right? Shen Chen looked at the beast god roaring diagram on the golden horned beast, a smile appearing on his face. However, right at this moment, the beast god roaring diagram on the golden horned beast seemed to be the evolution of an infinite universe in Shen Chen's eyes. He suddenly grasped a certain opportunity. This is the opportunity, the golden horned beast is about to step into the world lord rank. At this moment, Shen Chen was incredibly excited, because his internal world was evolving continuously. At this moment, in the internal world of the golden horned beast, Shen Chen's figure arrived here. The golden horned beast, with 1,000-fold life gene level, had an incredibly vast internal world. Even though it was only at the 9th rank of the territory lord rank, the diameter of its internal world had already reached 10 million kilometers. One must know that for ordinary peak world lord rank golden horned beasts, the diameter of their internal world was only 30 million kilometers. The world evolved continuously. Chapter 86, 480 times peak world lord power. A greedy undying. Shocked. Inside the internal world, streams of golden mist continuously flowed into the very center of the internal world. Under Shen Chen's gaze, the abyss of 2 worlds slowly formed. Around the abyss of 2 worlds, there were incomparably complex patterns of law. Even with Shen Chen's current comprehension of law, he found them somewhat unfathomable. Subsequently, countless golden light spots within the internal world continuously gathered together. Under Shen Chen's control, a fist-sized golden stone emerged at the very center of the abyss of 2 worlds. Golden Horned Beast Stone. A golden horned beast can only gestate 1 golden horned beast stone in its entire life. And this golden horned beast stone of Shen Chen's came from a golden horned beast that had reached the 1,000-fold life gene level. Then, in Shen Chen's mind, the force crystal and spiritual energy crystal continuously fused, gathering into streams of terrifying world power. At this moment, Shen Chen's consciousness felt as if it could perceive the universe origin. After Shen Chen's consciousness began to make contact with the power of the universe origin. His internal world was currently undergoing a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering change. One must know that previously, Shen Chen's internal world had already expanded from a diameter of 10 million kilometers to 100 million kilometers. But even in such a vast world, when it seemed there was a channel between the internal world and the power of the universe origin, endless energy from the universe origin and world power were continuously surging in. Within a short period of time, it filled Shen Chen's internal world. So satisfying. However, it is a pity that there is only one chance, even if I have other clones. At this moment, Shen Chen shook his head, but he was already very satisfied now. Now, my golden horned beast has broken through to the 1st level of the world lord rank. The golden horned beast possesses 1,000-fold life gene level, so even at the 1st level of the world lord rank, it has 4 times the power of a peak world lord. The gap between the 1st level and the 9th level is 256 times. Driving Shuiluo power, although it can only increase the overall life gene level by 6 times. However, if attacking separately with the head, left claw, or right claw, it will increase by 10 times. Origin world has been cultivated to a 6-fold increase, plus the 2-fold increase from the innate secret technique. In other words, my golden horned beast can now burst out 480 times the power. Shen Chen said, getting more and more excited as he spoke. For an ordinary peak world lord to break through to become undying, their power is only 100 times that of a peak world lord. And 1 to 1000 is the boundary belonging to the undying military lord. In other words, although Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone is only at the first level of the world lord rank, its strength can indeed rank in the middle among undying military lords. An undying from Shuilua world, right? The more Shen Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. Subsequently, the golden horned beast's body directly tore through space, continuously leaping forward, heading in the direction of the Chronos Thunder Beast. Now, the golden horned beast's power can easily tear through the void realm. Inside the Forbidden Domain mountains at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying roars of explosions were continuously erupting. The vicious beasts around the battlefield were also hissing continuously. They were fearful of the two existences at the center of the battlefield. Too strong, too strong. I must subdue him. Once I cultivate it to the peak world lord rank, it will definitely be able to rival some undying spiritual gods. And it is merely my tamed beast. When the time comes, I will subdue that golden giant beast as well. I alone will be equivalent to 3 undying existences. Ha ha ha. Yan Yu could barely be considered a middle-tier undying military lord. His body possessed 400 times the power of a peak world lord. However, he could be considered a rare tamer, and he still had several 5th-grade vicious beasts of the peak world lord rank under his command. Therefore, his status in the Immortal Temple was slightly higher than that of an average middle-tier undying military lord. After all, the vicious beasts of Shuilua world could be considered a specialty. Before this, he hadn't fought the Chronos Thunder Beast for real at all. He had been continuously testing the limits of the Chronos Thunder Beast. Vicious beasts like you are all arrogant. But after I completely tame you, you will only be able to become a dog under my seat. Looking at the continuously erupting Chronos Thunder Beast in front of him, a look of mockery appeared on Yan Yu's face. All right, I'm done playing with you. Become my tamed beast. At this moment, Yan Yu exploded with a boom. A terrifying domain of fire law directly locked onto the Chronos Thunder Beast. The Chronos Thunder Beast clone was currently enduring incomparably terrifying pressure. However, just at this moment, the eyes of the Chronos Thunder Beast lit up, and it let out continuous hissing sounds. Cry out, cry out. The fiercer you cry, the more it will hurt when you bite people under my command. Ha ha ha. Yan Yu continued to laugh loudly at this moment, not thinking at all about why the Chronos Thunder Beast was roaring. My lord, my lord. Just at this moment, the few world lord rank martial artists behind Yan Yu had their mouths wide open, continuously reminding Yan Yu. After all, the scale of this team was quite large. After the Chronos Thunder Beast was restrained by Yan Yu, the vicious beasts under its command were also successively dealt with by the martial artists in these teams. What are you doing? Yan Yu was becoming a bit impatient now. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped Yan Yu. Yan Yu was full of confusion at this moment. Subsequently, he turned his head to look. This look didn't matter, but once he looked, it directly scared Yan Yu until his gaze froze. He saw that in front of him, a golden horned beast reaching 10,000 kilometers was spanning across the sky, as if it were a huge, incomparably tall mountain reaching the heavens. An ordinary peak golden horned beast's body is only 1,000 kilometers. But clearly, the golden horned beast at this moment had already broken this limit. And this was the result after the golden horned beast had used Origin World to shrink itself by 6 times. It's you, that golden giant beast. Ha ha ha, heaven is truly helping me. Heaven is truly helping me. However, after being stunned, Yan Yu was soon ecstatic. Because he sensed the 5th grade aura emanating from the entire body of this golden horned beast. This golden horned beast was far stronger than the Chronos Thunder Beast. But no matter how strong it was, what of it? He was an undying spiritual god, after all. The golden horned beast and the Chronos Thunder Beast looked at each other. Shen Chen was not surprised that the Chronos Thunder Beast could not beat Yan Yu. The Chronos Thunder Beast was only at the 9th level of the Territory Lord rank. Although it had 1,000-fold life gene level, it only possessed 2 times the power of a peak world lord. Driving the Blood River Crystal, the individual hoof claw had a 10-fold power increase. And the body-strengthening secret technique similar to Origin World that it cultivated was a cheap item Shen Chen had obtained from the Virtual Universe Corporation, which could only provide a twofold increase. In other words, the current Chronos Thunder Beast could only burst out 40 times the power of a peak world lord. It was quite normal that it couldn't beat Yan Yu, this undying spiritual god. However, the outcome would soon be different. Subsequently, the Chronos Thunder Beast directly disappeared from the spot, entering the internal world. In an instant, streams of terrifying world power continuously surged into the body of the Chronos Thunder Beast. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, two pupils the size of giant mountains locked firmly onto Yan Yu's body. Gulp. Yan Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva at this moment. A dignified undying spiritual god was actually feeling a sense of threat now. Chapter 87, Slashing and Undying with Force. A bountiful harvest. Impossible, impossible. I am an undying spiritual god, and you are nothing but a grade 5 desolate beast. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how much you have undergone fusion with the Blood River Crystal, you could never be a match for an undying spiritual god. At this moment, Yan Yu murmured to himself. It made sense, though. In their Shuelua world, the strongest genius was only comparable to someone like Ba Qi. But while someone like Ba Qi might have a status comparable to an undying spiritual god, their actual strength was not necessarily the same. Not to mention a desolate beast within the Shueluo continent. Subsequently, several terrifying grade 5 desolate beasts emerged from beside Yan Yu. After all, Yan Yu was an undying level beast tamer. Although he did not have any undying level desolate beasts under his command, he still possessed quite a few grade 5 ones. It was precisely by relying on this skill that he had raised many desolate beasts. By selling these desolate beasts throughout endless years, he had raised the strength of his godly body to 400 times the power of a world lord. Unfortunately, these 10 grade 5 desolate beasts were not even worth a single claw of the golden horned beast. And these 10 grade 5 desolate beasts were the most powerful tamed beasts he had. Then, a terrifying law domain erupted from Yan Yu's body, suppressing the golden horned beast. At this moment, a world projection filled with golden light unfolded, colliding with Yan Yu's law domain. Under Yan Yu's incredulous gaze, his law domain was completely suppressed. Just the world of a grade 5 desolate beast alone was enough to suppress the law domain of an undying spiritual god. Yan Yu found it even harder to believe. Meanwhile, the other world lord rank martial artists and domain level martial artists were completely stunned. This was an undying spiritual god. How could a grade 5 desolate beast be so powerful? It was actually able to suppress Lord Yan Yu's law domain. I can tame you even without using a law domain. Yan Yu had completely given up. He retracted his law domain. Then, he commanded the 10 grade 5 desolate beasts to charge forward, while holding a flaming battle blade in his own hand. With a horizontal slash, terrifying flames filled the entire area. The golden horned beast's gaze revealed disdain. This undying was simply too weak. Although his godly body strength reached the level of a mid-tier undying army lord, he had only comprehended the origin law of fire, without even grasping a portion of the origin law of space. It seemed that the undying of Shueluo continent were only so-so. Roar. At this moment, the golden horned beast roared continuously, and golden secret patterns spread across its body. The terrifying Shueluo power was also driven by it. Shueluo power activated. Innate secret technique strengthening. The innate secret technique strengthening could enhance all aspects of the golden horned beast by 2 times. Shueluo power could cause the strength of a single attacking part of the golden horned beast to skyrocket by 10 times. Added to the 6-fold amplification of the origin world. The golden horned beast, at world lord rank 1 with 1,000-fold life gene level, possessed a full 4 times the power of a peak world lord. A full 480 times the power of a world lord erupted. Rumble. The golden horned beast's left claw collided directly with Yan Yu's flaming battle blade. The 10 grade 5 desolate beasts caught in the middle moved away from the center of the battlefield. Unfortunately, 3 of the grade 5 desolate beasts could not withstand the shockwave and died in midair. The golden horned beast's body remained motionless in the sky, while Yan Yu was shaken away. How is this possible? I am a dignified undying spiritual god, how can my godly body strength be inferior to a grade 5 desolate beast? Yan Yu shouted, his face full of disbelief. Previously, he had wanted to tame this golden giant beast, but now it seemed he was not even a match for it. Boom, boom, boom. The golden horned beast would not give Yan Yu any chance to relax, launching attacks continuously. Left claw, right claw, the 5 golden horns on its head. And the tail. Terrifying attacks landed on Yan Yu's body one after another. I must leave. If I don't leave, I will really die here. Yan Yu no longer had any thoughts of fighting the golden horned beast. However, just as he tried to leave, another terrifying roar came. In an instant, time in the entire area seemed to pause. A terrifying giant beast appeared out of thin air. The Chronos Thunder Beast had successfully broken through to World Lord rank 1. Now, it possessed 80 times the power of a peak World Lord. It was already close to an undying spiritual god, and the innate secret technique it unleashed could also affect Yan Yu. No, no, no. Yan Yu's thoughts raced, he was filled with infinite regret. Why did he have to come and provoke such terrifying beasts? If he had just stayed in the immortal temple, he would have had eternal life. Unfortunately, everything was already over. Yan Yu did not have an undying body. The golden horned beast could grind this guy to death. No. Amidst the last roar of unwillingness, the golden horned beast killed Yan Yu. Subsequently, the golden horned beast and the Chronos Thunder Beast set their sights on the other World Lord rank martial artists and those few grade 5 desolate beasts. Earlier, these martial artists had already seen the situation and wanted to flee. Unfortunately, they had already been targeted by the Chronos Thunder Beast. How could they escape? Soon, the remaining World Lord rank martial artists and domain level martial artists were all caught. Shortly after, the spoils they left behind were packed up and taken away. Shen Chen moved quickly. After all, he was a bit afraid that those guys from the Immortal Temple would react. Of course, Shen Chen's worry was unnecessary. That guy Yan Yu, in order to make other undying spiritual gods ignore his purpose, had come to the Forbidden Domain Mountains under the pretext of distributing Blood River crystals. Although Yan Yu had a communicator, but he was an undying spiritual god, bringing 10 World Lord rank martial artists, 100 domain level martial artists, and 10 grade 5 desolate beasts. If the Immortal Temple found out he died at the hands of a grade 5 desolate beast, he would be a laughingstock for a lifetime. It was better to let them think he had gone deep into the Forbidden Land and gone missing. Even until death, Yan Yu did not want his reputation to be damaged. Moreover, Yan Yu did not think the Immortal Temple would avenge him. After all, those supreme beings in the Immortal Temple coveted such heaven-defying desolate beasts just as much. He was just a dead undying. I'm rich, I'm rich. This undying carried so many Blood River crystals with him. A full 10,000 Blood River crystals. And other treasures. Those World Lord rank martial artists and domain level martial artists also had Blood River crystals on them. Now I don't have to panic anymore. At this moment, Shen Chen was excited about his harvest this time. Meanwhile, the Golden Horned Beast and the Chronos Thunder Beast were roaring continuously. Chapter 88, Undying Level Beast Taming Legacy. Palace Master Tian Shi's shock. Desiring to build goodwill. After all, the task that Yan Yu had been assigned was to distribute Blood River crystals. And the entire Shuiluo continent was composed of millions of worlds. Distributing a batch of Blood River crystals casually would always amount to a huge number. This amount of harvest was quite normal. Adding my previous harvest, I now have a total of 12,000 Blood River crystals. As for secret methods, the secret methods and weapons of this Shuiluo continent are truly not worth mentioning. Even this fire god weapon is just so-so. At most, it can be settled for 100 mixed element units. However, it is still stronger than my Time Thunder Divine Sword and Golden Edge God weapon. After all, the Time Thunder Divine Sword and Golden Edge God weapon are only for those peak World Lord rank martial artists to use. When driven to their peak, they have a slight possibility of contending with an undying, but they still cannot be considered standard god weapons among undying spiritual gods. Shen Chen said, then began to tally his loot. After all, this team did possess something like a world ring. However, it was a pity that these world-level martial artists and domain-level martial artists did not bring any surprises to Shen Chen. All of the wealth added up to only 1,000 mixed element units. It was not even as good as the 100,000 points reward that Virtual Universe Corporation had given Shen Chen previously. Still an undying, yet so poor. This thing. Yan Yu's Beast Taming Compendium. After calculating the loot left behind by that guy Yan Yu and finding it was only 500 mixed element units, Shen Chen cursed. However, what Shen Chen did not know was that most of the resources that Guy Yan Yu had were used to cultivate those 10 peak 5th grade desolate beasts. The most important thing was this Yan Yu's Beast Taming Compendium that he left behind. Although he was arrogant, in Shuiluo continent, this thing could be considered precious. But soon, Shen Chen discovered that this Beast Taming Compendium was somewhat different. It not only contained various processes for cultivating desolate beasts, but even included cultivation processes for various vicious beasts and Yao beasts from other universes. But that makes sense. Back then, Virtual Universe Corporation and Shuiluo continent erupted into a great war. It is correct that a portion of the legacy was left behind. That guy improved the legacy for cultivating desolate beasts from the processes of cultivating other vicious beasts and Yao beasts. It even included processes for cultivating undying level vicious beasts and Yao beasts. It is just that Shuiluo continent does not have these types of vicious beasts and Yao beasts, so that undying could only improve the process for cultivating 5th grade desolate beasts. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he casually tossed this beast taming compendium into his world. Although it did not have much use for Shen Chen, it could be considered an undying level beast tamer legacy. It could add a portion of foundation for the Shen family. The Blood River crystals are already enough. And the Golden Horned Beast has also broken through to the first level of World Lord rank, its body further improved. Let's see if it can accommodate more Blood River crystals. The same goes for the Chronos Thunder Beast, try to absorb as much as possible. After counting all the loot, Shen Chen placed his gaze on the Golden Horned Beast clone and the Chronos Thunder Beast clone. Just as Shen Chen was trying to let the Golden Horned Beast and the Chronos Thunder Beast clone absorb more Blood River crystals. Inside the Tianxi Palace outside of Cloud City on Shuiluo continent. On the 9th level of the Tianxi Palace, in an incomparably magnificent hall, Palace Master Tianxi, wearing a silver robe, with brown hair, crystalline skin, black eyes, and even a mark on his forehead, stood there. In front of him, even an ordinary universe exalt would have to avoid his edge. As for undyings, for him, they were even more insignificant. One must know that Palace Master Tianxi is one of the 3 top universe overlords of the human race. However, at this moment, Palace Master Tianxi's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. One must know that ordinary events, even a champion invincible breaking through to Universe Exalt, would not be enough to make him feel surprised. But the things that happened today were indeed different. As the existence guarding Shuiluo continent, he knew better than anyone what the Blood River crystals in Shuiluo continent represented. And before, when Primordial Chaos City Lord's personal disciple Shen Chen entered Shuiluo continent, he was certainly very clear about it. Shen Chen's performance was completely at a dominant level. These great existences did not favor any genius other than Shen Chen. Palace Master Tianxi was the same, they just placed bets among the second-tier geniuses like Bolin, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun. However, although Shen Chen was very talented, for Palace Master Tianxi, who had lived for long years, it was actually just so-so. After all, Shen Chen only had a glimmer of hope to break through to Universe Lord. However, he was after all Primordial Chaos City Lord's personal disciple, so he still attracted Palace Master Tianxi's gaze. So today, on a whim, he observed Shen Chen through the virtual universe. Although in the eyes of those people on Shuiluo continent, they and the extraterrestrial races were rivals. But it was a pity that the virtual universe could monitor the entire Shuiluo continent. It was not just limited to observing the clouds. And as a top universe overlord, Palace Master Tianxi's authorization level was very high. Other World Lord rank and undying beings in Tianxi Palace could not investigate Shen Chen. But he was different. His two clones are actually both at the thousand-fold life gene level. Primordial Chaos City Lord must be very clear about this matter. That is why he came to Shuiluo continent. With Palace Master Tian Shi's mental calculation, he could easily understand everything. And what made him feel even more surprised was that Shen Chen's clone had just broken through to the first level of World Lord rank and could already slay a middle-tier Undying military lord. Tian Shi. And just at this moment, a voice leisurely transmitted into Palace Master Tian Shi's mind. Primordial Chaos City Lord had control over the virtual universe. Coupled with the fact that he was also paying attention to Shen Chen, he could clearly perceive that Palace Master Tian Shi had discovered Shen Chen. Primordial Chaos City Lord. Even a top universe overlord had to show respect in front of Primordial Chaos City Lord. After all, Primordial Chaos City Lord is a Tier 5 universe lord. His status within the human race is second only to the Great Axe founder. The matter of Shen Chen possessing a golden horned beast clone is a top secret of our human race. You should understand what this represents. I don't need to say more, right? Primordial Chaos City Lord's voice leisurely entered Palace Master Tian Shi's mind. Palace Master Tian Shi also respectfully nodded. As one of the top universe overlords, he certainly understood. One must know that the current Shen Chen, with his life gene level driven by Shuiluo power, can reach over 6,000 times. Once his golden horned beast clone reaches the peak of World Lord rank and fuses with more Blood River crystals, what will that be like? His human race has hope of gaining another top universe overlord whose life gene level reaches 10,000 times. He even has another clone that is second only to the golden horned beast. It can be said that Shen Chen's importance is truly too great. Seeing Palace Master Tian Shi nod, Primordial Chaos City Lord also disappeared. It is a pity that Shen Chen has already been taken as a disciple by teacher Ganwu and Primordial Chaos City Lord. However, since he is training in Shuiluo continent, it is just right to build some goodwill. Palace Master Tian Shi thought in his heart. Chapter 89, 9000x genetic level. Tian Shi's investment. 20 years later, in the Forbidden Domain mountains of the Shuiluo continent, Shen Chen looked helplessly at the golden horned beast clone and the Chronos Thunder beast clone in front of him. Although he had continued to acquire quite a few Blood River crystals over these 20 years. Now, the number of Blood River crystals in his possession had reached over 18,000. However, it was a pity that his anticipated goal had not yet been completed. The golden horned beast clone had now absorbed 912 Blood River crystals. The Chronos Thunder beast clone had absorbed 723 Blood River crystals. As for his human original body, it had absorbed 4 Blood River crystals. One could imagine what Shen Chen had actually been doing in the Shuiluo continent all these years. Nothing but slaughter, and more slaughter. His human original body also frequently went to challenge those domain rank martial artists. As for the golden horned beast clone and the Chronos Thunder beast clone, they headed deep into the Forbidden Domain mountains to find those undying rank desolate beasts. The reason the Forbidden Domain mountains were called a forbidden land was entirely because there were many mindless undying rank desolate beasts in its depths. The golden horned beast clone had even encountered a Fengo rank desolate beast. It also lacked reason. It was likely influenced by the terrifying evil chi pulled into the Forbidden Domain mountains. However, this was also a way to hone his willpower, so Shen Chen let it be. Once the golden horned beast clone activated its Shuiluo power, it could reach a 9000x life genetic level. The Chronos Thunder beast clone was slightly inferior, able to reach a 5500x life genetic level. However, it was a pity that before heading to the Shuiluo continent, he had not managed to acquire the various metals needed for the golden horned beast clone to break through. After all, the metals required for the golden horned beast's advancement were simply too precious. Even he had no way to obtain them. Therefore, the golden horned beast clone was currently only at the first stage of the World Lord rank. However, these 75 years of training are enough. Quote, I've killed 2 undying rank desolate beasts, and also killed an undying who came to investigate the reason for the disappearance of the previous undying spiritual god. Quote, Shen Chen said slowly, calculating the things he had done in the Shuiluo world. I'll stay for a few more years. Quote, I have a premonition that with a few more slaughters, my willpower will improve significantly. Quote, I'll strive to let my human original body absorb 1 or 2 more blood river crystals. Quote, Shen Chen said, a trace of hope in his eyes. After all, the golden horned beast clone and the Chronos thunder beast clone now made him fearless of the undying spiritual gods in the Shueluo continent. Therefore, Shen Chen was not afraid in the slightest. Slaughter, constant slaughter. Under Shen Chen's slaughter, one domain martial artist after another died at his hands. And those world-rank martial artists went without saying. They didn't even need the golden horned beast to take action, they were killed by the Chronos thunder beast. However, such large-scale slaughter still attracted the attention of the Immortal Temple. They dispatched a team of undying spiritual gods to investigate the cause. Of course, it was also because the body of the Chronos thunder beast was simply too large, it couldn't be hidden and was seen by many people. Just as expected, the undying spiritual gods in the Immortal Temple were also coveting this terrifying desolate beast. After all, in their eyes, there were too many world lords under the Immortal Temple, and they were simply not as important as a heaven-defying desolate beast. For this result, Shen Chen was not surprised. After all, the Immortal Temple was, after all, a force that was once able to contend against the virtual universe. Corporation, although they were currently beaten and forced to shrink back into the Shueluo continent. However, according to Shen Chen's estimation, there should still be venerable rank existences among them. After all, without a venerable, there would be no need for an existence like Palace Master Tianxi to guard it. In the following time, Shen Chen played a game of wits and courage with that team of undying spiritual gods. During this period, with the eruption of the Chronos thunder beast and the golden horned beast, 2 undying spiritual gods were killed. He obtained the spoils of those 2 undying spiritual gods. And the leading Fengo undying cursed incessantly. But unfortunately, from then on, those 2 terrifying desolate beasts never appeared again. And at this time, in the clouds of the Shueluo continent, Shen Chen's spaceship had already arrived. He had absolutely no intention of continuing to stay in the Shueluo continent. The experience of these 75 years had already plunged his willpower into endless slaughter. So he felt it was time to leave. After all, he had obtained enough blood river crystals, reaching 23,000. The subsequent blood river crystals obtained were basically contributions from those 2 undying spiritual gods, as well as a few world-rank martial artists. In the Void Realm, the Tianxi Palace revealed an incomparably terrifying aura. An F9 grade spaceship was slowly heading there. Guided, Shen Chen's spaceship arrived in the first hall of the Tianxi Palace. Subsequently, a guiding world lord came before Shen Chen, looking at him with immense respect. Your Highness Shen Chen, please follow me, my Palace Master Tianxi wishes to see you. Quote, the world lord said, looking at Shen Chen. After hearing what the world lord said, Shen Chen raised an eyebrow, but he did not refuse. After all, the current Palace Master Tianxi could be considered part of the absolute ruling class of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Soon, the 2 arrived at the 2nd floor, but after arriving here, Shen Chen was taken to the 9th floor by a burly undying man. In the 9th floor hall, Shen Chen also saw the legendary Palace Master Tianxi. He had brown-red hair and black eyes, and his entire skin revealed a crystalline luster. Shen Chen. Quote, Palace Master Tianxi's voice reached Shen Chen's mind. However, what surprised Shen Chen, yet felt reasonable, was that Palace Master Tianxi's voice was full of friendliness. Palace Master. Quote, at this moment, Shen Chen looked full of awe. After all, the current Palace Master Tianxi was not someone he could ignore. You were an absolute exception in this year's Genius Battle. Quote, there isn't a single high-level member of our human race who doesn't think highly of you. Quote, I am no exception. Quote, Palace Master Tianxi looked at Shen Chen in front of him with satisfaction. Your research on the origin law of time and the origin law of space has completely exceeded my expectations. Quote, I have a piece of defensive armor here. Quote, its value is very high, and it will still be very useful to you at this stage. Quote, subsequently, Palace Master Tianxi threw a suit of armor that shimmered with flowing light. After receiving this armor, Shen Chen's hand sank, and he almost failed to catch it. This also caused Shen Chen to raise an eyebrow, appearing somewhat surprised. "Thank you, Palace Master Tianxi." Quote. Subsequently, Shen Chen looked at Palace Master Tianxi in front of him and bowed. After all, since the other party had given him benefits, Shen Chen had to show his attitude. Sure enough, Palace Master Tianxi was even happier. "Go." Quote. "I look forward to you becoming a pillar of our human race." Quote. After Palace Master Tianxi finished saying this, Shen Chen's figure disappeared. "I hope this heavy treasure I invested this time does not disappoint my expectations." Chapter 90, Marquis Rank Law Comprehension. Gift from Teacher Ganwu. 2 heavy treasures. Inside an F9 rank spaceship, the figure of Shen Chen appeared. At this moment, he looked at the armor in his hands, his eyes filled with a trace of inquiry. An armor that can be gifted by an existence like Palace Master Tianxi must truly be a treasure. After all, if the gift were of inferior quality, it would be a loss of face for Palace Master Tianxi. Shen Chen thought to himself, then began to probe the armor with his consciousness. Streamer Imperial Armor. A defensive heavy treasure. Good fellow, although it is only an ordinary level heavy treasure, my cultivation level exposed to others is only at the universe rank 9. Palace Master Tianxi is truly generous. Shen Chen thought in his heart, sighing. After all, this was a heavy treasure. Any random heavy treasure had a value that was an unattainable figure for an undying spiritual god. However, Shen Chen was currently only at universe rank 9, and his human original body could not use it for the time being. After all, the activation conditions for this heavy treasure were not something the current Shen Chen could drive. He could only hand it over to the golden horned beast clone to use. In the primitive mystical region of the Virtual Universe Corporation, Shen Chen returned. "Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness." An undying spiritual god, who was leading, saw Shen Chen walk out of the spaceship and respectfully welcomed him, bringing along his subordinate guard army. "Yaluo, take them down. I have things to attend to. If I have instructions, I will find you." After Shen Chen finished speaking, he entered his manor directly. The guard army, led by the undying spiritual god, returned to their respective posts. My golden horned beast clone and Chronos thunder beast clone have both reached World Lord rank 1. However, the resources to cultivate them are not something I can afford at the moment. Shen Chen frowned. After all, these 2 clones were both at the 1000-fold life gene level. Although Shen Chen was a member of the primitive mystical region, unfortunately, his sources of points were still too few. Currently, the most valuable thing in his hands was undoubtedly the defensive heavy treasure given by Palace Master Tianxi. However, Shen Chen would not sell it. After all, as the saying goes, he was currently only at the universe rank. It seems I have to make a breakthrough. I could even directly break through to the World Lord rank. There is no need to stay at the Territory Lord rank stage. However, the 100 million points from the Universe rank Primitive Heavenly Bridge, and the 3 billion points from the Territory Lord rank Primitive Heavenly Bridge, are still necessary to obtain. In these 75 years, Shen Chen's comprehension of the law had also improved significantly. The origin law of space had already touched upon one of the 3 great mysteries, lockdown, its subordinate branch, imprisonment, and the subordinate branch of teleportation, material teleportation. After all, the golden horned beast clone had already reached World Lord rank 1, and its life gene level was even more terrifying. After driving the Shuiluo power, Shen Chen's speed in comprehending the origin law of gold and the origin law of space far exceeded the imagination of those geniuses. Although his comprehension of the origin law of time was slightly inferior, it was on par with the origin law of space. He had comprehended the subordinate branch of time stop, slowness, and the subordinate branch of time acceleration, quickness. According to Shen Chen's estimation, he now possessed Marquis rank comprehension. Heavenly Bridge Plane. Shen Chen's figure arrived here, and he headed straight towards a heavenly bridge marked primitive. In front of Shen Chen were a minotaur, an ape man, and a snake woman. They represented the martial artist, psyker master, and illusionist, respectively. Your Highness Shen Chen, given your level of passing the 13th level of the Universe Heavenly Bridge, the Universe Primitive Heavenly Bridge should be very easy for you. Obviously, as the intelligence guarding the pass, they were very clear about some information regarding the Shen Chen standing before them. As expected, the guardians at the foot and waist of the mountain were no match for Shen Chen at all. And at the top of the mountain, we have been created for many years, and finally, we can see a universe rank primitive region highness pass the universe rank primitive heavenly bridge. The Minotaur looked at Shen Chen and said, their words filled with emotion. Shen Chen nodded in response, but the Time Thunder Divine Sword in his hand showed no mercy. In an instant, he chopped off the Minotaur's head. Such strong comprehension of the origin law of time. The ape-man sighed at this moment, because he discovered that Shen Chen's law comprehension was far more than the 13th level. The Minotaur was dead, and the remaining ape-man and snake-woman were not surprised at all. They were killed by Shen Chen. Congratulations, Your Highness Shen Chen, for passing the universe rank primitive heavenly bridge. Soon, the snake-woman's body recovered, and she looked at the Shen Chen in front of her respectfully and said. Shen Chen had nothing to say, and he left the primitive heavenly bridge in an instant. However, the news that he had passed the primitive heavenly bridge reached the ears of many geniuses, as well as those undying spiritual gods and universe exalts. Regarding this, those geniuses and powerhouses were not surprised at all. After all, Shen Chen had already passed the 13th level of the universe heavenly bridge before. However, soon, another piece of news spread within the primitive region. That was that Shen Chen had directly broken through to the territory lord rank. After all, both of Shen Chen's clones had already broken through to the world lord rank. For his human original body to break through to the territory lord rank was not difficult at all. Now that I have broken through to the territory lord rank, once I raise my human original body to territory lord rank 9, it will be time to go challenge the universe heavenly bridge. Shen Chen thought to himself. Just at this moment, Tianyan notified him that Lord of Ganwu had sent him an email. What does teacher want with me? Looking at the email sent by Lord of Ganwu, Shen Chen's face showed confusion, but he still went through the virtual universe to the plane space where Lord of Ganwu was located. Every existence in the human race that has reached the exalt level has their own plane space. Lord of Ganwu was, of course, no exception. Shen Chen, you are the best disciple I have ever taken in. Your talent completely exceeded my expectations. After Lord of Ganwu saw Shen Chen in front of him, he sighed with emotion. Teacher, you flatter me. Shen Chen smiled at this. Your performance in the genius battle rendered everything I had planned for you ineffective. Giving you 1 million mixed element units at the World Lord rank is simply looking down on you. And you have already reached the Territory Lord rank. I estimate that it won't be long before you rush to the World Lord rank. So, I have prepared 2 treasures for you. Lord of Ganwu said, looking at Shen Chen. A trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Of course, Shen Chen did not notice all of this. Subsequently, 2 projections appeared in front of Shen Chen. They were 2 weapons, 1 blade and 1 sword, flashing with golden light and blue light. Teacher knows that you cultivate both blade techniques and sword techniques. So, I have prepared 2 heavy treasures for you at the same time. Lord of Ganwu, although he was the universe's biggest debtor, what he owed were treasure points. Some heavy treasures, for him, if he lowered his face to obtain them, he could still get them. These were 2 heavy treasures he had inquired about with his friends for a long time and exchanged for with quite a few resources. They were indeed prepared specially for Shen Chen. Chapter 91, 92, 10 billion points. Breakthrough to Territory Lord rank. Teacher. At this moment, Shen Chen looked at Lord of Ganwu in front of him, a hint of hesitation appearing on his face. After all, he knew very well that teacher was very short of money. Although he also really wanted these 2 heavy treasures, he was currently only at universe rank 9. Don't worry, teacher. I am basically just cultivating geniuses to send to the Virtual Universe Corporation now. There is no need for very good equipment. At this moment, in order to put Shen Chen at ease, Lord of Ganwu waved his hand and said with a face full of indifference. However, this was indeed the case. He had already been resurrected by the race 3 times and owed the race a large debt, along with some of his close friends. He had no mood to go out adventuring again. What if he died again? All right, let me introduce these 2 treasures to you. This sword is named Silver Moon Void Breaking Sword. Using the origin law of time can greatly enhance your attacks. This blade is named Golden Radiance Soul Severing Blade. Similarly, using the origin law of space can drive the secret patterns on its surface to erupt with terrifying attacks. However, when necessary, I hope you will not use these 2 treasures for now. Wait until you break through to Undying before talking about it. After all, heavy treasures are items that even champion-level Undying crave. After simply stating the names of these 2 heavy treasures, Lord of Ganwu looked at Shen Chen in front of him with a solemn expression. Hearing Lord of Ganwu's words, Shen Chen nodded. Since he could not refuse, he would accept it calmly. These 2 heavy treasures are still very precious. I will go to the primitive mystical region immediately to hand them to you personally. In the primitive mystical region, the manor where Shen Chen resided. When Lord of Ganwu arrived, the faces of the guard army were filled with awe. After all, they did not often have the opportunity to see a universe exalt level figure. Thinking of this, they felt even more honored, as they were serving as the guard army for Your Highness Shen Chen. After receiving the 2 heavy treasures from Lord of Ganwu, Shen Chen bowed respectfully to Lord of Ganwu. He knew the value of heavy treasures very well. Lord of Ganwu looked at Shen Chen below, his face filled with helplessness. If it were the previous him, he would definitely have been able to give his disciple very good treasures, but unfortunately, now, even if he lowered his face, he could only get 2 ordinary heavy treasures. Although they were very suitable for Shen Chen, Lord of Ganwu still felt that he had let him down. After all, Shen Chen's talent could be said to be ranked among the top in the history of the entire human race. Good disciple, you must work hard. In addition to these 2 heavy treasures, I will transfer 10 billion points to you. Lord of Ganwu continued, looking at Shen Chen. For Lord of Ganwu, 10 billion points were nothing at all. He was a high-level exalt who had walked out of the ancient era of humanity. He even held a small share in the Virtual Universe Corporation. He was a true veteran. Hearing that Lord of Ganwu was going to transfer 10 billion points to him, Shen Chen's eyes immediately lit up. After all, he was not lacking in anything now. What he lacked was points. The golden horned beast's cultivation of the origin world had only reached a 6-fold amplitude. But just to finish cultivating the 2nd layer, he was exactly short of 10 billion points. Luo Feng in the original work was also like this. Many thanks, teacher. Shen Chen did not hesitate and continued to thank him. After Lord of Ganwu nodded gently, his entire body disappeared. However, what Lord of Ganwu and Shen Chen did not know was that a clone of Primordial Chaos City Lord, who was stationed in the primitive mystical region, was also watching the 2 of them. That guy. Teacher Ganwu is already in debt so many times, yet he still prepared 2 heavy treasures for Shen Chen. Primordial Chaos City Lord sat in charge of the entire primitive mystical region. Plus, after Shen Chen returned from the Shuiluo continent, he had also been watching Shen Chen intentionally or unintentionally, and coupled with the strong aura of Lord of Ganwu. He, who was stationed in the primordial universe, also had his attention drawn by Teacher Ganwu. Then, a hint of thought flashed in the eyes of Primordial Chaos City Lord. After all, Shen Chen was also his disciple. It made no sense to only let Lord of Ganwu provide treasures. Although he had previously given Shen Chen a set of secret techniques worth 100 billion points. But looking at Shen Chen's harvest in the Shuiluo continent, he needed more than just that. Just when Primordial Chaos City Lord was still thinking, Shen Chen had already decided to break through to the Territory Lord rank. In the manor where Shen Chen resided. Because he had the experience of the Golden Horned Beast clone before, Shen Chen had absolutely no pressure when breaking through. A life core formed in his mind. His entire aura was further enhanced, reaching the Territory Lord rank. And the virtual universe also sensed that Shen Chen had broken through for the first time, and immediately adjusted his information to Territory Lord of the primitive mystical region. Soon, a team of law enforcement officers came to confirm whether Shen Chen had really broken through. Congratulations to Your Highness Shen Chen for breaking through to the Territory Lord realm. Do you need us to send over a nutrient pod? After the leading law enforcement captain confirmed that Shen Chen had broken through to the Territory Lord rank, he looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said. Shen Chen nodded at this. In addition to the nutrient pod, there is a second matter. That is, according to the rules of our Virtual Universe Corporation for cultivating geniuses, after Your Highness reaches the Territory Lord rank, you must be sent out. According to convention, you are generally sent to your hometown. Then, this deacon continued to look at Shen Chen and said. After hearing what the deacon said, Shen Chen frowned. And the deacon hesitated after seeing Shen Chen's expression. Shen Chen had never thought about how long he would stay at the Territory Lord rank. With the speed of the Golden Horned Beast clone and the Chronos Thunder Beast clone in comprehending the origin law of space and the origin law of time, he was currently able to pass the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge. After researching for a period of time and passing the 16th level, he could go and clear the Territory Lord rank Primitive Heavenly Mountain, obtain 3 billion points, and then break through directly to the World Lord realm. After all, in the Virtual Universe Corporation, the resources obtained by a World Lord in the primitive mystical region were the most abundant. Shen Chen, what are your thoughts? And just at this moment, a voice entered his mind. Hearing this familiar voice, Shen Chen immediately understood that it was clearly Primordial Chaos City Lord who was paying attention to him. Then, Shen Chen did not hesitate at all and stated his thoughts. Your idea is correct. The rules for ordinary geniuses being sent out are indeed not applicable to you. After all, your talent has already spread. Knowing that other hostile races want to assassinate you, our human race is not that rigid. How about this? You don't have to stay in the primitive mystical region during the Territory Lord rank stage. And you don't need to execute any missions outside. However, life and death training during the World Lord rank stage is still very necessary. Primordial Chaos City Lord also waved his hand, directly exempting Shen Chen from the mission of being sent out. Many thanks, teacher, Shen Chen said happily at this. Shen Chen's idea was to take advantage of the time spent comprehending the origin law during the Territory Lord rank stage to meet his family in reality properly. He had never forgotten why he had become strong. Moreover, in these 100+ years, his family had developed quite a bit. Among them, several geniuses had also been born. Chapter 92, Massive Investment. The true explanation of treasure refining scheme. Since it was an order personally issued by the Primordial Chaos City Lord, the black-robed deacons did not dare to say anything more about it. In any case, one could still comprehend laws and enter the virtual universe to challenge the Heavenly Bridge within the Ganwu Universe country. It is time to meet the geniuses of my Shen family in reality. Shen Chen thought to himself that after all these years, he had either been in the primordial universe or staying on the Shuiluo continent. Although he could see those clansmen in the Virtual Universe Corporation, it was not the same as meeting them in reality. Soon, Shen Chen left the primitive mystical region with his guards. Lanyu Planet, Black Dragon Mountain Star Domain, Ganwu Universe Country. This was one of the main gathering places for the Shen family in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Of course, only those living on Earth could be considered the true main line of the Shen family. However, for convenience, the various members of the Shen family gathered here. Soon, spaceships arrived one after another on Lanyu Planet, all bearing the emblem of the Shen family. Members of the Shen family stepped down from these spaceships one by one. Over 170 years of development had led to an explosive growth in the number of Shen family members. Even counting only the direct descendants, the number had reached 10,000. After all, the population grew larger as time went on. Great-grandfather, old ancestor, old ancestor. Hearing the titles from the young people below, Shen Chen shook his head, completely unsurprised. After all, with 170 years having passed, he was indeed their ancestor. The current Shen family could be considered a true upstart in the Ganwu Universe country. After all, the mere identity of being a personal disciple of the Lord of Ganwu was enough to make those noble families treat them with caution. Furthermore, Shen Chen's performance within the Virtual Universe Corporation was truly terrifying. Chengfeng, Chengyun, have you both broken through to the territory lord rank? After shaking his head, Shen Chen turned his gaze to Shen Chengfeng and Shen Chengyun. Shen Chengfeng and Shen Chengyun were very excited, as they hadn't seen Shen Chen in reality for a long time. The aura on both of them had also reached the territory lord rank. However, it was still not comparable to Shen Chen's, as Shen Chen had soaked in nutrient baths and reached the 9th stage of the territory lord rank. Coupled with the fact that Shen Chen had undergone fusion with blood river crystals, his aura was even more terrifying. However, what made Shen Chen happy was that Shen Chengyun's aptitude had also improved, reaching the red level. The same as Shen Chengzhou. This made Shen Chen happy, but there was still a hint of doubt in his heart. Could it be that Shen Chengyun's artifact refining skills had advanced again? With a hint of doubt, Shen Chen focused his gaze on Shen Chengyun. Dad, I am already able to refine Tier 5 force weapons. Seeing Shen Chen's inquisitive look, Shen Chengyun patted his chest and declared proudly. Upon hearing what Shen Chengyun said, a trace of surprise appeared on Shen Chen's face. To be able to refine a Tier 5 force weapon while only at the territory lord rank means that Shen Chengyun has also comprehended the origin law. Otherwise, he would never be able to forge a Tier 5 force weapon. And to forge it while exceeding his rank at that. It seems Chengyun is indeed a genius in the field of weapon refining. Shen Chen pondered for a moment. Chengyun, Dad doesn't have much to give you, but I have secured an artifact refining secret manual called Divine Weapon Refining for you. I have also found a mentor in the field of artifact refining for you in the Ganwu secret region. He is also an undying spiritual god, and after learning of your artifact refining skills, he agreed to take you as his disciple. And this secret manual called Divine Weapon Refining contains refining methods for everything from Army Lord rank divine weapons to champion rank divine weapons. After thinking for a while, Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengyun in front of him and said. Soon, Shen Chengyun's intelligent life form received a notification. Looking at the secret technique in the virtual universe and the email sent by an undying spiritual god, his face showed astonishment. Invest in Red Aptitude Clansman Shen Chengyun with Divine Weapon Refining, 1000x return, received true explanation of treasure refining. Upon hearing the notification sound in his mind, a smile flashed across Shen Chen's face. Afterwards, he turned his gaze to the other clansmen with purple aptitude. Then, he spent quite a few points to purchase some treasures for them. Teach Purple Aptitude Clansman Shen Chengfeng the Origin Law of Earth, 100x return, received cultivation experience for the Origin Law of Earth. Invest in Purple Aptitude Clansman Shen Qihong with a Tier 5 Force Weapon, 100x return, received an Undying Divine Weapon. Invest in Purple Aptitude Clansman Shen Chenglong with a Tier 5 Force Weapon, 100x return, received an Undying Divine Weapon. Invest in Purple Aptitude Clansman Shen Yonghai with Analysis of Gold, 100x return, received Ruins Gold Secret Manual. Currently, there are 6 clansmen with purple aptitude and 2 clansmen with red aptitude in the Shen family. However, it is a pity that most of them are still at the universe rank and territory lord rank, so even the resources provided by the 100x return are not of much use to them at the moment. At most, they can be sold for money to exchange for cultivation resources for the Golden Horned Beast clone and the Chronos Thunder Beast clone. However, Shen Chen plans to stay in the Shen family for a while, and by accumulating little by little. Shen Chen feels that securing the resources needed for the second level of the Golden Horned Beast's origin world should not be a big problem. However, what surprised Shen Chen the most was the secret technique returned from investing in Shen Chengyun. True explanation of treasure refining. A secret technique that records how to refine heavy treasures. Moreover, Chengyun is also suitable for this path. After all, in the universe, the importance of heavy treasures and supreme treasures to the strong need not be stated. For the second clone of my Golden Horned Beast, should I get a clone that can assist me in artifact refining? After all, any random heavy treasure can be exchanged for 10 trillion Hunyuan. This is definitely a great help to the development of the Shen family. Let's do it this way, study it well. The golden horned beast clone will study the origin law of space, the Chronos Thunder beast clone will study the origin law of time, and I will secure another clone to study how to refine heavy treasures. Calculating this way, I still have one clone slot left. I will think about it after my human main body reaches the World Lord rank. Shen Chen determined the direction of his development. Virtual universe, on the peak of Thunder Island. In the palace of the primordial Chaos City Lord, Shen Chen walked in respectfully. Looking at Shen Chen below, a trace of doubt flashed across the primordial Chaos City Lord's face. He did not know why Shen Chen had come to see him this time. However, since it was the first time Shen Chen had come to him with a matter, the primordial Chaos City Lord intended to help Shen Chen as long as it did not violate his principles. Teacher, this disciple has a matter to ask for teacher's help. Then, Shen Chen looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord in front of him respectfully and said. The primordial Chaos City Lord nodded as he looked at Shen Chen, signaling him to continue. This disciple has recently become quite interested in artifact refining, and this disciple would like to request teacher's help in securing a special life form clone that is suitable for refining treasures. Shen Chen did not hesitate at all. Upon hearing what Shen Chen said, a trace of astonishment flashed across the primordial Chaos City Lord's face. Obviously, he had not expected Shen Chen to change so quickly. Do you know that your talent is the most top-tier genius born in our human race in the last million eras? You are a genius that appears once in 100 million eras. There is absolutely no need to waste your talent on researching how to refine treasures. The primordial Chaos City Lord was somewhat inclined to refuse at this moment. Teacher, the clone I want to secure is Lihuo Mountain. Chapter 93, Soul-Type Treasure. Life Soul Bead. Lihuo Mountain Gestation. Shen Chen looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord in front of him with a calm expression. Upon hearing what Shen Chen said, the primordial Chaos City Lord fell silent. He had not expected that the third clone Shen Chen would choose was actually Lihuo Mountain. It seems he has truly done his research. The massive divine body of Lihuo Mountain is absolutely considered a top-tier existence among special lifeforms. Second only to the ancestral star tree and the world tree. Within their human race, there have been others who chose this powerful divine body, such as venerable ancestral tree. Your golden horned beast clone, as well as that special thunder attribute beast clone, what level has their life gene hierarchy reached now? However, the primordial Chaos City Lord still wanted to ask about Shen Chen's other clones. Teacher, my golden horned beast clone's life gene hierarchy has reached 9,000 times, and the Chronos Thunder beast clone has reached 5,500 times. Shen Chen did not hide anything regarding this and said it directly. After hearing what Shen Chen said, even with the primordial Chaos City Lord's high status, he could not help but sigh inwardly that he had truly taken on a heaven-defying disciple. One must know that the limit below the Universe Lord is a 100-fold life gene hierarchy. Many Universe Overlords are like this. Only after reaching the breakthrough to Universe Lord is there a possibility of raising the life gene hierarchy to the limit. But that also requires spending a lot of resources. For example, the primordial Chaos City Lord spent an unknown amount of resources to reach the 10,000-fold life gene hierarchy. But Shen Chen is only at the Territory Lord rank right now, and his golden horned beast clone has already reached 9,000 times. Not to mention that he still has another terrifying clone. The life gene hierarchy of Lihuo Mountain is lower than that of the ancestral Star Tree and the World Tree, at only 3,000 times. Your golden horned beast clone started with a 1,000-fold life gene hierarchy. I think you could gestate a world tree. There is no need to fixate on Lihuo Mountain. After all, for the world tree, our human race has ways to help you obtain its branches and leaves. The primordial Chaos City Lord became more and more excited as he spoke. If Shen Chen really managed to secure a world tree as a clone, then for the human race, they would truly possess an incomparably terrifying top-tier universe overlord. Teacher, my second clone seeks the path of crafting treasures, and its talent is very strong. Even if the life gene hierarchy of Lihuo Mountain cannot compare to the world tree, I have confidence that I will raise it in the future. However, at this moment, Shen Chen remained firm in his choice. His current authorization level is very high, allowing him to clearly look up the innate secret techniques of the World Tree and Lihuo Mountain. The innate secret technique of the World Tree is controlling space-time, similar to a universe lord. And one of Lihuo Mountain's innate secret techniques is burning flame soul tempering. As long as some weapons stay inside Lihuo Mountain for a long time, there is a high probability of raising their grade. Moreover, the terrifying flames that Lihuo Mountain itself carries are the perfect choice for forging weapons. After hearing what Shen Chen said, the primordial Chaos City Lord knew he could not dissuade this disciple. After all, geniuses are all proud, and he had his own ideas. Furthermore, what Shen Chen said was correct. For Shen Chen, the World Tree and Lihuo Mountain actually do not differ much. In the future, by spending resources, he could actually raise the life gene hierarchy of Lihuo Mountain. For ordinary universe lifeforms, a 100-fold life gene hierarchy is the limit. But for special lifeforms with a life gene hierarchy above 100 times, they can be raised by spending resources. Although the resource consumption is very high. Fine, I will convince other existences to help you secure some Lihuo Mountain life materials. At this moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord nodded and agreed directly. Previously, he asked about the life gene hierarchy of Shen Chen's Golden Horned Beast and the Chronos Thunder Beast to make it easier to convince other universe lords of the human race. He did not have the life materials of Lihuo Mountain, but the human race treasury did. But after all, it is a special life material with a 3,000-fold life gene hierarchy, and its value can be measured in treasure points. If it were to be bestowed upon a genius for free, it would require a joint decision among the universe lords. Of course, he would not reveal exactly what level the life gene hierarchy of Shen Chen's Golden Horned Beast was at. Just mentioning it briefly would suffice. After all, the talent Shen Chen has displayed now is enough for them to agree. This treasure is an ordinary soul-type treasure. It is for the top geniuses of my human race. Even if they self-destruct, they must absolutely not be enslaved by the souls of other alien races. Of course, this soul-type treasure must never be exposed, otherwise some universe exalt-level existences will also be jealous. After pondering for a while, the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen in front of him and said. A phantom image of a treasure appeared in his hand. After hearing what the primordial Chaos City Lord said, Shen Chen's eyes lit up. An ordinary soul-type treasure. Although the primordial Chaos City Lord's tone was very casual, how could Shen Chen not know the value of a soul-type treasure? Even universe exalts desperately crave a treasure of this level. The value of an ordinary soul-type treasure is between 36 and 120 treasure points. Thank you, teacher. Subsequently, Shen Chen expressed his gratitude to the primordial Chaos City Lord. The primordial Chaos City Lord waved his hand. This treasure was from his own collection, not taken from the race treasury. Because in Shen Chen, he truly saw a future pillar of the human race. 3 days later, in the primitive mystical region, Shen Chen returned here again. This time, he received from the hands of the primordial Chaos City Lord a fire-red crystal and a white bead emitting a special aura. Life Soul Bead, an ordinary soul-type treasure. Lihuo Mountain Life Materials. Looking at the two treasures in his hands, Shen Chen was filled with joy. He looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord in front of him with a happy face. The primordial Chaos City Lord, wearing golden battle armor, looked at Shen Chen's display and shook his head, a smile appearing on his face. He saw the shadow of KD in Shen Chen. Previously, he was too fair, which resulted in not giving KD very good life-saving treasures. And Shen Chen's talent is even more heaven-defying than KD's, so this time, the primordial Chaos City Lord made an exception and gave Shen Chen an ordinary soul-type treasure worth dozens of treasure points. Of course, it was also because that teacher of his, the Lord of Ganwu, who had a lot of debt, could give Shen Chen 2 heavy treasures. How could he be any worse? Thank you, teacher. After saying goodbye to the primordial Chaos City Lord, Shen Chen happily left this place. Inside his internal world, Shen Chen tossed the fire-red crystal into the air, and the innate secret technique clone began to operate. A giant fire-red egg appeared in front of Shen Chen. 3 years. With the current terrifying life gene hierarchy of the golden horned beast, it only needs 3 years. Chapter 94, 10,000x gene level. Champion peak combat power. Must kill level genius. 3 years later. Inside the Ganwu secret region of the Ganwu universe country. Shen Chen, your talent is truly the highest I have seen in all these years, the Lord of Ganwu said, looking at Shen Chen below him with a sigh. You are almost grasping teleportation in the origin law of space. The origin law of time is similar, you are about to grasp a profound mystery. He truly understood what a real genius was. Shen Chen stood below, feeling no pride. With the golden horned beast and the Chronos thunder beast having fused so many blood river crystals, once they activated the Shuiluo power, even the 2 supreme origin laws felt within reach at all times. How could his progress not be fast? According to Shen Chen's own estimation, his current comprehension of the laws was enough to pass the 16th level of the universe heavenly bridge. This was comparable to some high-level Marquis Undying spiritual gods. Peak Marquis Undying spiritual gods were at the 17th level. Low-level King level immortal were at the 18th level. Over these 3+ years, both the Golden Horned Beast clone and the Chronos Thunder Beast clone had simultaneously broken through to the World Lord rank 9th stage. They had reached the peak of the World Lord rank. After all, Shen Chen had received 10 billion points from the Lord of Ganwu. He had acquired so many metal-type resources. Furthermore, the Golden Horned Beast's origin world had been cultivated to the major achievement of the 2nd level, reaching a 9x body amplification. This meant that once the current Golden Horned Beast went all out, 9x body amplification, 2x reinforcement from talent secret techniques, 1000x peak World Lord power from its origin, and 10x amplification from activating Shuiluo power. That was a total of 180,000 times the power of a World Lord. This had completely exceeded the divine body strength of a human king level immortal. One must know that the limit for human king level immortal is 10,000 to 100,000 times the power of a World Lord. However, champion peak generally have all grasped one of the profound mysteries of a supreme origin law. Of course, after the Golden Horned Beast clone and the Chronos Thunder Beast clone broke through successively during this period, they were able to fuse with more Blood River crystals. The Golden Horned Beast clone fused with 1000 Blood River crystals, and its life gene level reached 10,000x. The Chronos Thunder Beast clone fused with 923 Blood River crystals, and its life gene level reached 8000x. As for the internal world, it had reached a diameter of 1 billion kilometers. One should know that some very strong Golden Horned Beasts only reach a diameter of 100 million kilometers at the peak of the World Lord rank. Shen Chen's internal world was 10 times theirs. Of course, according to Shen Chen's estimation, once the Golden Horned Beast clone reached the perfect gene level of 10,081x, the internal world would be even more terrifying, just like Luo Feng in the original story, capable of reaching 1 trillion kilometers. However, what made Shen Chen feel helpless was that after reaching the 10,000x life gene level, the Golden Horned Beast seemed to have hit a bottleneck and could not break through any further. Teacher, I am prepared to challenge the universe heavenly bridge, Shen Chen said, looking at the Lord of Ganwu after thinking for a while. After passing the universe heavenly bridge, I will then challenge the territory Lord rank primitive heavenly mountain. At that time, I will break through to the World Lord rank. Indeed, with your strength, there is no need to hide anymore, the Lord of Ganwu said with a smile on his face. He was very curious to know what expressions his friends would have once they learned of his disciple's current strength. Subsequently, Shen Chen's consciousness entered the virtual universe. Universe Heavenly Bridge. Ba Fen was surprised to see Shen Chen arrive. Shen Chen, there is no one at the Universe Heavenly Bridge right now, Ba Fen said with a smile, looking at Shen Chen before him. Shen Chen nodded and walked straight into the Universe Heavenly Bridge. Seeing this, Ba Fen hurriedly sent out an email. In the end, several King-level Immortal and Universe Exalt arrived at the Heavenly Bridge plane together. Their gazes were all locked onto the Universe Heavenly Bridge. They wanted to know if Shen Chen could create a miracle again. The 14th level, the 15th level, the 16th level. In one go, Shen Chen passed 3 levels of the Heavenly Bridge. The permission to watch Shen Chen challenge the heavenly bridge had been raised, and even Universe Exalt did not have permission. So they could only look at the numbers on the heavenly bridge. To everyone's surprise, Shen Chen actually passed the 17th level of the Universe Heavenly Bridge. This meant that Shen Chen's comprehension of the laws was now comparable to some peak marquis. Too strong, and he is walking the path of cultivating both time and space, Zanyan King said with a sigh after watching this scene. Although his disciple Luo Feng had been making continuous progress lately and had entered the primitive mystical region, compared to Shen Chen, the gap was still too large. "Treat us, Teacher Ganwu, you must treat us," said Bei Ming Exalt, one of the Lord of Ganwu's good friends, and also the main person the Lord of Ganwu owed money to. "Ha ha ha, no problem, no problem," the Lord of Ganwu waved his hand. He could still afford some ordinary food settled in mixed element units. And he was truly happy today, he had shown his face again. "It seems I still underestimated myself. I am almost grasping one of the three great profound mysteries. My current comprehension of the laws is already close to champion level, the 17th level indeed cannot stop me. In a while, I will be able to pass the 18th level. Once I grasp one of the three great profound mysteries, I will have hope of passing the 19th level and the 20th level." Back in reality, Shen Chen thought to himself, with a look of surprise on his face. Clearly, he had a clear understanding of his own strength. It just so happened that Lihuo Mountain had also been gestated today. Starting from today, the Lihuo Mountain clone will focus on true explanation of treasure refining. The golden horned beast clone will work hard to try and fuse with blood river crystals, and the same goes for the Chronos thunder beast. As for my main body, after passing the territory lord rank primitive heavenly mountain and breaking through to the world lord rank, I will teach Cheng Zhou and Cheng Yun, striving to comprehend the two supreme origin laws to the level of profound mysteries. When that time comes, I can undergo life and death training. Shen Chen set his next plan in his heart. Subsequently, Shen Chen entered his internal world to observe the Lihuo mountain clone he had gestated. In a divine kingdom filled with terrifying aura. In the high and lofty divine palace, shrill roars rose and fell, and it was clear that there seemed to be terrifying things inside. At this moment, a figure entered this divine palace. "Master, I have already investigated. The must-kill level genius Shen Chen is currently still in the Ganwu universe country." After the figure entered the divine palace, he immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully to an undying spiritual god wearing black battle armor above. Shen Chen, must-kill level. Chapter 95, Champion Level Insights. The growth of the Shen family. 100 years of time passed leisurely. In the current Ganwu universe country, the Shen family could be considered a true upstart, backed by a highness from the Virtual Universe Corporation. Even some princely families had to avoid their sharp edge. What made those families even more alarmed was that there was more than one such highness. Although the Shen family's true genius did not carry out any external assignments, the second genius had been dispatched as a territory lord rank member from the highest beginning mythical region. Although he did not hold a position like inspector, he still held a very important post in the martial department. And what shocked them even more was that Inspector Luo Feng, a highness, was very familiar with the Shen family. They all came from the same planet. Ganwu secret region. Shen Chen stayed here. Before him was a terrifyingly massive mountain range. Even within the Ganwu secret region, it could be considered a dominant force. And this was precisely the third clone that Shen Chen had gestated, Lihuo Mountain. There is no need for the Lihuo Mountain clone to stay within my internal world, it can just stay here in the Ganwu secret region. Moreover, the body of Lihuo Mountain is simply too massive, but it can also separate into a flame incarnation to use for artifact refining. It just so happens that Shen Chengyun is also staying in the Ganwu secret region, so I will be able to teach him artifact refining experience at that time. Although he has a master, as his father, teaching my son artifact refining experience is surely quite normal, right? Shen Chen thought to himself, a smile appearing on his face. During these 100 years, this was indeed exactly what Shen Chen had done. Utilizing the earth fire possessed by Lihuo Mountain itself, along with its innate secret techniques, he forged weapons. Afterward, he separated an incarnation to teach Shen Chengyun how to refine weapons. Lihuo Mountain was truly worthy of being a terrifying special life form. Its insights into the origin law of fire and the origin law of space were simply too terrifying. And after several teaching sessions, it indeed returned a great deal of artifact refining experience to Shen Chen. Nowadays, Shen Chen's Lihuo Mountain clone was already able to refine ordinary marquis-level standard divine weapons. After all, Shen Chen's insights into the origin law of space and the origin law of time had long since reached the champion level. That's right, during these 100 years, Shen Chen had not just been refining weapons. After he had cleared the territory Lord rank primitive heavenly mountain, he directly chose to have his human original body breakthrough to the World Lord rank. He secured the status of a World Lord rank member of the primitive mystical region. Subsequently, with an unstoppable momentum, he directly cleared the 18th level of the universe heavenly bridge. Just at this moment, 3 figures appeared behind Shen Chen. They were Shen Chengfeng, Shen Chengyun, and Shen Chengzhou. Shen Chen's 3 sons and Zhong Ling already knew about Shen Chen possessing clones. After all, Shen Chen had always been using his Lihuo Mountain clone to teach Shen Chengyun. "Dad, you are too strong." Previously, those World Lord rank primitive mystical region members were all so arrogant and looked down on you. But Dad, after you cleared the 18th level of the universe heavenly bridge, they all went silent. At this moment, Shen Chengzhou looked at the Shen Chen in front of him with an excited face and said. He was also a territory lord rank member of the highest beginning mythical region and had a group of companions in Yushang Mountain. He naturally knew very well what expressions those arrogant world lord rank primitive mystical region members had after learning of his father's breakthrough. "It's nothing big." Shen Chen turned his head, looked at Shen Chengzhou, waved his hand, and said nonchalantly. Afterward, he looked solemnly at the 3 of them, Shen Chengfeng and the others. Seeing Shen Chen's expression, the 3 of them immediately straightened up. "This 10 million mixed element units is for you to use to develop the Shen family." As soon as Shen Chen finished saying this, notifications came from the Universe Galaxy bank accounts of Shen Chengfeng and Shen Chengyun. Each had received 5 million mixed element units. Looking at the 5 million mixed element units in their accounts, the pupils of Shen Chengfeng and Shen Chengyun widened. Such a fortune had already surpassed many army lord undying spiritual gods. Shen Chen didn't care about this at all. All this wealth was money he had obtained after refining treasures over the last 100 years and selling the treasures he obtained from investing in the geniuses of the Shen family. For the current Shen Chen, 10 million mixed element units meant nothing at all. After he had cleared the territory lord rank primitive heavenly mountain and the universe rank primitive heavenly mountain, he still had 3.1 billion points in the Virtual Universe Corporation. Moreover, in a while, he would go to clear the World Lord rank primitive heavenly mountain, which would be worth 100 billion points. Seeing Shen Chen's indifferent appearance, Shen Chengfeng and Shen Chengyun then happily accepted it. After all, the development of the Shen family indeed required a lot of wealth. Although they had received a lot of help from other families within the Ganwu universe country. But as the saying goes, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. The Shen family needed to cultivate its own powerhouses. After more than 270 years of development, with Shen Chen's support, the Shen family had indeed birthed quite a few powerhouses. For example, Shen Chengfeng and Shen Chengyun were both currently at the World Lord rank. And within the family, there were also 10 territory lord rank and over 500 universe rank members. These were the results obtained under the pouring of resources. Still, as the saying goes, geniuses are the most important. During these 100+ years, whenever I had time, I would explain domain, law, and bestow treasures on Lanyu planet. As long as more talent is discovered for my Shen family, I will absolutely not be stingy. Pass these words of mine down. Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengfeng and Shen Chengyun in front of him and continued. After hearing what Shen Chen said, Shen Chengfeng and Shen Chengyun nodded. During this time, they had indeed sensed Shen Chen's focus on the Shen family. Moreover, Shen Chen also encouraged the Shen family members to have more children to expand the Shen family's population. I will stay in the Gamu universe country for another 10 years. During this time, I will teach you, Chungyun, how to perceive the origin law of space and how to fully comprehend the origin law of fire. And Chengzhou, I will teach you about the origin law of time, striving for a chance to clear the 8th level of the Thunder Heavenly Bridge. Shen Chen decided to stay in the Gamu universe country for another 10 years, and then he would prepare to head to the outside territory battlefield. After all, currently, both his original body and clones had already reached the World Lord rank. If he wanted to increase his combat power again, he would inevitably have to visit the outside territory battlefield. Okay, Dad. At this moment, Shen Chungyun and Shen Chengzhou became excited. Shen Chungyun felt that he could improve his artifact refining experience again. After all, to refine undying divine weapons, he had to have deep insights into the origin law of space and the origin law of fire. As for Shen Chengzhou, he felt he could improve again. No one knew better than him how powerful Shen Chen's analysis of the origin law of time was. Chapter 96, Returning Treasures. Thunder Dragon Heavy Armor, Peak Champion Assassination. 10 years later, Gamu Universe Country, Black Dragon Mountain Star Domain, Lanyu Planet. On one of the Shen family's main life planets. Shen Chen looked at the Shen family members below with a smile, explaining various things about domains and laws. The geniuses of the Shen family below listened intently to their old ancestor. After all, such an opportunity was rare. Of course, what the Shen family geniuses looked forward to even more was that after every lecture, Shen Chen would take out many rare treasures to bestow upon them. True to their expectations, this time was no exception. Bestowing Shen Chengfeng with an undying rank blade, 100x return, Fengo rank blade. Bestowing Shen Qihong with an undying rank armor, 100x return, Fengo rank armor. Bestowing Shen Chenglong with an undying rank armor, 100x return, Fengo rank standard armor. Bestowing Shen Yonghai with an undying rank longsword, 100x return, Fengo rank longsword. Shen Chen took out 6 undying divine weapons and bestowed them upon the 6 Shen family clan members currently possessing purple aptitude. These 6 purple aptitude clan members were all geniuses who had comprehended origin laws at the astral rank or universe rank. Now, the lowest among them was at the territory lord rank. By bestowing them with undying divine weapons, they could barely drive them if they utilized origin laws. According to Shen Chen's estimation, they all had a sliver of hope of breaking through to undying. However, these Fengo rank treasures he invested and received returns on were not important to the current Shen Chen at all. He currently possessed 3 heavy treasures and 1 ordinary soul-type treasure. These Fengo rank divine weapons could only be sold to cultivate the Shen family. According to Shen Chen's estimation, these 6 Fengo rank treasures were worth over 10 million mixed element units. After shaking his head, Shen Chen turned his gaze to Shen Chengzhou and Shen Chungyun. These two were the main event of the day. After all, his 2 sons were both Red Aptitude clan members. They could provide 1000x returns. Moreover, the treasures he could bestow were not limited to the undying rank. Shen Chungyun had also comprehended the space origin law during this period, while Shen Chengzhou was even more remarkable. Under his guidance, he had already cleared the 8th level of the Heavenly Thunder Bridge. Although he was still at the bottom among the territory lord rank members of the highest beginning mythical region, his progress could be considered rapid, having already surpassed Rongjun, Wuka, and others. Chengzhou, this armor was crafted by me personally for you. You are going to carry out missions, and there is a high possibility that you will encounter alien races, and there will be dangers when executing missions. Its grade barely reaches the champion rank, and it is also the first champion rank treasure I have refined. Shen Chen took out an armor flickering with thunderous light and said, looking at Shen Chengzhou in front of him. At this moment, the geniuses in the Great Hall sighed after seeing this scene. They did not dare to covet it, as Shen Chengzhou was considered an elder to them. Dad, you are already able to refine champion rank armor. At this time, Shen Chungyun's focus was completely the opposite, with admiration in his eyes. To refine powerful treasures, one's own comprehension of laws must be strong. And my comprehension of the time origin law has also improved quite a bit during this period. Therefore, my realm in refining treasures has also broken through. Shen Chen smiled at this moment. Chungyun, you basically stay in the Ganwu secret region to refine treasures. I don't have any treasures to give you. This is the experience I have summarized in refining undying rank divine weapons. I will give it to you. Looking at Shen Chungyun in front of him, Shen Chen took out 3 large boxes from his world ring. Shen Chungyun opened the boxes to take a look, and saw that they were filled with books, all recording the experience of Shen Chen's Lihuo mountain clone when refining treasures. Shen Chungyun was thrilled as if he had obtained a treasure, and hurriedly put the 3 boxes away, as if afraid that Shen Chen would go back on his word. Shen Chen smiled at this, looking completely indifferent. At this moment, the notification sound in his mind rang out again. Bestowing Shen Chengzhou with champion rank armor, 1000x return, heavy treasure armor, thunder dragon heavy armor. Bestowing Shen Chungyun with a large amount of treasure refining experience, 1000x return, a large amount of heavy treasure refining experience. After hearing the notification sound from his mind, a smile also appeared on Shen Chen's face. Although he already had 1 heavy treasure armor, who would complain about having too many heavy treasures? Moreover, this time he also obtained a large amount of heavy treasure refining experience. It also jumped directly from Universe Exalt rank standard divine weapons to the heavy treasure rank. Of course, Shen Chen did not expect the current Lihuo mountain to be able to refine heavy treasures, as his realm had not improved after all. If he wanted to refine heavy treasures, Lihuo mountain would at least need to be promoted to an undying spiritual god, or raise Lihuo mountain's life gene level to the perfect gene level. Alright, as I said before, 10 years have passed. If you have anything, contact me through the virtual universe. After finishing this round of bestowals, Shen Chen was also prepared to leave. The geniuses below watched Shen Chen leave respectfully, and those Shen family members guarding outside were even more respectful. There was no other way. For these Shen family members, the current Shen Chen was the supreme old ancestor in the true sense, the pillar of their Shen family. Shen Chen looked at these Shen family members, a smile appearing on his face. Afterwards, he stepped into his F9 class spaceship. And just as his F9 class spaceship rushed out of Lanyu planet and was about to enter the dark universe, Shen Chen discovered that the surrounding space had been locked. Damn, I actually really encountered it. Shen Chen had heard the Lord of Ganwu and the primordial Chaos City Lord say several times that alien races would target geniuses of the human race for assassination. But after so many years, Shen Chen had never encountered it, so he didn't care at all. Coupled with the terrifying trump cards in Shen Chen's hands, Shen Chen didn't pay much attention to it. But he never thought that today, an alien race would actually want to assassinate him. In front of Shen Chen's F9 class spaceship, a figure appeared. It was a standard-looking dragon race powerhouse. The flame mark between his eyebrows symbolized that he had already obtained the approval of the Fire Origin Law. Ha ha ha, Your Highness Shen Chen. Go to hell. From the world ring in Nika's hand, a figure flew out. A terrifying aura from that figure directly enveloped the entire cosmic starry sky. Endless flames lingered around this figure. This was a 20-meter-tall being with dark red armor all over its body. There was a pair of dragon horns on its head, and on its arms and feet, there were trails of dragon scales. And at the center of its eyebrows was a silver-white mark. Shen Chen could recognize it at a glance. That was the mark of approval from the Space Origin Law. And this mark represented that this undying spiritual god had already comprehended space locking. Ha ha ha, Your Highness Shen Chen, it is precisely because of you that I was ostracized in the Ganwu secret region, but they couldn't have imagined it, right? Today, a genius like you will die because of me. Chapter 97, Golden Horned Beast Erupts. King-level immortal stunned. Nika's was a special class instructor within the Ganwu secret region. Back when Shen Chen displayed his might in the Ganwu secret region, it was he who looked down upon Shen Chen in front of many other special class instructors. After Shen Chen performed outstandingly and was taken as a disciple by the Lord of Ganwu, Nika's could no longer stay in the Ganwu secret region. After all, everyone knew Nika's attitude toward Shen Chen, not to mention Shen Chen's status. Furthermore, Nika's had always had a bad attitude and a fiery temper, so the students in the Ganwu secret region rarely sought guidance from him. Thus, Nika's was dismissed. But no one expected that this guy, Nika's, had long been working for the insect race. Whenever there was a famous genius in the Ganwu secret region, he would basically leak their information to the insect race. Although there weren't many famous geniuses in the Ganwu secret region to begin with. However, after Shen Chen's sudden emergence this time, Nika's received orders from the insect race. During this period, he had been constantly collecting information on Shen Chen. After all, Shen Chen was always staying in the Ganwu secret region or running back and forth to the Shen family. It was very easy to obtain information. Who are you? At this moment, when Shen Chen heard Nika's blocking the path, a trace of confusion flashed across his face. He did not understand who this guy was. Upon hearing Shen Chen's question, Nika's became even more furious, not expecting that he was so insignificant in Shen Chen's eyes. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, he was the Lord of Ganwu's disciple. But today you are going to die. After Nika's finished speaking, he looked respectfully toward the king-level immortal beside him. This king-level immortal was his old ancestor, and it was precisely because he had leaked information that he had been enslaved by the insect races. Soul on the outside territory battlefield. Old ancestor, it's him. Kill him and complete the adult's mission. Nika said, looking at Mora beside him. At this moment, Mora also fixed his gaze on Shen Chen. He then slapped Nika's, who was beside him, to death. This time, a king-level immortal had been dispatched to assassinate Shen Chen, and since this was the territory of the Lord of Ganwu, Mora had no intention of returning alive. At this moment, a terrifying law domain erupted from Mora's body, enveloping the entire starry sky. In his heart, he didn't care about Shen Chen at all. After all, he was only a world lord, while he was a king-level immortal. Even using just his law domain would be enough. However, at this very moment, a terrifying mountain world appeared in the starry sky. The terrifying world power and the law domain collided continuously. Mora's eyes widened. He was a king-level immortal. Yet today, his law domain was actually suppressed by a world projection. Just how massive was this guy's internal world? And at this moment, an incomparably massive giant beast appeared in the starry sky. The current golden horned beast's divine body had already reached 90,000 kilometers in height. Appearing suddenly in the starry sky, it looked down at Mora below as if looking at an ant. It was impossible to tell who was the king-level immortal and who was the world lord between them. Damn it, this is a world lord. Mora's eyes widened, and he looked at the golden horned beast in front of him with disbelief. One must know that some peak world lord level golden horned beasts were only 1,000 kilometers long, yet the golden horned beast in front of him was 90,000 kilometers long. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the golden horned beast roared toward the sky, and its body began to shrink continuously. But the aura on its body kept expanding. The surrounding void realm seemed unable to bear the current golden horned beast. The golden horned beast's origin world secret technique had already been cultivated to the second layer major achievement, allowing it to shrink or expand by 9 times. After shrinking 9 times, the golden horned beast's combat power directly increased by 9 times. Afterward, blood-colored patterns continuously appeared on the golden horned beast's body, forming terrifying beast god roaring images. After driving the Shuiluo power, the aura on the golden horned beast became even more terrifying. And it wasn't over yet. The law secret patterns on the 5 golden horns on the golden horned beast's head erupted continuously, and its innate secret technique, reinforcement, was activated. With a base of 1,000 times World Lord power, driving the Shuiluo power provided a 10-fold amplification. The Origin World provided a 9-fold amplification, and the innate secret technique, reinforcement, provided a 2-fold amplification. The Golden Horned Beast now possessed a full 180,000 times World Lord power, far exceeding that of an ordinary human peak king-level immortal. Today, let me see the combat power of the Golden Horned Beast clone. Inside the spaceship, Shen Chen watched the Golden Horned Beast outside, his face full of excitement. As a disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord, his clearance level allowed him to understand what exactly a champion powerhouse meant. Champion powerhouses, like marquee level ones, were divided into champion initial, champion advanced, and champion peak. And those who possessed physical amplification secret techniques, soul amplification secret techniques, or self-created peak secret techniques. These king-level immortals could all unleash champion limit combat power. As for champion invincible, it was a terrifying champion achieved through many fortuitous encounters combined with one's own abilities. Some of these champion powerhouses could even contend against a universe exalt. Original work. Currently, Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone had reached 180,000 times World Lord power, which could barely be considered champion limit. Although it was the weakest champion limit combat power. After the roar, the Shuiluo power directly erupted on the golden horned beast's claws. In an instant, it swiped its claw, and the entire universe void realm seemed to be torn apart. Space turbulence erupted, and the golden horned beast clone and Mora, this champion peak, were directly pulled into the space turbulence. Rumble. For a time, the golden horned beast clone and Mora collided continuously. Damn it, what kind of intelligence is this? The human upper echelons are too crazy, actually arranging such a terrifying guardian beast for him. Damn it. At this moment, Mora, who was constantly fighting against the golden horned beast in the space turbulence, was cursing incessantly. A champion peak capable of lurking within the human race was simply too rare. Therefore, the insect race basically treated him as a hidden asset. If it weren't for the appearance of Shen Chen, this human genius who appears once in hundreds of millions of eras, the insect race would never have used such a sleeper agent. But even the insect race probably didn't expect this, right? Shen Chen actually possessed such a terrifying golden horned beast clone. One must know that the reason Luo Feng's golden horned beast clone reached champion peak combat power was because he could use the king armor, which granted him 100,000 times World Lord power. Damn it, the profound mystery I comprehended is lockdown. And this golden horned beast's comprehension of the space law has also reached the champion level. Damn it, damn it. At this moment, inside the space turbulence, Mora, who couldn't run away and couldn't win, continued to curse. And the golden horned beast opposite him did not hold back at all, erupting continuously. However, it was a pity that even the current golden horned beast clone could not kill a champion peak in a short time. Just at this moment, Shen Chen smiled and threw out a suit of armor. It cut through the void realm and entered into the space turbulence. Chapter 98, 1.18 million times World Lord power. Obliterating a champion immortal's divine body. Teacher Ganwu's shock. Thunder Dragon heavy armor. A piece of armor type heavy treasure. It was a heavy treasure returned to Shen Chen after he had previously bestowed it upon Shen Chunzhou. Shen Chen had also learned the information regarding this heavy treasure. With 3 secret patterns, it was a top-tier heavy treasure. It was 1 level higher than the heavy treasure armor previously given by Palace Master Tianxi. After all, the streamer imperial armor given by the Palace Master only had 2 secret patterns. However, whether it's the streamer imperial armor or the Thunder Dragon heavy armor, neither can be used by my human original body. To activate the first secret pattern of the Thunder Dragon heavy armor, 1000 times World Lord power is required, and it grants the user 10,000 times World Lord power. At the same time, it weakens 90% of physical attacks from a peak king level immortal. To activate the second secret pattern, 10,000 times World Lord power is required, granting the user 100,000 times World Lord power. It also weakens 90% of physical attacks from a limit king level immortal. To activate the third secret pattern, 100,000 times World Lord power is required, granting the user 1,000,000 times World Lord power. It can weaken 90% of physical attacks and soul attacks from a limit king level immortal. A heavy treasure that can weaken soul attacks is truly a top-tier heavy treasure. After all, the king armor Luo Feng used back then could grant him 100,000 times World Lord power. Yet that king armor was far from being called a heavy treasure, it could only be considered a special treasure. Shen Chen thought to himself, but at that moment, he could feel a terrifying existence approaching through the space layers. Shen Chen. At this time, the Lord of Ganwu's voice had already reached Shen Chen's mind. Subsequently, the Lord of Ganwu arrived beside Shen Chen in an instant, looking at him with a face full of worry. However, his worry soon turned into bewilderment because he discovered that Shen Chen was perfectly fine. Previously, to ensure Shen Chen wasn't assassinated, the Lord of Ganwu had given him a token. When Shen Chen encountered the assassination attempt, he immediately crushed that token, as he too was afraid of any accidents. But now it seemed it wasn't necessary. At this moment, the Lord of Ganwu turned his gaze toward the spatial turbulence. Within the spatial turbulence, the golden horned beast had donned the thunder dragon heavy armor. In an instant, the golden horned beast seemed to change color, its entire body covered in blue armor. Terrifying lightning power continuously erupted from its body. In Shen Chen's estimation, the thunder dragon heavy armor was clearly very suitable for the Chronos Thunder Beast. However, the Chronos Thunder Beast's combat strength wasn't enough to drive the 3 secret patterns to confront a Peak King level immortal, so he didn't let it join the battle. Roar, roar, roar. After activating the 3 secret patterns, the Golden Horned Beast's current power reached 1.18 million times World Lord power. The terrifying power struck Mora's body, directly causing damage to his divine body. How is this possible? A heavy treasure. You actually have a heavy treasure. At this moment, Mora was full of disbelief. As a Peak King level immortal, he had seen many heavy treasures in the outside territory battlefield. But what kind of existences are those who hold heavy treasures? Those are experts even among the limit champion. They are close to being invincible king. Yet now, he actually saw a heavy treasure on a World Lord rank Golden Horned Beast. With the protection of a heavy treasure, even his self-detonation wouldn't affect it. Moreover, his target this time wasn't the Golden Horned Beast, but the human genius Shen Chen. Unfortunately, the Golden Horned Beast, which had now reached limit champion combat strength, would not give him time to think. Bang, bang, bang. Collision sounds continuously erupted within the spatial turbulence. Mora, this Peak King level immortal, was being completely ravaged by the Golden Horned Beast clone. His divine body was continuously being damaged, and soon Mora only had 50% of his divine body left. At this moment, his consciousness began to weaken. He knew very well that even if he self-detonated this time, he wouldn't be able to harm this Golden Horned Beast clone in the slightest. I am not reconciled. Subsequently, Mora chose to self-detonate. Rumble. If it were on the outside territory battlefield, the self-detonation of 50% of a Peak King level's divine body would be enough to instantly collapse hundreds of millions of kilometers of space. Unfortunately, standing next to Shen Chen was a space venerable. The Lord of Ganwu shook his head upon seeing this and pressed down with his hand. That terrifying power was directly locked down, finding no way to be released. Mora's final remaining consciousness fell into even deeper despair. Following that, his consciousness completely perished. As expected, trying to kill a king-level immortal is truly too difficult, let alone a Peak King level immortal. On the spaceship, Shen Chen could also see that scene, so he was somewhat sighing at this moment. To easily kill a Peak King level immortal, one would at least need to be an invincible king. Or a limit champion expert close to being invincible king. However, Shen Chen was already very satisfied. After all, the Golden Horned Beast clone had ground away 50% of his undying divine body. The massive Golden Horned Beast clone flew out of the spatial turbulence and arrived outside the spaceship. The Thunder Dragon heavy armor on its body flickered with terrifying bolts of lightning, as if it could tear through the void realm of the universe. Shen Chen, this. At this moment, the Lord of Ganwu looked at this terrifying beast with some thoughts in his mind. Was such a terrifying beast a trump card given to Shen Chen by the primordial Chaos City Lord? However, what shocked the Lord of Ganwu even more was that the Golden Horned Beast actually spoke. "Teacher, I am Shen Chen." The Golden Horned Beast spoke. Since the Lord of Ganwu had already arrived, Shen Chen had no intention of hiding it from him. After all, the Lord of Ganwu was always his teacher, and he had previously given him 2 heavy treasures. This. Even the Lord of Ganwu was shocked into speechlessness at this moment. A peak World Lord rank golden horned beast that could force a peak king level immortal to self-detonate was his disciple. He then looked at Shen Chen beside him, his face full of shock. Seeing the shock on the Lord of Ganwu's face, Shen Chen smiled and nodded. Gulp, gulp. Even with the Lord of Ganwu's heart nature, he couldn't help but swallow hard. But soon, a smile appeared on the Lord of Ganwu's face. After all, the Shen Chen before him was his disciple. The stronger the disciple, did it not mean his teacher Ganwu lineage was becoming stronger and stronger? And if Shen Chen continued to develop like this, he would surely be a top-tier universe overlord in the future. At this thought, teacher Ganwu became even more excited. Good job, Shen Chen. I knew my disciple was no ordinary person. A golden horned beast with a 1000-fold life gene level, capable of killing a peak king level immortal at the peak world lord rank. Ha ha ha, I'll definitely take a good look at those guys' faces in the future. In the Lord of Ganwu's heart, forcing a peak king level immortal to self-detonate was no different from killing them. At this moment, the golden horned beast had returned to its original state. The Thunder Dragon heavy armor was retracted by Shen Chen's original body, and the Shuiluo power was no longer being driven, so the Lord of Ganwu could easily see the golden horned beast's life gene level. I see that your golden horned beast can further increase its life gene level by driving Shuiluo power. But I think it should have reached its limit by now, right? I know of a treasure in the Ganwu secret region that can help you increase it once more. I'll find an opportunity to get it for you. The Lord of Ganwu patted Shen Chen's shoulder and said, "Thank you, teacher." Hearing what the Lord of Ganwu said, a hint of pleasant surprise appeared on Shen Chen's face. Chapter 99, Outside Territory Battlefield. Black Warrior, tenfold gene multiplier. He watched the departing figure of the Lord of Ganwu. A look of curiosity was on Shen Chen's face. He was very curious about what the special treasure the Lord of Ganwu mentioned was. After all, his golden horned beast clone had already reached the 10,000-fold life gene level, and ordinary blood river crystals were no longer enough to make it evolve further. Moreover, with Shen Chen's clearance level, it wasn't as if he hadn't tried to exchange for a drop of blood of the beast god. However, that drop of blood of the beast god was exactly the same as the previous blood river crystals for the golden horned beast. Reaching the perfect life gene level in the current universe was more than just a little bit difficult. I hope the treasure my teacher got can help me complete that final step. After shaking his head, Shen Chen stopped dwelling on the matter. Shen Chen knew very well that by relying on his creation treasure tree, it was still possible for his clone to reach the perfect life gene level in the future. After shaking his head, Shen Chen entered his F9 grade spaceship. Since that peak champion Undying had come with a death wish, Shen Chen hadn't gained any spoils of war at all. Soon, Shen Chen's spaceship entered the dark universe. Earth calendar, year 2365. Scarlet Dragon Star, one of the 8 major logistics bases in human territory. A terrifying man-made planet with a diameter of 1.08 million kilometers, it was a military base in the truest sense. A large number of cosmic armies passed through this planet to head to the outside territory battlefield. And today, Shen Chen had also arrived here. On the spaceship docking platform of Scarlet Dragon Star, Shen Chen's F9 grade spaceship was parked. When a guide saw a world lord walking down from an F9 grade spaceship, his eyes lit up. For a world lord to own a spaceship of this grade, he was truly extraordinary. His background must be very deep. Go forward 3,000 kilometers through this passage, and you'll reach the assembly point. The guide didn't dare to be negligent and spoke while looking at Shen Chen. Shen Chen looked at him, nodded, and headed deep into the passage. When Shen Chen arrived, the group had just finished gathering. One could only say that Shen Chen's luck was quite good. Soon, Shen Chen completed the decoration ceremony. As expected, World Lord Warrior. Looking at his rank, Shen Chen wasn't surprised in the slightest. However, the other world lords showed surprise in their eyes. Everyone, quiet. You will be transported to the outside territory battlefield in a moment. Our human race has a total of 11 outside territory battlefields, and you are going to the 6th battlefield. The Undying wearing blue battle armor glanced at Shen Chen, quickly regained his composure, and spoke to them indifferently. After hearing what this Undying said, the World Lords began to discuss among themselves. The 6th battlefield. The average mortality rate is 95.8%. However, the mortality rate doesn't mean much for World Lords and Undying. After all, much of the mortality rate is built up by those at the Universe rank and Territory Lord rank. Shen Chen thought to himself. After a short while, Shen Chen's figure appeared in the World Lord camp. Clearly, a World Lord warrior still attracted the attention of many squads. In a meat grinder like the outside territory battlefield, having a powerful teammate was no different from having a life-saving charm. Shen Chen looked at the Undying squads that came to recruit him, but he had nothing to say. Since he had come to the outside territory battlefield, he needed to complete the military merit requirements assigned to him by the military system. 1 billion military merits. Only after completing 1 billion military merits could he choose to leave the military system. It's a pity that the requirement the Virtual Universe Corporation gave me is 100 trillion military merits. Clearly, such a high requirement was given by my teacher. Teacher must have reported the news of my assassination attempt. Knowing that I could force a peak champion to self-destruct, it's clearly reasonable for the primordial Chaos City Lord to give me such a high military merit requirement. Shen Chen said, his face showing no concern at all. For other world lords of the primitive mystical region, 100 trillion military merits would definitely be considered an astronomical figure. But for Shen Chen, it was just like that. 30 years passed. 6th battlefield, on a continent floating in the void realm. Brothers, until we meet again. Shen Chen said, looking at the group of people in front of him. During these 30 years, he had basically figured out some of the rules in the outside territory battlefield. So there was no longer any need to follow this Undying squad. Haha, Shen Xiao, a genius like you won't stay in our squad for long. That's right, that's right. I hope we can hear your name resounding throughout the outside territory battlefield in the future. Shen Xiao, you must look out for me then. After the members of this Undying squad heard what Shen Xiao said, they weren't surprised at all. After all, they were very clear about it from the combat power Shen Xiao had displayed. Shen Xiao was definitely a core genius of the 5 major powers. After completing the military system mission, he had even higher missions to do. If he kept following them, they would definitely drag down Shen Xiao's missions. Shen Xiao, who was Shen Chen, smiled and nodded after hearing what they said. Then, his figure vanished from before the Undying squad. Currently, by driving Shuiluo power, I have 3 times the World Lord power. Coupled with my champion-level law comprehension, and 2 heavy treasures disguised as standard champion-grade weapons. My combat power can barely contend against an ordinary high-level Undying Army Lord. The foundation of my human original body is still too poor. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken 30 years to accumulate all the military merits. Inside a deserted meteorite, Shen Chen had placed his base here. At this moment, he was somewhat helpless. After all, the foundation of his human original body was truly too poor. Back when I was in Shuiluo world, I fused 5 blood river crystals. I stayed in the Gamu secret region for over 100 years and fused 2 more blood river crystals. Then, these 30+ years of slaughter have also improved my will quite a bit. I hope I can successfully fuse 10 blood river crystals this time and become a black warrior. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he cut open his palm and placed the blood river crystal inside. In an instant, a terrifying evil chi impacted Shen Chen's mind. If it weren't for the fact that Shen Chen's will had indeed improved during this period, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a terrifying impact. The 8th one, success. The 9th one, success. However, what made Shen Chen feel helpless was that the 10th one wouldn't fuse no matter what. Having no choice, Shen Chen finally took out that drop of blood of the beast god. Shen Chen had obtained this drop of blood of the beast god back then, thinking of letting the golden horned beast improve again, but the golden horned beast simply couldn't fuse it. So it was kept by Shen Chen. Clearly, the blood of the beast god was easily fused by Shen Chen. Shen Chen became a black warrior, something that hadn't appeared in Shuiluo continent for 10 million years. The human life gene level reached 10 times. Chapter 100. 100. Time ruins tribulation body. Hundredfold amplitude. Primordial chaos city lord surprise. Although my current authority is already very high, if I want to obtain other treasures that can improve the life gene level, it's clearly still not enough. However, as long as I can get some treasures that can improve the life gene level and invest them in Chengzhou or Chongyun, the treasures I get back at that time can also improve my human original body. Shen Chen thought to himself, and soon a plan formed in his mind. Inside the Gamu secret region. Dad. Shen Chengzhou stood respectfully in front of a figure. This figure was precisely the flame incarnation split from Shen Chen's Lihuo mountain clone. Shen Chengzhou, I spent some points in the Virtual Universe Corporation to exchange for a secret technique for you. Receive it and take a look. Shen Chen's clone looked at Shen Chengzhou and said directly. Hearing Shen Chen's words, a trace of doubt flashed across Shen Chengzhou's face, and then his consciousness entered the virtual universe. Thunder battle body. Soon Shen Chengzhou's consciousness returned to reality, and he looked at Shen Chen with a puzzled face. That's right, this is a body amplitude secret technique that can greatly improve your strength. There are 3 levels in total. The first level has a 2-fold amplitude, the second level 4-fold, and the third level 8-fold. After hearing Shen Chen's words, a look of astonishment flashed across Shen Chengzhou's face. Body amplitude secret techniques and soul amplitude secret techniques. They weren't something ordinary core geniuses could come into contact with. At the very least, they were things only champion-level existences could know about. After all, these types of amplitude secret techniques required resources to purchase and resources to cultivate. They were simply not something those geniuses could afford. However, for the current Shen Chengzhou, this secret technique was just right. After all, Shen Chen didn't want Shen Chengzhou to stay in the highest beginning mythical region forever. Thanks, Dad. At this moment, Shen Chengzhou was full of joy. Someone from the Virtual Universe Corporation will deliver the secret technique to you shortly. If you need resources to cultivate this secret technique, you can also come to me. Then Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengzhou and gave a simple instruction. Shen Chengzhou nodded, feeling some anticipation in his heart. Invested Shen Chengzhou's body amplitude secret technique, thunder battle body, 1000-fold return, time ruins tribulation body. Soon, a secret technique was transmitted from the creation treasure tree into Shen Chen's mind. As I expected, this is a body amplitude secret technique that reaches 100-fold. The first level is 2-fold, the second level 4-fold, the third level 8-fold. The fourth level 16-fold, the fifth level 32-fold, the sixth level 64-fold. The seventh level 100-fold. However, cultivating this secret technique also requires spending a lot of time attribute resources. The thunder battle body I invested in Shen Chengzhou earlier completely exhausted all the points I had accumulated before. Inside the 6th battlefield, after Shen Chen's human original body received this secret technique called Time Ruins Tribulation Body, his face lit up with joy. The thunder battle body given to Shen Chengzhou earlier was also something Shen Chen spent 4 billion points to exchange from the Virtual Universe Corporation. Unlike Herodot's 7 kills of the Beast God, this thunder battle body only had 3 levels, so the price couldn't compare to Herodot's 7 kills of the Beast God. The first 3 levels of the 7 kills of the Beast God cost 8 billion points. But even with only 3 levels, the price exceeded Shen Chen's expectations. The 3 billion points he earned from passing the Territory Lord rank Primal Sky Mountain were completely exhausted. He even sold a batch of champion-level standard divine weapons refined by the Lihuo clone over the past 30 years to barely scrape together 4 billion points. However, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Didn't I just obtain a 100-fold body amplitude secret technique? At the thought of this, a smile appeared on Shen Chen's face. However, my gains from the battlefield and other points have now been completely exhausted. Keeping this secret technique for myself is just so. It's better to contribute it directly to the Virtual Universe Corporation. Selling it can also grant me a lot of points, a secret technique that can reach a 100-fold amplitude. Just selling 1 copy will be enough for me. Thinking of this, Shen Chen's face was filled with anticipation. Acting on his word, Shen Chen's consciousness immediately connected to the virtual universe. Soon, his figure arrived at the Chaos Temple at the very peak of Thunder Island. Wearing a golden robe and a golden crown, the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen below him with some curiosity. Through the virtual universe, the primordial Chaos City Lord knew very well what Shen Chen had been doing in the outside territory battlefield during this time. Relying only on his human original body, he had killed several undying spiritual gods. But the primordial Chaos City Lord also knew very well that Shen Chen hadn't used his golden horned beast clone or Chronos thunder beast clone at all these years. He was likely trying to temper his human original body. Thinking of this, the primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head. Teacher. By this time, Shen Chen had arrived before the primordial Chaos City Lord, looking at him respectfully. Speak, what business do you have with me? The primordial Chaos City Lord said, looking at Shen Chen below. Then Shen Chen manifested that time ruins tribulation body secret technique within the virtual universe. Recently in the virtual universe, even laws could be practiced, let alone a secret technique. This secret technique was very precious. Then obviously, the virtual universe was stronger. Teacher, this is a body amplitude secret technique that can reach 100-fold amplitude which I obtained by chance. Your disciple is a bit short on points recently, so I plan to sell it to the corporation. Hearing Shen Chen's words, even the primordial Chaos City Lord's face flashed with a hint of surprise. Then, his gaze locked onto Shen Chen's time ruins tribulation body secret technique. The primordial Chaos City Lord's mental calculations far exceeded Shen Chen's imagination. In just an instant, he realized that this secret technique could truly allow the body to reach 100-fold amplitude. One must know that the 7 kills of the beast god created by that universe overlord, Herodot, was only 64-fold. Good, good, good. At this moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord said, good, 3 times in a row. He knew very well how much help a 100-fold body amplitude secret technique could provide to the current human race. After all, within the human race, there were still many among the universe exalts who had not reached a 100-fold amplitude. Even some universe overlords had not reached it either. Except for the top universe overlords. This matter is too important. It's not something I can decide alone. I need to discuss it thoroughly with those existences at my level. Wait for me here for a moment, I'll give you a clear answer soon. The primordial Chaos City Lord said, looking at Shen Chen below. Shen Chen nodded in response. He didn't think the primordial Chaos City Lord would deceive him. After all, the primordial Chaos City Lord was famous for his fairness, and he was his disciple. Plus, he had said he was selling this secret technique to the Virtual Universe Corporation. In places Shen Chen could not perceive, the supreme existences of the human race were being gathered together by the primordial Chaos City Lord one by one. Chapter 101, 101, The Universe Lord shocked repeatedly by Shen Chen. 20 treasure points. Within a certain plane space of the virtual universe, a simple temple stood tall in the void realm. In front of the temple was a long stone table, with stone chairs lining both sides. At the head of the long table sat a giant man who exuded a savage aura. Soon, figures began to appear on the stone chairs one after another, each carrying an incredibly dense aura of laws. The primordial Chaos City Lord also appeared there, his position just below the savage giant. Chaos, why have you gathered us again? At this moment, the Great Axe Founder looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord below him with a face full of confusion and asked directly. The other universe lords shared the same expression. After all, this meeting had been convened by the primordial Chaos City Lord. The primordial Chaos City Lord had convened a meeting before, but that time, the Great Axe Founder had not been present. It was just a piece of life material from Lihuo Mountain, there was no need to consult with the Great Axe Founder. These universe lords could decide on it by vote. Furthermore, the Great Axe Founder was currently exploring the Universe Sea. Unless there was a major event, they did not dare to contact him. Everyone, I have obtained a body amplitude secret technique with 100-fold amplitude. A smile appeared on the primordial Chaos City Lord's face as he looked at them and spoke. Upon hearing the primordial Chaos City Lord's words, a flash of astonishment, followed by a hint of pleasant surprise, crossed the faces of these universe lords. They knew that anything that prompted the primordial Chaos City Lord to call a meeting was clearly no simple matter. A body amplitude secret technique capable of reaching 100-fold amplitude was indeed significant enough. After all, receiving the complete legacy of a divine general would only result in 100-fold amplitude. While their human race did possess 100-fold amplitude secret techniques, they were not many. Every single one was exceptionally precious, as they could influence the combat power of those universe exalts. This secret technique was contributed by my disciple. Therefore, I have gathered you to discuss what reward should be given to my disciple. The primordial Chaos City Lord then continued. Hearing what the primordial Chaos City Lord said next, those universe lords understood one by one. The primordial Chaos City Lord was here to ask for benefits for his disciple. Chaos, which disciple of yours is it? A gentle voice sounded as the Lord Qingdong looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord and asked. After all, the primordial Chaos City Lord had many disciples, and it wasn't as if none of them had reached the level of universe overlord. It is Shen Chen. The primordial Chaos City Lord did not hide it in the slightest. After all, a reward had to be given to Shen Chen this time regardless. It's him. When the other universe lords heard what the primordial Chaos City Lord said, surprise flashed across their faces. How could they not know of Shen Chen? Previously, when Shen Chen broke through the 7th trial tower, every single universe lord had been tempted to take him on. But unfortunately, Shen Chen was ultimately taken as a disciple by the primordial Chaos City Lord. However, to universe lords, a genius was just a genius, it wasn't that big of a deal. But what happened next completely exceeded their expectations. A short span of 200 years was just the time it took for a universe lord to take a nap. But now, Shen Chen had actually conquered the territory lord rank primal heavenly bridge. Furthermore, he had also cleared the 18th level of the universe heavenly bridge. Thus, they lamented more and more that the primordial Chaos City Lord had taken in another heaven-defying disciple. But when the primordial Chaos City Lord said that this 100-fold body amplitude secret technique was contributed by Shen Chen, how could they not be surprised? Chaos, last time you applied for a piece of Lihuo mountain life material for your disciple, and we didn't say much about that. But this time, the Lord of Huangjian from the Universe Mercenary Alliance looked at Chaos, a trace of hesitation flashing across his face, but ultimately he did not finish his sentence. After all, they were very clear on the primordial Chaos City Lord's conduct over all these years. So, while the Lord of Huangjian felt this matter was somewhat strange, he ultimately chose to trust the primordial Chaos City Lord. Alright, this secret technique was indeed contributed by Shen Chen. Let's discuss what reward to give him. At that moment, the Great Axe founder sitting at the head of the table spoke directly. As soon as he spoke, he immediately set the tone for the matter. Every body amplitude secret technique that can reach 100-fold amplitude is very precious. And this body amplitude secret technique called Time Ruins Tribulation Body, I have also examined it. The resources consumed are actually not too much, only about 50 treasure points. Only 50 treasure points. For every newly ascended universe exalt of our human race rewards them with 100 treasure points. For universe exalts, they should still be able to scrape that together. In my view, let's give Shen Chen 20 true treasure points. This is enough for Shen Chen to exchange for a high-grade true treasure, and when other universe exalts purchase his secret technique, he will still get a cut. The primordial Chaos City Lord then continued. 20 true treasure points. Are you joking? He's only at the World Lord rank, right? Exactly, Chaos, he's just a World Lord. Even if it's a high-grade true treasure, he wouldn't be able to hold onto it, would he? Upon hearing the primordial Chaos City Lord say he wanted to give Shen Chen 20 true treasure points, the other universe lords stood up one after another. To be honest, in their eyes, giving Shen Chen a single true treasure point was already generous. After all, a Beast God inheritance token only cost 1 true treasure point within the race. And the Beast General inheritance was even cheaper. Of course, a hundredfold secret technique could not be compared to a beast general inheritance. After all, the beast general inheritance capped out at a hundredfold, and one had to inherit the position of a beast general, meaning no further improvement was possible. Furthermore, one had to compete with a bunch of other inheritors. Ultimately, it was because Shen Chen was currently only at the World Lord rank. He is no ordinary World Lord. Previously, Shen Chen killed a king-level immortal at the peak who had come to assassinate him. The primordial Chaos City Lord was not surprised by their reaction in the least. After all, 20 true treasure points could indeed get one a weapon-type high-grade true treasure. Some poorer universe overlords only had a total net worth of 20 true treasure points. What? A world lord killed a king-level immortal at the peak. Chaos, what are you saying? Yes, Chaos, don't get it wrong. Even if you are his teacher. Clearly, the words the primordial Chaos City Lord spoke shocked those universe lords even more. After all, humans were not like those special lifeforms, or the Zerg Queen Mother. A world lord being able to face an undying king was already considered a genius for the human race. Now, the primordial Chaos City Lord was saying Shen Chen could slay a king-level immortal at the peak. He has a clone with a 10,000-fold life gene level. After the primordial Chaos City Lord finished this sentence, he felt like laughing as he watched the reactions of those universe lords. The universe lords' eyes widened as they looked at Chaos with faces full of disbelief. Today, they had been shocked several times by the words spoken by the primordial Chaos City Lord. The Great Axe founder, sitting at the head of the table, was not surprised by this. Chaos had already told him earlier. Currently, the human race relied on Great Axe, so Chaos would naturally inform Great Axe of certain ordinary secrets. Only in this way could he secure more good things for Shen Chen. Chapter 102, Hundredfold Genes. Hundredfold Amplitude. Black Demon Continent. Although the primordial Chaos City Lord was famous for being fair and just, he also knew very well that Shen Chen truly needed many resources right now. This way, once he grew up, he could become one of the pillars of the human race. Just do as Chaos said. The Great Axe founder, seated at the head, spoke. The universe lords, who were originally shocked by what the primordial Chaos City Lord had said, no longer voiced any opposition after hearing the words of the Great Axe founder. Geniuses receive preferential treatment regardless of which race they belong to. Especially geniuses like Shen Chen. After the vote was finished, the universe lords vanished one by one. Only Chaos and the Great Axe founder remained in this plane. I will personally give Shen Chen another 30 true treasure points. Based on what you said earlier, the life gene level of his human original body is a bit lacking. Let him exchange for some materials that can improve his life gene level. The Great Axe founder said while looking at Chaos. All right. Clearly, Chaos was also quite happy at this moment. After all, the faster Shen Chen grew, the better it was for the human race. By the way, I will be returning to the primordial universe from the Universe C soon. Then, the Great Axe founder mentioned another matter. That is good. The primordial Chaos City Lord was not surprised by this, and subsequently, his figure also vanished from this plane space. The Great Axe founder shook his head as he watched the figure of the primordial Chaos City Lord disappear. He and the primordial Chaos City Lord shared a tacit understanding. They did not ask why Shen Chen possessed a secret technique of that rank, nor did they inquire about the nature of his terrifying golden horned beast clone. After all, top-tier geniuses have their pride. Unless it was a major event that could truly affect the human race, they would not easily touch Shen Chen's secrets. Within the Chaos Temple on Thunder Island. I wonder if teacher has settled it. Shen Chen thought to himself, a faint look of anticipation on his face. At that moment, the figure of the primordial Chaos City Lord returned. He looked down at Shen Chen with a face full of smiles. It has been decided through the Supreme Council that after offering this secret technique to the race will reward you with 20 true treasure points. As for this secret technique, it is priced at 10 trillion points within the Virtual Universe Corporation. That is equivalent to 1 treasure point. Some invincible kings might even be able to afford it. After all, once those universe exalts purchase this secret technique, they will also need to spend a vast amount of wealth to purchase those time-type resources. The primordial Chaos City Lord did not hide anything and told Shen Chen directly as he looked at the expectant young man below. I knew this was the right way. Invest in clansmen to get good things back, and then exchange for treasures from the human race. Shen Chen thought to himself, an excited smile appearing on his face. However, you have a total of 50 true treasure points. The Great Axe founder personally gave you 30 true treasure points. The primordial Chaos City Lord continued. Actually, even the primordial Chaos City Lord was somewhat emotional. After all, the reward their human race gives to a newly ascended universe lord is 100 true treasure points. And now, Shen Chen alone possessed 50 true treasure points. Adding in the ordinary soul-type true treasure that the primordial Chaos City Lord had bestowed upon him, his net worth had completely surpassed that of an ordinary universe overlord. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, Great Axe founder. Shen Chen was also quite surprised at this moment, as he was very clear about the value of true treasure points. What surprised him even more was that the Great Axe founder had actually given him 30 true treasure points. Good, Great Axe founder, I will definitely help you get a supreme true treasure in the future. Shen Chen thought to himself. After all, the importance of 30 true treasure points to Shen Chen at this time was self-evident. Teacher, ordinary true treasures aren't of much use to me. I hope to exchange for resources from the race treasury that can improve my life gene level. Hearing Shen Chen's words, the primordial Chaos City Lord nodded. After all, with so many true treasure points, the first priority was definitely to improve one's own strength. The limit below the level of a universe lord is to increase it by 100-fold. There are 3 levels of life materials, those for below 10 times, below 100 times, and above 100 times. The prices are worlds apart. Only top-tier universe overlords and universe lords can afford them. However, according to my estimation, roughly 50 true treasure points should be enough to raise your human original body to a 100-fold life gene level. If you want to cultivate the Time Ruins Tribulation body, I will also prepare the materials for you. By then, your human original body will have a 100-fold life gene level plus a 100-fold body amplitude. After sizing Shen Chen up, the primordial Chaos City Lord stated the price. Teacher, I am already a black warrior now. I should be able to save some true treasure points. However, to the primordial Chaos City Lord's surprise, Shen Chen spoke with a chuckle. Good, as expected of the primordial Chaos City Lord's disciple. Hearing that Shen Chen had already become a black warrior, the primordial Chaos City Lord was even happier. Materials that can improve life gene level are very precious, so Shen Chen returned to the primitive mystical region from the outside territory battlefield. He would increase his life gene level to 100 times and cultivate the Time Ruins Tribulation body to perfection before re-entering the outside territory battlefield. 3 years later, within the primitive mystical region, those treasures for increasing the life gene level below 100-fold are indeed quite cheap. It didn't even take 50 true treasure points, it only consumed 35. But that is still the price of a high-grade true treasure. It is not a cost an ordinary universe overlord could sustain, perhaps only those top-tier universe overlords could afford it. But it's enough. Now, I have a 100-fold life gene level and a 100-fold body amplitude. Just my human original body alone can now unleash 10,000 times the World Lord power. Combined with my law comprehension, as well as the Silver Moon Void-breaking sword and the Golden Radiance soul-severing blade. I can't even imagine how strong my human original body is now. Shen Chen burst into laughter within his manner. Afterward, he bowed toward a certain direction, then boarded his spaceship and sped toward the outside territory battlefield. I expect it won't be long before I hear my disciple's name ringing throughout the entire outside territory battlefield. The clone of the primordial Chaos City Lord overseeing the primitive mystical region watched Shen Chen depart, a look of anticipation on his face. After all, having fought against alien races for many years, the primordial Chaos City Lord was naturally happy to see them suffer. Especially since the one slaughtering those aliens was his personal disciple. Outside territory battlefield, 6th battlefield. Black Demon Continent region. Shen Chen had already traveled from military base number 053 to this place, which was also the primary center of the slaughter in the 6th battlefield. Many king-level immortals were fighting on this continent. Even marquis-level immortals generally had to join a team of king-level immortals to survive here. Yet today, Shen Chen's figure set foot here. Aliens, I'm here. A cruel smile appeared on Shen Chen's face, and then he charged directly into the Black Demon Continent. Chapter 103, 103, Top-Tier Secret Technique. Heaven-defying combat power. Black Demon Token. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 years had passed. At this moment, on the Black Demon Continent within the 6th battlefield, endless slaughter was still unfolding. Meanwhile, inside Shen Chen's lair, I've finally perfected this style of my secret technique. It's also thanks to the support from my teacher, which allowed me to witness many secret techniques. I've elevated the first style of my dual blade and sword mastery to a top-tier level. Shen Chen's face was currently full of smiles. This was because he had personally comprehended a top-tier secret technique. After all, Shen Chen's law comprehension had now reached the king-level immortal rank in 2 areas. Ordinary secret techniques posed no pressure for him at all. So, during these 20 years, he had been fighting against those king-level immortals on the Black Demon Continent while simultaneously researching secret techniques in the virtual universe. Fortunately, hard work paid off, and he finally finished a top-tier secret technique. Although I've guided my family members many times and my comprehension ability has improved a lot, compared to those top-tier geniuses, I'm still quite far behind. My only advantage is in law comprehension. The Golden Horned Beast clone and the Chronos Thunder Beast clone are simply too strong when it comes to comprehending laws. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he looked at the Silver Moon Void-breaking sword and Golden Radiance soul-severing blade in his hands. Over these past 20-plus years, he had also carved out the reputation of King of Blade and Sword on the Black Demon Continent. However, the combat power he displayed was only at the high-level king rank. Currently, I have 100-fold life gene level, plus 100-fold amplitude. That is 10,000 times World Lord power, which is equivalent to an ordinary low-level king. But luckily, my previous law comprehension is stronger than some kings. Plus, I have 2 treasures, so the combat power I display has reached the high-level king rank. Of course, the displayed combat power is only 30,000 times World Lord power, the weakest of the high-level kings. Shen Chen was quite satisfied with his performance. After all, not everyone could use cheats like Luo Feng. For him to reach high-level king combat power while still at the World Lord rank, he could be considered a top-tier genius in human history. This was also because Shen Chen had not used the Thunder Dragon heavy armor, otherwise, his combat power could immediately reach the peak king level. After all, what Shen Chen wanted to do was temper himself and create excellent secret techniques, rather than simply bullying those kings. However, just at this moment, Shen Chen received an email. What does King He Yuan want with me? Looking at the message from the virtual universe, a trace of doubt flashed across Shen Chen's face. Over the 20-plus years, he had befriended many kings within the Great Alliance on the Black Demon Continent. What left him speechless, however, was that he had not yet accepted the invitation to join the Great Alliance. But Shen Chen soon felt relieved. After all, the most he had killed were some foreign race marquis-level immortals. It was extremely difficult for a high-level king to kill a low-level king. He Yuan, Lan Yu, Huo Yan. What is so important that the 3 of you have to speak in person? What soon made Shen Chen even more bewildered was that 3 king-level immortals had all arrived in the real world, right at his lair. King He Yuan was a king from a branch of the human ape-man race. His combat power had reached the high-level king rank. Lan Yu was a king from a branch of the human winged man race. Her combat power had reached the high-level king rank. King Huo Yan was a king from the fire spirit race, a vassal race of humanity. His combat power had similarly reached the high-level king rank. The 3 were considered the 3 kings Shen Chen was closest to on the Black Demon Continent. Daojian, I have some good news for you. I recently killed a foreign race marquis, and to my surprise, that fellow actually had 4 black demon tokens. The 3 of us have already agreed to go together. How about it? You in? At this moment, an ape man covered in pitch black long hair and wearing black battle armor stood before Shen Chen and spoke directly. His face was full of smiles, but combined with his ferocious face, it looked somewhat strange no matter how one viewed it. Black demon token. Your luck is certainly good enough. Upon hearing this, Shen Chen's face also showed a hint of astonishment. He had been on the Black Demon continent for 20 years and had learned quite a few things. From the name Black Demon Continent, one could tell that this continent was originally inhabited by the Black Demon clan. However, as the 4 peak races opened the outside territory battlefields, the Black Demon clan subsequently vanished into the long river of time. A Black Demon token was an item that could open the Black Demon clan's trial grounds. The so-called trial grounds were actually a tall tower called the Black Demon Tower. The Black Demon Tower was a treasure that king-level immortals could use. In terms of rank, it couldn't even be considered a pseudo-treasure. While limit champions and invincible kings might look down on it, peak king levels and high-level kings were very eager for it. No wonder you 3 fellows came looking for me. Shen Chen then chuckled and spoke directly. How about it? Is King of Blade and Sword going? On the other side, King Lan Yu, who had a pair of blue wings and a smile on her face, also asked. I'm going. How could I not? However, there is only one Black Demon Tower. How will it be allocated? And according to my information, a Black Demon Tower requires 50 tokens. All 50 tokens are needed together to enter. After Shen Chen took a Black Demon token from King He Yuan's hand, he looked at them with curiosity. The value of a Black Demon Tower was generally around 100 billion mixed element units. Furthermore, within the Black Demon Tower, there were many treasures left behind by the Black Demon clan. When the time comes, if we can obtain the Black Demon Tower, that would be best. I want the Black Demon Tower. As for the remaining treasures, they will go to you 3. After I get the Black Demon Tower, I will compensate you for the price difference. If our team doesn't get the Black Demon Tower, then the treasures we do get will be split equally. King He Yuan said at this moment. Since King He Yuan had put it that way, Shen Chen had no intention of refusing. After all, he had come to the outside territory battlefield to temper himself. A mere Black Demon Tower wasn't important to Shen Chen at all. What mattered was being able to fight against other foreign race kings. The longest diameter of the Black Demon continent reached 1.9 light years. Although it sounded long, for king-level immortals who had comprehended teleportation, a single teleport could cross the entire Black Demon continent. In a canyon filled with blood-colored evil chi on the Black Demon continent, Shen Chen, King He Yuan, King Lan Yu, and King Huoyan arrived. The king-level team formed by the 4 of them arrived here. However, to their surprise, many kings had already gathered here by this time. Clearly, they had also obtained Black Demon tokens. Humans. King of Blade and Sword, King He Yuan, King Lan Yu, King Huoyan. Their luck is truly good, for the humans to have gotten their hands on 4 Black Demon tokens. So what if they found tokens? They are just 4 high-level kings. The foreign race immortals gathered here looked at Shen Chen's group of 4, and their words carried disdain. Of course, these foreign races were equally hostile toward one another. 19 king-level immortals from the Monster Alliance, 15 from the Zerg Alliance, and 10 from the Machine Race Alliance. And 6 king-level immortals from the Great Alliance. Chapter 104, Black Demon Star Lord. True Treasure, Demon Star. A sensation in the outside territory battlefield. This is a bit problematic. Our Great Alliance only has 6 king-level immortals. At this moment, King He Yuan's expression was somewhat unsightly. Originally, he thought their Great Alliance could manage to get a few Black Demon tokens. But looking at it now, besides his 4 champions, only 2 other champions had secured Black Demon tokens. There are no limit champions, the monster race has 2 peak king levels, the insect race has 3 peak king levels, and the automaton race has 1 peak king level. Meanwhile, Shen Chen didn't feel much, he fixed his gaze on those peak king levels. On their Great Alliance's side, there wasn't even a single peak king level. Rumble. Just then, the canyon underwent a violent tremor. The Black Demon Tower, which had been dormant in the depths of the canyon, seemed to sense the Black Demon tokens and burst out from the ground. Enter. Seeing this, the alien champions rushed in together. Shen Chen's group of 4 was no exception, after all, they were already here. The Black Demon Tower was a special treasure. The first floor of the Black Demon Tower was a vast, empty hall. 50 champions were warily observing their surroundings. However, at that moment, the previously empty hall suddenly erupted with light. A terrifying aura appeared. Even though everyone present was a champion, they still felt a sense of oppression. Something's wrong. No, this isn't the Black Demon Tower. At this moment, King He Yuan's pupils constricted violently. He had spent a lot of money to acquire information about previous appearances of the Black Demon Tower after obtaining his Black Demon token. But clearly, this terrifying fluctuation was completely different from the usual appearances of the Black Demon Tower. Right then, in the eyes of all the king-level immortals, a figure slowly emerged. It was a 20-meter-tall figure, wearing a black robe, but its head was shaped like a strange beast with 5 eyes. Each eye held a different color. When this figure cast its gaze upon the king-level immortals, the king-level immortals felt the weight of oppression. My name is Black Demon Star Lord. The greatest existence of the Black Demon clan. Aliens. This lingering phantom said while looking down at the king-level immortals. His tone carried an incredibly thick hatred and a chilling killing intent. Hearing those words, all the king-level immortals instantly felt their hearts tremble with fear. Every champion who came to the Black Demon continent basically knew some basic information. The race that originally resided on the Black Demon continent indeed had a universe overlord. If that were truly the case, wouldn't they be in trouble now that they had entered? Thinking of this, many king-level immortals immediately wanted to retreat. You've got to be kidding me, right? Seeing this, a trace of helplessness flashed across Shen Chen's face. After all, he hadn't expected to encounter such a thing just as he arrived to explore. However, Shen Chen was very cautious. Before coming, he had left the Chronos Thunder Beast along with his original core in his lair. Even if his human original body and the Golden Horned Beast were killed by this abruptly appearing Black Demon Star Lord, he could quickly gestate a new clone. Don't be nervous, I am currently just a lingering consciousness. Although killing you would be simple, that is not my purpose. Soon, Black Demon Star Lord's next few sentences made the king-level immortals breathe a sigh of relief. Although my Black Demon clan was wiped out by you, a portion of our clansmen still remains. Over the long ages, this consciousness of mine is also about to collapse. But I was a universe overlord after all, and I left behind many treasure troves on the Black Demon continent. But most importantly, I possess that demon star. It is an ordinary, sealing-type true treasure. Within that demon star lies my entire legacy and inheritance. I have only one requirement for whoever obtains the demon star I left behind. Please help me take care of the remaining Black Demon clan on the Black Demon continent. Let them become a vassal of your peak race. After sighing, the lingering consciousness of Black Demon Star Lord suppressed the killing intent in his heart and spoke to the king-level immortals below. This is bad. I just wanted an ordinary treasure, how did it get involved with a true treasure? King He Yuan's face was full of helplessness, but he was still fast, directly transmitting the information back. Good heavens, an ordinary sealing-type true treasure. Although it can't compare to domain type, soul type, or palace type. It's still slightly better than ordinary weapon-type true treasures. Just to take care of his Black Demon clan. Looking at the figure, a hint of doubt flashed across Shen Chen's face. However, as expected, even those limit champions would be attracted here this time. What a mess. But for me, it doesn't matter. It's just a limit champion, it's not like they're unbeatable. Shen Chen said, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. After all, he hadn't fought a limit champion yet. Soon, the entire Black Demon Tower shook violently, but those present were all king-level immortals, such tremors were nothing to them. Outside, the Black Demon Tower, which was originally only 100 kilometers tall, continuously expanded upward, eventually reaching a height of 1 million kilometers. When the news of Black Demon Star-Lord and an ordinary ceiling-type true treasure reached their respective alliances, the champions in the 6th battlefield went completely mad, rushing here one by one. This tall tower is also a heavy treasure. Plus an ordinary ceiling-type true treasure. Good heavens, when we purged the Black Demon continent back then, we really didn't do it thoroughly enough. After learning the news, many high-level members of the 4 peak races lamented. However, it was just an ordinary ceiling-type true treasure, it wouldn't attract the attention of top-tier universe overlords or universe lords. As for those high-level exalts, they were somewhat interested. But what made those universe exalts speechless was that this tall Black Demon Tower was a top-tier heavy treasure and was even connected to a part of the Black Demon continent. To forcibly open the Black Demon Tower, at least a top-tier universe overlord would need to take action. At this moment, the top-tier universe overlords from each race responsible for the outside territory battlefield also arrived. Sub-battlefields like the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd were basically overseen by universe exalts. But the entire outside territory battlefield was overseen by top-tier universe overlords. The one overseeing the human race was Venerable Ancestral Tree. How about we work together to blast open this Black Demon Tower? As for that ordinary ceiling-type true treasure, we'll each rely on our own abilities. Venerable Flame Beast, the top-tier universe overlord of the monster race, looked at the other 3 figures. They were Venerable Ancestral Tree of the human race, Mother Empress Yuxin of the insect race, Venerable Ji Xie of the automaton race. Only champions can enter the Black Demon Tower. If you try to force your way in, I will immediately detonate the Black Demon Tower. You will never find the Demon Star. But before Venerable Ancestral Tree and the others could speak, a voice spread from within the Black Demon Tower. Hearing this voice, the expressions of Venerable Ancestral Tree, Mother Empress Yuxin, Venerable Ji Xie, and Venerable Flame Beast all turned somewhat unsightly. After all, Black Demon Star-Lord was only an ordinary universe overlord. Don't push me. I only want to reach an agreement with the champion who can obtain my legacy. After all, those who can obtain my legacy are all geniuses among your peak races. Give my Black Demon clan some room to survive, a champion-level genius still has some say. Finally, another voice came from within the Black Demon Tower. Chapter 105, 105, Shen Chen's Goal. Comprehending space teleportation and time stop. After hearing the last sentence spoken by Black Demon Star-Lord, the top overlords of the 4 peak races looked at each other and nodded. They could somewhat understand Black Demon Star-Lord's thoughts. After all, if someone could truly obtain the ordinary ceiling-type true treasure left behind by Black Demon Star-Lord, then within their peak races, that person would be considered a champion-level genius worth nurturing. They would be a future universe exalt seed, indeed qualified to protect the Black Demon clan. What do you all say? Venerable Ancestral Tree, enveloped in a pale green concept, looked at Venerable Ji Xie, Venerable Flame Beast, and Mother Empress Yuxin beside him and spoke. Then let it be as he says. After all, after so many years, basically every place on the Black Demon continent has been explored, and indeed, that so-called Demon Star has not been found. An ordinary ceiling-type true treasure, while not important to us, is still considered a true treasure for some exalts and champions. Venerable Ji Xia's cold mechanical voice came from a black sphere. Mother Empress Yuxin and Venerable Flame Beast also expressed their agreement. Venerable Ancestral Tree also nodded after seeing this. As the 4 top universe overlords reached a consensus, the remnant consciousness of Black Demon Star-Lord finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was far too easy for top universe overlords to deal with an ordinary universe overlord like him, not to mention he was just a remnant consciousness. This Black Demon Tower is a top-tier heavy treasure. It possesses 100 levels of space. Only undying who have reached the champion level can attempt the tower. In each level of the Black Demon Tower, I have left behind a treasure map. Following the treasure maps, one can find various treasures I have hidden across the Black Demon continent. And by reaching the 100th level, one can gain control over this Black Demon Tower, as well as the location of the true treasure, the Demon Star. Any champion holding a Black Demon token can come to challenge the tower. I hope that whichever champion among you clears the 100th level can look after my Black Demon clan. Of course, you only have 100 years. Within 100 years, even if no one reaches the 100th level, the champion who reaches the highest level will still obtain control of this Black Demon Tower and the location of the Demon Star. After Black Demon Star Lord breathed a sigh of relief, he stated his rules. For Black Demon Star Lord, this was a move of desperation. He had waited so long for a member of his Black Demon clan to come and take this main Black Demon Tower. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to resort to this method at all. However, Black Demon Star Lord could understand. After all, the current Black Demon continent had become a relatively important main battlefield on the 6th battlefield. The remaining members of his Black Demon clan likely wouldn't dare to wander recklessly across the Black Demon continent. Finding this main Black Demon Tower of his would also be impossible for them. As Black Demon Star Lord clearly stated the rules this time, all the champions were in an uproar. For those champions, having the chance to obtain a top-tier heavy treasure and an ordinary ceiling-type true treasure was simply a windfall of opportunity. Although the subsequent ordinary true treasure could not remain in the hands of these champions, this Black Demon Tower was a heavy treasure, which champions were still qualified to possess. At this thought, the champions within the outside territory battlefield all headed toward the Black Demon continent. The Black Demon continent was not originally considered a high-level battlefield of the 6th battlefield. The Purgatory Black Abyss was, but now, countless Peak King levels and limit champions were rushing. Here, even many champions from other sub-battlefields came upon hearing the news. After all, Undying who could reach the champion level had long been able to choose to fight freely. This is great. Originally, I just wanted to get an ordinary Black Demon Tower. Looking at it now, I guess Peak King levels won't even count for much this time, right? Limit champions, and possibly even invincible kings, will come upon hearing the news. A limit champion has already approached me to buy the Black Demon token in my hand. I'm not planning to stay here anymore, King He Yuan said at this moment, looking at King Lan Yu, King Huo Yan, and Shen Chen beside him. His face was full of helplessness. King Lan Yu and King Huo Yan expressed their understanding. They were also preparing to sell their Black Demon tokens. I plan to stay here and take a look. Shen Chen shrugged and said indifferently. Hearing Shen Chen's words, King He Yuan and the other two had nothing to say. After all, everyone has their own choices. They could only wish that Shen Chen would not fall within the Black Demon Tower this time. I have already earned a champion title on the outside territory battlefield. For the current me, I still need a title that will strike fear into all the foreign race champions. Like Zhanyan King, a true invincible king. An invincible king of that level can briefly contend with an ordinary universe exalt. For that kind of invincible king, the outside territory battlefield isn't that important at all. Because there is simply no challenge whatsoever. However, because of this competition for the true treasure, various races will likely dispatch invincible kings. In that case, if I want to seize this true treasure, it will probably take some effort. After watching King He Yuan, King Lan Yu, and King Huo Yan leave, Shen Chen looked at the incredibly tall Black Demon Tower and thought to himself. With my human original body alone, I simply cannot stand out among so many champions. But I still have the Golden Horned Beast clone and the Chronos Thunder Beast clone. The Thunder Dragon Heavy Armor is a lightning attribute heavy treasure armor, specifically suited for the Chronos Thunder Beast. Plus, the Time Ruins Tribulation Body Physical Amplitude secret technique I obtained is also time attributed, and likewise perfectly suited for the Chronos Thunder Beast. It won't take 100 years at all. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he directly exited the Black Demon Tower. With the opportunity to obtain a true treasure right in front of him, how could Shen Chen not try to get it? Anyway, Black Demon Star Lord had made it very clear. Within these 100 years, as long as one held a Black Demon token, they could challenge the Black Demon Tower. So now, Shen Chen wasn't in a hurry at all. Time passed slowly like this. The Black Demon Tower was now the place on the outside territory battlefield that attracted the most attention from champion-level Undying. This was because someone had already reached the 10th level, obtained several treasure locations, and secured treasures worth over 100 billion mixed element units. This made all the champions very envious. One must know that the average net worth of some high champions and peak king levels was only tens of billions of mixed element units. Even if they couldn't get the top-tier heavy treasure Black Demon Tower or the true treasure named Demon Star, securing some other treasures was enough to make the trip worthwhile for these champions. During these years, Shen Chen had been staying in the Gamu secret region of the Gamu universe country. Open black lens bracket teaching Shen Chengyun the origin law of space, thousand-fold return, comprehension of the origin law of space greatly increased, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket teaching Shen Chengzhou the origin law of time, thousand-fold return, comprehension of the origin law of time greatly increased, close black lens bracket. I have already comprehended space teleportation and time stop. Chapter 106, 64x amplitude. 2 king level limit combat powers. Monster races King He Lei. Within the Gamu secret region. Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengyun and Shen Chengzhou below him, his face full of satisfaction. He knew very well that for Shen Chengyun to be able to refine better treasures, his comprehension of the laws had to be improved. So during this period, he had been working hard, and fortunately, this effort finally bore fruit. As for Shen Chengzhou, he was equally excited because he felt that this time he could break through the 9th floor of the Heavenly Thunder Heavenly Bridge. The harvest was also plentiful. Thank you, Dad, for taking the time to explain the laws to us. Shen Chengyun and Shen Chengzhou looked at Shen Chen in front of them with gratitude. Shen Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then, under the pretext of letting them consolidate their insights into the laws, Shen Chen sent them away. Then, on Shen Chen's forehead, bits of starlight and streaks of silver patterns appeared. Those were the marks that existed after comprehending space teleportation and time stop. It's been 10 years. Now I am already able to drive the streamer Imperial armor. The heavy treasure given by Palace Master Tian Shi can be considered a high-grade heavy treasure. It has 2 secret patterns. Now I am already able to drive the second secret pattern. After the streamer Imperial armor drives the second secret pattern, it can weaken physical attacks at the king level limit by 90%. It can provide the user with 100,000 times the World Lord power. In other words, my human original body also has king-level peak combat power. After Shen Chen finished speaking, a suit of armor with golden light surfaced on his body. As this armor attached to Shen Chen's body, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from him. This clearly made Shen Chen very satisfied. However, what made Shen Chen most satisfied was that his golden horned beast's origin world had also spent resources to increase to a 36x amplitude. And the Chronos Thunder Beast clone's Time Ruins Tribulation body had also reached a 64x amplitude. After all, Shen Chen was the copyright holder of the Time Ruins Tribulation body. After some Universe Exalts purchased the Time Ruins Tribulation body, half of the points would go to Shen Chen. Even if it was only half, that was still 5 trillion points. It was simply a secret technique that could generate money for Shen Chen. For those Universe Lords, they also had many secret techniques placed within the human race to be exchanged for points by those Universe Exalts. But for Universe Lords, points were not important at all, so they could be considered as making contributions to the race. But for Shen Chen, a World Lord, it was different. 5 trillion points was truly too much. Aside from the heavy treasures and true treasures he held, he didn't have many points. Of course, to raise the Time Ruins Tribulation body to 100x, the required resources were too many. The reason the original body could easily reach a 100x amplitude was that the primordial Chaos City Lord covered all the time-type resources worth 50 heavy treasure points. As for the Chronos Thunder Beast's cultivation, Shen Chen would need to spend points himself. That's why it only reached a 64x amplitude. Chronos Thunder Beast, base 1000 times World Lord power. Driving Shuiluo power is 10 times, and the time ruins tribulation body amplifies it by 64 times. That is 640,000 times World Lord power, and with the Thunder Dragon heavy armor. A total of 1.64 million times World Lord power. Golden Horned Beast, base 1000 times World Lord power. Driving Shuiluo power is 10 times, Origin World amplifies it by 32 times. And the innate secret technique strengthens the amplification by 2 times. That is 640,000 times World Lord power. Both the Golden Horned Beast clone and the Chronos Thunder Beast clone can now reach King level limit combat power. Human. King level peak is 100,000 times, having one of the following: amplification secret technique, heavy treasure, or peak secret technique, makes one a king level limit. Plus my human original body's king level peak combat power. 2 king level limit combat powers, and 1 king level peak. With 90 years left, who says I can't continue to get stronger? After Shen Chen carefully calculated the trump cards he currently possessed, he became more excited the more he thought about it. Subsequently, Shen Chen directly left this place and headed for the outside territory battlefield. 6th Battlefield, Black Demon Continent. At this moment, the Black Demon Continent had become the place in the 6th Battlefield where the most champions gathered. There weren't many champions left over at the Purgatory Black Abyss. According to intelligence, there were at least 10,000 champions in the Black Demon Tower. And at the very least, they were high-level champions. Although it sounded like a small number, that was entirely because there weren't many Black Demon tokens. If there were enough Black Demon tokens, according to the estimates of those champions, this Black Demon Tower could very likely become a high-level battlefield comparable to the Star Tower of the 7th Battlefield. At least hundreds of thousands of champions would gather here. There were hundreds of thousands of champions in the Star Tower, and the sealed stars they fought for were only ceiling-type heavy treasures. But the Black Demon Tower offered the hope of obtaining a ceiling-type true treasure. A human, high-level champion king of blade and sword dares to go in. Simply overestimating himself. When Shen Chen arrived at the Black Demon Tower and was about to use a Black Demon token to enter, a mocking voice came from behind him. It was a monster race puppet. The one actually speaking was a monster race champion inside the world ring on that puppet. King He Lei, a champion of the Thunder Tiger race within. The monster race was a king level peak. He was also a champion who had been fighting on the Black Demon Continent for a long time. Originally, the human race was at odds with the other 3 peak races, so mocking Shen Chen was basically their daily routine. And the human race was the same, often mocking the other peak races. You shady fellow, once you enter the Black Demon Tower, don't run into me. Otherwise, you'll have to have your race provide resources to resurrect you. Shen Chen looked at King He Lei with an expression as if he were looking at a dead man. Then he stepped directly into the Black Demon Tower. Ha, He Lei, you're being looked down upon by a human. King of Blade and Sword doesn't think much of you. That's right, He Lei, if I were you, I'd rush in and kill him. At this time, the Undying Champions from the Automaton Race Alliance and the Insect Race Alliance on the side were all watching the fun and fanning the flames. After all, in their view, it was a good thing for the human race and the monster race to be pitted against each other. Watching them fight to the death was naturally entertaining for them. HMPH. King He Lei's monster race puppet glanced at these guys and then, holding a Black Demon token, walked into the Black Demon Tower. Although he knew these guys were fanning the flames, he couldn't suppress his killing intent toward King of Blade and Sword. The Black Demon Tower did not forbid killing. King of Blade and Sword, I heard that his single blade and single sword are both extraordinary champion-level divine weapons. They are very valuable. As King He Lei spoke, he became more and more excited internally. With the vibration of space, King Leihu also entered the Black Demon Tower. However, just at this moment, a silver sword light pierced through space and directly cut down King He Lei's monster race puppet. Clang, clang, clang. After the sword light passed, the sound of the sword's cry echoed through the first floor of the Black Demon Tower. At this time, the champions of various races on the first floor of the Black Demon Tower also turned their gaze toward King He Lei. Although the first floor of the Black Demon Tower looked only 10,000 kilometers high from the outside, it contained its own world within. It was fully capable of accommodating many champions. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, on the first floor, King Heilei's true body was revealed. It was a giant tiger clad in armor. On its body, streaks of terrifying black lightning constantly flashed, emitting a fearsome power. His eyes contained killing intent, and he was clearly extremely dissatisfied. King of Blade and Sword, you're looking for death. He soon discovered the culprit who had destroyed his puppet. It was precisely Shen Chen, holding the silver moon void-breaking sword. You guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Shen Chen looked at King Heilei and spoke directly, the sword in his hand not stopping for a moment as it slashed through the void toward King Heilei. Chapter 107, Overpowering a Peak Champion. Heaven-defying tower climbing speed. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying sword cries echoed through the first floor of the Black Demon Tower. An unrivaled sword light slashed out from Shen Chen's silver moon void-breaking sword. Previously, when Shen Chen used the silver moon void-breaking sword, his combat power only reached the high-level champion level. That was because back then, his human original body's strength was too weak to drive the complete silver moon void-breaking sword. At this time, Shen Chen was surprised to find that his silver moon void-breaking sword had 2 secret engravings. It was a top-tier heavy treasure. Although it was a weapon-type top-tier heavy treasure, its value couldn't compare to domain-type, soul-type, or palace-type ones. Even for such a heavy treasure, a universe exalt would be very eager to obtain it. Furthermore, Shen Chen discovered that the Golden Radiance soul-severing blade was also a top-tier heavy treasure with 2 secret engravings. Master must have spent a lot of effort to get these 2 heavy treasures. The heavy treasure points required for top-tier heavy treasures are also quite numerous. However, I can't contact Master Teacher Ganwu in the virtual universe. I heard he went to a strange universe secret realm to get something for me. When Master comes out of the universe secret realm, I'll give him a surprise and help him pay off all his previous debts. Shen Chen thought to himself, then focused his attention on King Heilei. After activating the second secret engravings, a void-breaking sword light completely exceeded King Heilei's expectations and struck him directly. The terrifying void-breaking sword light contained a rich origin law of time attack. Damn it! At this moment, King Heilei cursed incessantly, his aura somewhat turbulent. His divine body was actually destroyed by 1% from this single sword light. One must know he was a peak champion. A single sword light could destroy 1% of his divine body. This king of blade and sword, the rumors outside said he was some bullshit high-level champion, but he was clearly a limit champion expert. King Heilei's tiger eyes contained killing intent, along with a trace of lingering fear. After all, he was indeed the one who had taken the initiative to provoke King of Blade and Sword. Now my human original body is also roughly at the limit champion level. Shen Chen looked at this scene, feeling extremely satisfied. Wearing the streamer imperial armor, he possessed 110,000 times the strength of a world lord, plus the 2 heavy treasures, the golden radiance soul-severing blade and the silver moon void-breaking sword. He could indeed be considered a limit champion. Previously, he had underestimated himself and the heavy treasures Master Teacher Ganwu had given him. At this moment, the champions on the first floor of the Black Demon Tower watched this scene with curiosity and inquiry in their eyes. The champions of the Great Alliance were filled with doubt. After all, they had heard of King of Blade and Sword's name, but what surprised them was that the current King of Blade and Sword had not yet joined the Great Alliance. As for the champions of the monster race, their faces were filled with killing intent. The champions of the Automaton Alliance and the Zerg Alliance were just watching the excitement, not caring if things got out of hand. After all, it was a clash between humans and the monster race. Human, what exactly do you want to do? King Heilei roared, his massive divine body fully revealed on the first floor of the Black Demon Tower. The Thunder Tiger clan, one of the royal clans within the monster race. However, at this time, King Heilei already intended to back down. Kill you. Shen Chen didn't hesitate at all, the golden radiance soul-severing blade appearing in his hand. Dual blade sword art, void-breaking soul-severing. This move of Shen Chen's was a top-tier, secret technique of an undying spiritual god. Although it couldn't compare to a peak secret technique, the heavy treasures he possessed made up for the gap. In an instant, a blade and a sword slashed through space, heading straight for King Heilei. The terrifying power shook the entire Black Demon Tower. King of Blade and Sword, do you think there is no one left in my Thunder Tiger clan? But just then, an even larger Thunder Tiger appeared in front of King Heilei. After a roar, it relied on a blue battle armor on its body to block Shen Chen's blade and sword. However, its aura also took a hit, clearly not as calm as it appeared. King Leihu. Shen Chen looked at the King Leihu in front of him and raised an eyebrow. The title of King Leihu could only be held by the strongest champion in the Thunder Tiger clan. He was a limit champion expert. No, he could be called a pseudo-invincible champion. Second only to invincible king experts like Zhan Yan King, the battle armor on his body was also a heavy treasure. King Heilei, don't let me catch you outside. After glancing at King Heilei, Shen Chen put away the golden radiance soul-severing blade and the silver moon void-breaking sword. He turned and left. Thank you, King Leihu. King Heilei bowed his head and said to the King Leihu in front of him. King Leihu turned and glanced at King Heilei without saying much. After all, they were of the same clan. Definitely two heavy treasures. Then, King Leihu thought of the blade and sword in Shen Chen's hands. Although he was a top-tier expert among champions, heavy treasures were still rare to him. At this thought, greed rose in his heart. King of Blade and Sword, is it? We have plenty of time. Looking at Shen Chen's departing back, King Leihu thought to himself. He knew very well that he couldn't kill King of Blade and Sword alone, he would have to gather other champions to join forces. Shen Chen arrived at the very center of the first-floor hall of the Black Demon Tower. In the very center, there was a massive black demon crystal with secret engravings etched upon it. King of Blade and Sword, well done. Those monster race fellows deserve a harsh lesson. Some champions from the Great Alliance gathered around Shen Chen. They all looked at Shen Chen with smiles, their presence filled with goodwill. After all, Shen Chen was a powerhouse within the Great Alliance. If the human champions were like this, what about the foreign race champions? King of Blade and Sword. Regarding climbing the tower, you must be quite clear by now, right? In every 10 floors, the first 5 are for comprehending these secret engravings, and the last 5 are for fighting opponents of the same level. I hope you, King of Blade and Sword, can surpass those champions from the monster race, automaton race, and insect race. At this moment, a champion looked at Shen Chen and spoke directly. Shen Chen nodded. Before coming, he had gathered quite a bit of information regarding climbing the Black Demon Tower. After all, the 4 alliances all wanted to obtain this top-tier heavy treasure and that ordinary ceiling-type true treasure. The information about the Black Demon Tower was shared among the alliances. Afterward, Shen Chen followed the example of the other champions and gradually covered the Black Demon Crystal with his soul power. Origin Law of Gold. That's my specialty. Before long, Shen Chen finished comprehending all the secret engravings on the Black Demon Crystal. His figure disappeared from the first floor. Seeing this, the other champions weren't surprised. After all, every champion has a lower origin law they are skilled in. However, soon, a message shook the entire Black Demon Tower. The champions in the Demon Tower all shouted that it was impossible. That was because Shen Chen had directly cleared 30 floors at a speed they completely didn't expect, reaching the 31st floor. The speed was so fast that it completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Only 10 years had passed since the Black Demon Tower appeared, and the one who had reached the highest floor was a monster race champion on the 45th floor. Next were the insect race and automaton race, but now, a human champion was advancing continuously at an unprecedented speed. P.S. A pseudo-invincible champion is one who cannot compare to Zhan Yan King but is much stronger than an ordinary limit champion. For example, King 7 Swords are the Empress Nan Cheng from the original work. Chapter 108. 108, Overlord Shocked. Chronos Thunder Beast shows its might. The 100th floor. Good, King of Blade and Sword. Since it was an ordinary ceiling-type true treasure. For a universe overlord, although it wasn't of much use, it was to prevent other races from making a move to snatch people. Therefore, Venerable Ancestral Tree had been guarding the Black Demon continent with 3 other top-tier universe overlords during this time. When Venerable Ancestral Tree heard that there was a king of blade and sword from the human race who was frantically clearing the tower, he was naturally extremely happy. Damn it! The benefits must absolutely not be given to the humans. On the other side, Venerable Flame Beast, Mother Empress Yuxin, and Venerable Ji Xie. After the 3 of them exchanged glances, they immediately sent down orders for all king-level immortals ahead of Shen Chen to take action. To block Shen Chen's advance. These two-faced guys. Venerable Ancestral Tree also fixed his gaze on Mother Empress Yuxin and Venerable Ji Xie. One should know that when that champion from the monster race was frantically clearing the tower before, the 3 of them had joined forces. But now, it was the human race's turn. Protect King of Blade and Sword and ensure he isn't affected by the alliance of the other 3 races. Subsequently, Venerable Ancestral Tree's order was directly sent to all the Great Alliance champions within the Black Demon Tower. After all, Venerable Ancestral Tree was a top-tier universe overlord. Even within the Great Alliance, he was a 7-star existence. Ordinary alien champions wouldn't dare to disobey the orders he issued. As for the champions of the human race, they had even less to say. Their tower clearing couldn't compare to the automaton race, insect race, and monster race. In contrast to the lively scene outside, inside the 31st floor of the Black Demon Tower, Shen Chen's face was full of smiles, as if he had encountered something very joyful. The Black Demon Tower can actually identify that I'm a world lord. How fast a world lord's speed in sensing the origin laws is. The secret patterns inherent in the Black Demon Tower are related to the 5 lower origin laws: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. And I am currently a world lord. My speed in comprehending the laws is much stronger than those king-level immortals. After all, once one reaches the undying spiritual god level, there's no longer an opportunity for one's consciousness to enter the origin land of the universe. The more Shen Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. This opportunity was practically tailor-made for him. Black Demon Star Lord probably wouldn't have expected a world lord to come and clear his Black Demon Tower, right? As for the opponents in the next 5 floors, it was even simpler. They were just some ordinary world lords. For Shen Chen, it was basically a matter of a single sword strike. No matter how many there were, it was just like that. However, after Shen Chen reached the 31st floor, he found that something was wrong. On the 31st floor, there were exactly 50 champions. Among them, 19 were from the Monster Alliance, 12 from the Insect Clan Alliance, 11 from the Automaton Clan Alliance, and 8 from the Great Alliance. Including Shen Chen, the Great Alliance only had 9 champions. Stop King of Blade and Sword, don't let him get close to the Black Demon Crystal. At this time, those 19 champions from the Monster Alliance had also received Venerable Flame Beast's order. They stared fixedly at Shen Chen. Just stop King of Blade and Sword and don't let him continue clearing the tower. That way, as long as King of Blade and Sword doesn't touch the Black Demon Crystal, it'll be fine. King of Blade and Sword. At this moment, the 8 champions from the Great Alliance also gathered beside Shen Chen, looking at those guys on the other side with solemn expressions. The Monster Alliance, Insect Clan Alliance, and Automaton Clan Alliance had faintly united. They also knew King of Blade and Sword's speed in clearing the tower and had received Venerable Ancestral Tree's order. They had to do everything possible to help Shen Chen continue clearing the tower. Deluding yourselves into thinking you can stop me. Shen Chen looked at the guys in front of him. The silver moon void-breaking sword and golden radiance soul-severing blade in his hands emitted a terrifying hum. In an instant, terrifying blade light and sword light were directly slashed out by Shen Chen. One should know that a pseudo-invincible champion like King Lei who stayed on the first floor purely because he, like Shen Chen, had just arrived. Previously, when Shen Chen was clearing the tower, he basically hadn't encountered champions of that level. On the 31st floor, most of the alliances, members were at the peak champion level, and within each alliance, there was only one limit champion powerhouse. And Shen Chen also possessed limit champion combat power. In addition, there was also a limit champion within the Great Alliance. So even though the other three race alliances desperately wanted to stop Shen Chen from approaching the Black Demon Crystal, in the end, it was nothing more than a futile effort. The first floor of every 10 floors basically had secret patterns related to the origin law of gold. With Shen Chen's comprehension of the origin law of gold, he instantly skipped the 31st floor and headed to the 32nd floor. This made the champions of the three-race alliance grit their teeth in anger. They knew that they were destined to miss out on this opportunity. They could only pray that the champions on the upper floors would stop Shen Chen. Unfortunately, those champions, like them, couldn't stop Shen Chen at all. Soon, Shen Chen arrived at the 41st floor. As expected, the quality of the experts has improved again. The lowest are peak champions, and there are several limit champion powerhouses. Shen Chen looked at those champions and shook his head. At this time, the champions belonging to the Great Alliance also gathered beside Shen Chen. However, their faces showed anxiety because, on this floor, their Great Alliance did not have a single limit champion. Meanwhile, the opposing race alliances possessed exactly 5 limit champions. King of Blade and Sword, we will risk our lives to hold them back for you. Venerable Ancestral Tree has already promised that as long as we help you secure this top-tier heavy treasure and that ceiling-type true treasure, champions who die protecting you can be resurrected for free in the future. A human champion stood in front of Shen Chen, tilted his head, and whispered to him. After all, Shen Chen's tower clearing speed had already caused a sensation, and Venerable Ancestral Tree realized they truly might be able to obtain that ordinary ceiling-type true treasure. That was why he could promise the condition of free resurrection for champions. After all, resurrecting a champion wasn't as costly as resurrecting a venerable. They could even be resurrected collectively. So he could still make such a promise. No need to worry, King Thunder Dragon, I'm counting on you. However, to the confusion of those champions, Shen Chen had no intention of relying on them at all. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, an incomparably domineering aura came from behind them. When they turned around, they discovered it was a terrifying giant beast that had reached the limit of this floor. Dazzling lightning covered its entire body, each strand of lightning flickering with the power of destruction. The Chronos Thunder Beast, wearing the Thunder Dragon heavy armor, possessed exactly 1.64 million times the strength of a world lord. Its terrifying power was completely comparable to some extremely strong limit champions. Plus, Shen Chen was there as well. Even if the opponents had 5 limit champions, they couldn't stop Shen Chen from comprehending the Black Demon Crystal. An ordinary limit champion was even almost ground down alive by the Chronos Thunder Beast. Once Shen Chen revealed his trump card, the Chronos Thunder Beast, those alien champions blocking his path were no longer any trouble at all. In a short time, Shen Chen had already surpassed that monster race champion who was ranked first. Although that monster race champion was a pseudo-invincible champion like King Leihu. Unfortunately, with Shen Chen and the Chronos Thunder Beast working together, he couldn't stop Shen Chen at all. Moreover, the Chronos Thunder Beast's current innate secret technique was Time Stop, and Shen Chen had also comprehended the profound mysteries of Time Stop. With the two combined, even this pseudo-invincible champion of the monster race would be stopped. Subsequently, Shen Chen directly broke into the 46th floor. With no more obstructions, Shen Chen advanced frantically with an unstoppable speed, soon reaching the 99th floor. After killing 50 World Lord rank projections of the Black Demon Clan, Shen Chen stepped directly into the 100th floor of the Black Demon Tower. Chapter 109, 109, Black Demon Star-Lord's Lament. Black Demon Crystal Core. Improving comprehension ability. Within the 100th floor of the Black Demon Tower, Shen Chen's figure arrived. After Shen Chen arrived, the consciousness of Black Demon Star-Lord from before also slowly emerged. He looked at Shen Chen below with a gaze full of immense amazement. As expected of a peak race, you are actually able to nurture a genius like yourself. Being only at the World Lord rank, you can already rival the limit of a champion. At this moment, Black Demon Star-Lord looked at Shen Chen below and spoke directly. He was now completely relieved, only a peak race could produce such a genius. Shen Chen was not surprised at all after hearing what Black Demon Star-Lord said. Although his aura was concealed by the streamer Imperial armor and the Soul Life bead. Since he was currently inside the Black Demon Tower, a simple investigation could easily reveal that Shen Chen's body was not actually an undying spiritual body. Can I control the Black Demon Tower now? And where exactly is the location of that true treasure, Demon Star? Shen Chen also asked directly. After all, his main purpose for coming to the Black Demon Tower was for these two treasures. The secret engravings you comprehended in the first 5 floors were all related to the Black Demon Tower. As long as you comprehend the secret engravings of this 100th floor, you will be able to drive the first layer of the Black Demon Tower's secret engravings. The Black Demon Tower is an ordinary palace-type heavy treasure, but it possesses 2 layers of secret engravings. As for the location of the Demon Star, it is also on the Black Demon continent. Once you have refined the Black Demon Tower, you will be able to obtain the location of the Demon Star. Black Demon Star-Lord said, looking at Shen Chen below without any concealment. Shen Chen nodded at this. He did not think this fellow, Black Demon Star-Lord, would deceive him. Furthermore, he didn't think Black Demon Star-Lord would have any schemes. After all, before Shen Chen entered the Black Demon Tower, Venerable Ancestral Tree and Venerable Flame Beast, those 4 top-tier universe overlords outside, had already thoroughly investigated Black Demon Star-Lord's consciousness. After all, they had to avoid the possibility of Black Demon Star-Lord having a scheme to control their race's champions. Soon, Shen Chen began to comprehend the secret engravings on this 100th floor. After a short while, the first layer of the Black Demon Tower's secret engravings was completely mastered by Shen Chen. Shen Chen could now control the entire Black Demon Tower and clearly investigate the champions on every floor. King of Blade and Sword, you are a top genius of the human race. Being able to rival a champion at the World Lord rank, I never expected my Black Demon Tower would welcome a genius like you. However, this might also be the luck of my Black Demon clan. Please, King of Blade and Sword, protect my remaining clansmen and let them come under your command. When Shen Chen took control of the entire Black Demon Tower, the remaining consciousness of Black Demon Star-Lord looked at King of Blade and Sword below with a pleading face. As the leading figure of the Black Demon clan, this was all he could do. He was gambling that Shen Chen, for the sake of this top-tier heavy treasure and that true treasure, would look after his Black Demon clan. After hearing what Black Demon Star-Lord said, Shen Chen also felt a sense of lament in his heart. If the Black Demon clan hadn't encountered the 4 great races opening up the outside territory battlefield, they would likely be living carefree lives on the Black Demon continent. But unfortunately, the universe is a place where the strong prey on the weak. I promise you, Shen Chen said, looking at the consciousness of Black Demon Star-Lord before him. King of Blade and Sword, as you hold the Black Demon Tower, whenever you find a group of the Black Demon clan, the tower will transmit my message to them. They will recognize you as their master. Of course, the Black Demon clan will definitely not become a burden to you. My Black Demon clan possesses a certain ability. We can nurture Black Demon crystal cores. A Black Demon crystal core can briefly improve one's comprehension ability. Previous Black Demon crystal cores were swept clean by your 4 peak races. By now, they have likely gone completely extinct. When you find the remaining Black Demon clan, all the Black Demon crystal cores they have nurtured over these years will belong to you. Even in the future, they will continue to nurture Black Demon crystal cores for you. Black Demon Star-Lord continued. He knew that to make this peerless genius before him truly accept his Black Demon clan, besides true treasures, there had to be a long-term supply relationship. Otherwise, if he just found any random universe secret realm for them, his Black Demon clan would never have the chance to rise again. Black Demon crystal cores, improving comprehension ability. Good, 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 Black Demon Star-Lord. The Black Demon clan, I will protect them. After hearing these words from Black Demon Star-Lord, a smile appeared on Shen Chen's face. Shen Chen had not found a treasure that could improve comprehension ability in all these years. Treasures of that level were all within the human race's treasury. Seeing King of Blade and Sword's reaction, Black Demon Star-Lord finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that when a genius like this spoke, they would surely abide by their word. I, Black Demon Star-Lord, have finally not failed my Black Demon clan. Black Demon Star-Lord looked up at this moment, as if gazing at the starry sky. He remembered his journey as an ordinary member of the Black Demon clan, growing from the planetary level all the way to the Universe Overlord stage. In the end, he met with sudden disaster, and was besieged by the 4 peak races. Fortunately, he had finally found a reliance for the Black Demon clan. He could finally be at peace. Finally, under Shen Chen's watch, Black Demon Star-Lord turned into bits of starlight and dissipated within the Black Demon Tower. Shen Chen watched this scene, gave a sigh of lament, and then began to control the Black Demon Tower. Damn it, the benefits have actually gone to the humans. At this time, when the 4 top overlords outside saw the fluctuations emitted by the Black Demon Tower, they instantly understood that the tower was already being controlled. Combined with the communication from those champions, they also instantly understood that the Black Demon Tower was indeed being controlled by King of Blade and Sword. Ha ha ha, good, King of Blade and Sword. A palace-type heavy treasure, and an ordinary ceiling-type true treasure. They are about to belong to my human race. At this moment, Venerable Ancestral Tree was full of smiles. Soon, Venerable Ancestral Tree's smile froze as he looked at the 3 top universe overlords nearby. However, these 3 fellows likely harbored ill intentions. Soon, the Black Demon Tower vibrated, and the king-level immortals of every race flew out of the tower together. They each had different expressions, their faces filled with anger and unwillingness. Of course, those champions within the human race were happy. Even though they didn't get it, it was better than it being obtained by the monster race, insect race, or automaton race. Moreover, before King of Blade and Sword arrived, none of these champions could compare to that Nami champion of the monster race. It's a pity the Black Demon Tower is only an ordinary palace-type heavy treasure. In terms of value, it rivals a top-tier heavy treasure. I have only mastered the first layer of secret engravings, which isn't enough to kill all the champions. Once I kill all the champions of the 3-race alliance, those champions in my human race will also face retaliation. I should wait for a future opportunity to spread my fame. The urgent matter is to find the Black Demon clan. The Black Demon crystal cores in their hands are what's most important to me. The previous setting wasn't clear. Now the Black Demon Tower is an ordinary palace-type heavy treasure. Within the 100th floor of the Black Demon Tower, Shen Chen looked at those champions outside and spoke with some regret. After all, the secret technique Shen Chen had created now was only a top-tier secret technique. Some top world lord geniuses and king-level immortals could also create techniques of this level. What Shen Chen wanted to create was an undying spiritual god peak secret technique. Chapter 110, The Mother Empress's Greed. Teacher Ganwu Falls. Under Shen Chen's control, the Black Demon Tower continued to shrink, eventually becoming a tower only 10,000 kilometers high. Then, Shen Chen's figure slowly appeared outside the Black Demon Tower. King of Blade and Sword. King of Blade and Sword, damn it. That was supposed to be my opportunity. At this moment, the champions within the Monster Alliance, Insect Race Alliance, and Automaton Race Alliance were all cursing incessantly as they watched Shen Chen. After all, this was a palace-type heavy treasure comparable to a top-tier heavy treasure. Some ordinary universe exalts used this exact type of palace heavy treasure. Spaceships built entirely of G-grade metal had a value that was neither here nor there. Buying such a ship would be painful even for an invincible king. However, universe exalts generally looked down on spaceships made of G-grade metal. Therefore, palace-type treasures like this, which could rival top-tier heavy treasures, were sought after by many universe exalts. Rumble. Just at that moment, a monstrous giant claw filled with terrifying power swept toward the Black Demon Tower. That monstrous claw was wreathed in terrifying flames, as if it could incinerate the void realm of the universe. The fearsome aura made all the invincible kings tremble. Venerable Flame Beast. Venerable Ancestral Tree's shout, filled with rage, echoed across the entire Black Demon continent. Pale green vines erupted, intercepting the monstrous claw with a speed that exceeded the norm. Venerable Ji Xie, seize this black demon tower. Mother Empress Yuxin, use your soul to forcibly enslave King of Blade and Sword. We will still be able to obtain the location of the treasure, the Demon Star. When the time comes, our 3 races will compete for it by our own merits. Venerable Flame Beast spoke directly to Venerable Ji Xie and Mother Empress Yuxin beside him. Venerable Ji Xie and Mother Empress Yuxin glanced at each other, both feeling somewhat tempted. Then, a terrifying soul power erupted from Mother Empress Yuxin's body, surging toward the Black Demon Tower. Shen Chen had already hidden back inside the Black Demon Tower the moment Venerable Flame Beast made his move. However, to Mother Empress Yuxin's shock, her soul power passed through the Black Demon Tower but was completely unable to control King of Blade and Sword. A soul-type true treasure. Human race, good, good, good. At this moment, Mother Empress Yuxin's originally charming face was full of excitement, but she did not let this matter slip. She knew very well that if she revealed it, her insect race would have to fight the automaton race and the monster race for the soul treasure King of Blade and Sword possessed. Compared to a soul-type true treasure, that ordinary ceiling-type true treasure, the Demon Star, was not important at all. Mother Empress Yuxin did not make another move, standing calmly in the Void Realm. Without Mother Empress Yuxin's help, Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie were unable to suppress Venerable Ancestral Tree in the short term. Venerable Ancestral Tree also easily collected Shen Chen into his world ring. Mother Empress Yuxin. By this time, Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie were looking at Mother Empress Yuxin with faces full of anger. However, Mother Empress Yuxin ignored them entirely, directly tearing through the space of the universe and leaving. Watching Mother Empress Yuxin's departing back, Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie were filled with confusion. At this time, Venerable Ancestral Tree also looked at Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie with a chuckle, and he likewise departed. Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie did not try to stop him further. As fellow top-tier universe overlords, they knew very well that the 2 of them alone could not kill Venerable Ancestral Tree. Venerable Ancestral Tree's divine body was the Ancestral Star Tree, a tree-type special life form second only to the World Tree. Venerable Ancestral Tree. After moving far away from the conflict, Venerable Ancestral Tree arrived at a certain location and released King of Blade and Sword from his world ring. After Shen Chen stepped out, he respectfully bowed to Venerable Ancestral Tree, just as he had treated Princess Tianxi in the past. King of Blade and Sword, if you need help when retrieving the treasure, Demon Star, contact me at any time. Although you are a champion of the Virtual Universe Corporation, we are all part of the human race after all. Venerable Ancestral Tree looked down at Shen Chen with a smile. With the soul life bead masking his aura, even Venerable Ancestral Tree could not discover that Shen Chen was currently a world lord. Unless he used his divine power to penetrate deep into Shen Chen's divine body, he wouldn't be able to discover that Shen Chen was a world lord. However, in Venerable Ancestral Tree's eyes, Shen Chen was a limit champion. Even as a top-tier universe overlord, he could not casually use divine power to probe Shen Chen. After all, Venerable Ancestral Tree belonged to the Great Axe Battleground, while Shen Chen belonged to the Virtual Universe Corporation. Watching Venerable Ancestral Tree's departing back, Shen Chen shook his head. He naturally knew what Venerable Ancestral Tree wanted. It was nothing more than that ceiling-type true treasure. Unfortunately, I intend to get that ceiling-type true treasure for myself. However, since the attention on me is at its peak after taking the Black Demon Tower, I should wait a while before retrieving that treasure. Now, I should find the remaining members of the Black Demon clan on the Black Demon continent. Black Demon crystal cores to improve comprehension ability. That is what I need most right now. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he put away the Black Demon Tower. He teleported away from the area instantly. When the Black Demon Tower first appeared earlier, a unique information flood meant specifically for the Black Demon clan had already covered the entire Black Demon continent. The remaining Black Demon clan members had naturally received this message. While they were grieving, they were also full of anticipation, wondering if their Black Demon clan really had hope of seeing the light of day again. Fortunately, hard work paid off, and after only 10 short years, they met the champion who had inherited the Black Demon Tower. No need for nonsense. Since I have become the master of the Black Demon Tower, I will take you into the starry sky. Gather the remaining members of the Black Demon clan and follow me. Don't worry, you are more important to me alive than dead. Shen Chen looked at the somewhat worried Black Demon clan champion in front of him and waved his hand, speaking nonchalantly. The Black Demon King let out a sigh of relief. He had been collectively elected by the many remaining branches to welcome Shen Chen. Your Highness, these are the Black Demon crystal cores nurtured by my Black Demon clan over the years. The Black Demon King then took out a world ring and respectfully handed it to Shen Chen. But just as Shen Chen was inspecting the Black Demon crystal cores inside the world ring, Primordial Chaos City Lord personally contacted Shen Chen. Shen Chen, Teacher Ganwu has fallen in a universe secret realm. He has a treasure that he entrusted a fellow universe exalt to bring to you. Venerable Baiming has handed that treasure to me. Return from the outside territory battlefield as soon as possible. Looking at the email from Primordial Chaos City Lord, Shen Chen found it hard to believe, and what followed was an extreme killing intent. The Black Demon King was somewhat frightened after feeling the killing intent emanating from Shen Chen's entire body. Chapter 111, Beast God Skeleton. Perfect Life Gene Level, achieved. Let all the remaining undying spiritual gods of your Black Demon clan settle your clansmen within your divine kingdom, and then the undying spiritual gods will come with me, leaving the outside territory battlefield. After taking a deep breath, Shen Chen fixed his gaze on the Black Demon King. He knew that the more critical the situation, the less he could afford to be impatient. He had to properly settle the Black Demon clan first before dealing with the matters concerning his teacher, Teacher Ganwu. Upon hearing Shen Chen's words, the Black Demon King breathed a sigh of relief. He felt somewhat fortunate that this peerless genius of the human race had not let his anger affect his attitude toward the Black Demon clan. Soon, all the undying spiritual gods of the Black Demon clan were summoned by the Black Demon King. More than 30 king-level immortals, over 150 marquee-level immortals, and more than 500 ordinary undying. There were also several 100 million Black Demon clan clansmen. The strongest among them was the Black Demon King. Having obtained a large amount of inheritance and cultivating until now, he still possessed a valuable item, marking him as a peak king-level immortal. Shen Chen also quickly learned from the Black Demon King about the current state of the remnants of the Black Demon clan. Although it sounded like there were many undying spiritual gods, it was a pity that the current Black Demon clan could not even be considered a weak race. After all, some weak races had universe exalts, while ordinary races had universe overlords. As for powerful races, they had universe lords within their ranks. And peak races had the universe strongest within their ranks. However, to Shen Chen, this was already a very strong force. Follow me closely. Soon, Shen Chen brought them back to the spiritual base. Is this the foundation of a peak race? Even a universe exalt wouldn't dare to approach this kind of base recklessly, right? Too strong. My Black Demon clan did not lose unjustly. The remaining undying spiritual gods of the Black Demon clan sighed with emotion after seeing this AAA level spiritual base. Subsequently, with Shen Chen's authorization, he easily took the Black Demon clan away from the outside territory battlefield. After all, the incident regarding the Black Demon Tower on the 6th battlefield was already known to the alliances of all races, and the higher-ups of the human race were basically aware that King of Blade and Sword of their side had seized the Black Demon Tower. They didn't have any objections to Shen Chen having an additional remnant of the Black Demon clan under his command. They simply let Shen Chen handle it himself. It is impossible to divide the starry territory for your Black Demon clan, you can only stay within a secret realm. I will find a secret realm for you and grant you the status of a vassal race. After returning to the Ganwu universe country with the undying spiritual gods of the Black Demon clan, Shen Chen looked at the Black Demon King and said directly. The Black Demon King nodded at this. They were also very clear that the starry territory would definitely not be given to vassal races like them. If they could have a secret realm and become a vassal race of the humans, they were already very satisfied. After returning to the Gamu secret region, Your Highness, the 13 divine generals, one of the 18 divine generals under the Lord of Gamu. At this moment, he looked at Shen Chen in front of him with a respectful face. Because the Lord of Gamu had suddenly fallen, but as a universe exalt who had survived since the ancient era, even if the Lord of Gamu died 3 times, he could still be resurrected in the future, so the Gamu universe country did not fall into chaos. Your Highness, the message left by the Lord, as well as the message transmitted from the higher-ups of the Virtual Universe Corporation, state that you are to temporarily manage the Gamu universe country. Besides the 13 divine generals, there were other undying of the Gamu universe country who were also looking at Shen Chen. Obviously, they had also received orders from the higher-ups of the Virtual Universe Corporation. However, at this moment, Shen Chen did not want to deal with this matter at all. He just instructed them to assist one of the sons of the Lord of Gamu in handling events, and then he left the place entirely. Primitive mystical region. Due to the sudden incident, Shen Chen directly used the Black Demon Tower to travel through the dark universe. As a palace-type valuable item, its speed was much faster than Shen Chen's F9 level spaceship. Not long after, he returned to the primitive mystical region. In the primitive mystical region, Shen Chen met a clone of the primordial Chaos City Lord who was stationed there. Teacher. Shen Chen looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord in front of him with respect, while doubt flashed across his face. The Black Demon Tower, indeed. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen below and couldn't help but sigh at the opportunity Shen Chen possessed. Shen Chen was currently only at the World Lord rank, yet he had already made a name for himself as King of Blade and Sword in the outside territory battlefield and had even obtained the location of an ordinary ceiling-type supreme treasure. How could ordinary World Lord rank geniuses have such ability? Teacher Gamu fell in the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. That is a cosmic secret realm that appeared not long ago. Previously, Teacher Gamu had entrusted people everywhere to secure a set of valuable items before heading to that secret realm. I intervened a bit before. After all, Teacher Gamu had already fallen 3 times. But he told me he was preparing treasures for you. I didn't say anything more. The primordial Chaos City Lord explained the reason. This also made Shen Chen feel somewhat helpless. If he had known, he shouldn't have exposed his golden horned beast clone. It's a pity that he ultimately fell in that secret realm. However, the treasure he obtained was brought back by the accompanying universe exalt, Bei Ming. This treasure is very precious and is enough to pay off his debts. He also risked his life to snatch it from a universe overlord. In the end, he fell at the hands of a universe overlord of the insect race. After the primordial Chaos City Lord finished explaining the cause and effect, a white cylindrical object appeared in his hand, from which an extremely rich aura of the beast god emerged. One must know that Shen Chen had previously undergone fusion with the blood of the beast god, so he knew the aura of the beast god all too well. This is a piece of beast god skeleton. It is comparable in value to a supreme treasure. And that secret realm, according to our speculation, should belong to the previous reincarnation era. It is extremely special, and even the virtual universe cannot penetrate it. Since it was given to you by Teacher Gamu, then keep it well. I hope it can allow your golden horned beast clone to truly reach the perfect life gene level. After the primordial Chaos City Lord sighed, he handed the white cylindrical object to Shen Chen. After Shen Chen took the beast god skeleton, he was also filled with emotion. Insect race, very good. An extremely clear killing intent flowed in Shen Chen's eyes. After the primordial Chaos City Lord saw this scene, he did not say anything more. Appropriate hatred could allow Shen Chen to grow faster. Primitive mystical region. Inside Shen Chen's internal world, the golden horned beast clone was roaring continuously at this moment. Shen Chen did not hesitate at all and directly fused the beast god skeleton into the body of the golden horned beast. In an instant, a terrifying aura of blood and killing impacted Shen Chen's will. However, Shen Chen had grown significantly, and with the presence of a will of hatred, no matter how strong the aura of blood and killing was, Shen Chen's will did not collapse. Subsequently, the golden horned beast clone expanded continuously, and its aura became increasingly terrifying. Its clone divine body gradually reached the perfect limit. A mysterious force was directly infused into the source core. 10,081 times life gene level, achieved. Chapter 112, Ultimate Divine Punishment. Enlightenment Star Core. Undying Spiritual God Ultimate Secret Technique. Just as Shen Chen's golden horned beast clone reached the perfect life gene level, a will that was incomparably domineering and carried a supreme aura descended. Soon, Shen Chen's consciousness instantly fell into a slumber. The descent of this incomparably terrifying will went completely unnoticed, even by the primordial Chaos City Lord, who governed the space-time of the primitive mystical region. When Shen Chen's consciousness awakened again, he had already arrived at the origin of the universe. As expected, after reaching the perfect life gene level, the universe would bestow upon him an incomparably heaven-defying innate secret technique. Shen Chen spoke, fixing his gaze upon the points of light before him. He knew that these points of light were each an incomparably heaven-defying innate secret technique. Although he very much wanted to obtain them all, it was a pity that, for now, he could only possess one innate secret technique. Just as Shen Chen was still pondering what his innate secret technique would be, a point of light surged directly into Shen Chen's consciousness at an indescribable speed. Even Shen Chen's consciousness could not resist it at all. Subsequently, Shen Chen seemed to see infinite chaos, and within that chaos, a glimmer of light appeared. It dispelled the darkness, but it also seemed to destroy the chaos. Soon, Shen Chen's consciousness vanished from the origin of the universe. Innate secret technique. After Shen Chen awakened, looking at his core, Shen Chen sighed. He knew that after reaching the perfect life gene level, the core would undergo a transformation. And at this moment, upon his core were streaks of special secret patterns, and this was the heaven-defying innate secret technique bestowed upon him by the universe. Innate secret technique, ultimate divine punishment. An attack-type secret technique with incomparably powerful might. It relates to lightning. At this moment, Shen Chen was incomparably emotional. One had to know that the concept he had first comprehended was related to lightning. It could be considered walking the path he had already traveled once more. Of course, the threshold for unleashing this incomparably heaven-defying innate secret technique was also equally high. Under the condition of burning his divine body, he would connect to the sea of universal laws, bringing down streaks of incomparably terrifying ultimate divine thunder. Carrying an unparalleled power of destruction, it would annihilate any enemy. Unlike the domain-type secret technique, I am the universe, that Luo Feng obtained. This innate secret technique of Shen Chen's possessed absolute attack power. Of course, the pity was that the prerequisite was for Shen Chen to possess a divine body. Even with the current golden horned beast, a body comparable to a champion, unleashing ultimate divine punishment once, the golden horned beast clone would instantly be annihilated, unable to bear such a price. Ultimate divine punishment can only be activated after I reach the undying stage. So, there is no need to rush now. However, if I want to further increase my strength now, I need to create even stronger secret techniques. Peak secret techniques are urgent. Thinking about how he was able to reach the perfect life gene level this time, it was all thanks to Teacher Ganwu. Teacher Ganwu had even fallen in a secret realm because of him. Shen Chen became increasingly furious. Right now, he really wanted to fight those insect race fellows on the outside territory battlefield. But he was also very clear that every Zerg Queen Mother capable of breaking through to the undying stage had strength in the first tier below the universe exalt. Basically, they were considered pseudo-invincible champions, and there were even some heaven-defying Zerg Queen Mothers who were genuine invincible champions. With Shen Chen's current means, without peak secret techniques, it was basically impossible to fight them. In the world ring that the Black Demon King gave me, there are 9 Black Demon Crystal cores. According to my clearance level, I can learn that the human race did indeed obtain a batch of Black Demon Crystal cores. Their value is also very high. Each Black Demon Crystal core is worth 1 treasure point. They are simply not something ordinary champions can afford. They are basically purchased by those universe exalts to reward their juniors or for their own use. After Shen Chen understood these things, his figure disappeared from the primitive mystical region. Soon, he returned to the Ganwu secret region. Chengyun, Chengzhou. Soon, Shen Chengyun and Shen Chengzhou were called before Shen Chen. Looking at Shen Chen like this, Shen Chengyun and Shen Chengzhou had a premonition in their hearts. Sure enough, Shen Chen directly took out 2 black demon crystal cores and handed them over. There were no restrictions whatsoever on treasures like the black demon crystal core that could increase comprehension ability. If Shen Chen had directly given Shen Chengyun and Shen Chengzhou 2 treasures, then there would be no return. But this kind of treasure that increases comprehension ability is simply hard currency. This is called a black demon crystal core. It is a treasure in the true sense. It can temporarily increase your comprehension ability. When you encounter difficult obstacles you cannot overcome, you can use it. Shen Chen looked at Shen Chengyun and Shen Chengzhou, simply explaining how to use the black demon crystal core. Shen Chengyun and Shen Chengzhou both looked at Shen Chen with excitement. When they were comprehending secret techniques or refining treasures, they basically always encountered some difficulties. This kind of treasure that can increase comprehension ability was truly a priceless treasure for them. Bestowed black demon crystal core to Shen Chengyun, 1000x return, obtained enlightenment star core. Bestowed black demon crystal core to Shen Chengzhou, 1000x return, obtained enlightenment star core. Soon, the prompt from the creation treasure tree came into Shen Chen's mind. After hearing this prompt, Shen Chen nodded with satisfaction. After Shen Chen solved the many problems Shen Chengyun and Shen Chengzhou had in their cultivation during this period, they each departed. Subsequently, Shen Chen took out an enlightenment star core. Just holding it in his hand, Shen Chen felt his mind clear up significantly, and some small problems were instantly resolved. It is indeed heaven-defying. Although I don't know how the human treasury prices such special treasures, judging from the black demon crystal core being priced at 1 treasure point, the enlightenment star core should be able to be settled with supreme treasure points. After all, it can even have an effect on my current champion level comprehension. After Shen Chen finished speaking, he immediately decided to use the enlightenment star core. After all, resources are things that must be used to strengthen one's own power. Subsequently, Shen Chen's world energy covered the enlightenment star core, and then a strange energy from the enlightenment star core directly enveloped Shen Chen's entire body. In an instant, Shen Chen's thoughts were constantly churning. The origin law of time, the origin law of space, saber Dao secret techniques, and sword Dao secret techniques constantly flowed through Shen Chen's mind. Streaks of sword light and blade light constantly appeared before his eyes. Dual mastery of blade and sword, judgment of time and space. Soon, Shen Chen's eyes lit up, his left eye turned golden, and his right eye turned silver. This is an undying spiritual God ultimate secret technique. Shen Chen would not have thought that he had actually comprehended an undying spiritual God ultimate secret technique. But it makes sense. After all, the value of the enlightenment star core can be settled with supreme treasure points. Other invincible champions are not as extravagant as Shen Chen, using special treasures comparable to supreme treasures just to comprehend an undying spiritual God ultimate secret technique. No, let alone the enlightenment star core comparable to a supreme treasure, not even the black demon crystal core worth 1 treasure point can be extravagantly used by any invincible champion. After all, Zhanyan King, in hundreds of millions of years, only created 3 peak secret techniques in primordial chaos city. I still miscalculated. Even using the black demon crystal core should have been enough to comprehend an undying spiritual God peak secret technique. The enlightenment star core is a supreme treasure in the true sense. It seems I should pay attention to the black demon clan. Shen Chen sighed at this moment, but there was more anticipation in his eyes. After all, having comprehended this undying spiritual God ultimate secret technique, the test subjects would of course be those alien races. Chapter 113, Shen Chen's Plan. 3 Pseudo-Invincible Champions. Secret Technique Eruption. Teacher, I want to go to the 6th battlefield and take away that ordinary ceiling-type true treasure. And while I'm at it, I'll take care of those foreign races. The commotion might be a bit large. After comprehending this ultimate secret technique of an undying spiritual god, Shen Chen headed to the Chaos Temple and looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord before him with a respectful expression. His words were filled with killing intent. However, strictly speaking, the combat power Shen Chen currently displayed was only comparable to the limit of a champion. If he slaughtered too many in the outside territory battlefield, it would definitely trigger a backlash from the other three races. Furthermore, Shen Chen possessed a palace-type heavy treasure, and it even involved an ordinary ceiling-type true treasure. Relying on himself alone to achieve what he envisioned, he had to seek the help of the primordial Chaos City Lord. Upon hearing Shen Chen's words, the primordial Chaos City Lord let out a sigh. He naturally understood what Shen Chen was thinking. It was nothing more than hearing about teacher Ganwu's death and wanting to kill the foreign races for revenge. Shen Chen's thoughts were perfectly justifiable, and no one could find fault with them. Venerable ancestral tree guards the outside territory battlefield alone. It is indeed impossible for him to deal with the top-tier universe overlords of the other three races all at once. How about this? I will have Palace Master Tian Shi go to the outside territory battlefield to ensure you can take that ceiling-type true treasure away. However, once it is done, you must give some benefits to Venerable Ancestral Tree and Palace Master Tian Shi. After all, Venerable Ancestral Tree belongs to the Great Axe Battleground, and Palace Master Tian Shi is going because of my order. After thinking for a moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Shen Chen below and spoke. Even though his rank within the human race was second only to the Great Axe founder. In the primordial Chaos City Lord's view, it was not actually fair to command two top-tier universe overlords to help his disciple with just a single sentence. At the end of the day, the current Shen Chen was still only a world lord. However, the primordial Chaos City Lord was well aware of Shen Chen's wealth. Giving some true treasure points would be more than enough. That goes without saying, since I am asking those two overlords for help. I am not so selfish as to forget that. Shen Chen understood this. After all, he was the one asking for a favor. Otherwise, why should they help you? Just because you are a genius. Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree were two top-tier universe overlords. Fine, you may go. I hope the name of King of Blade and Sword will resound throughout the universe. The primordial Chaos City Lord spoke with a face full of smiles as he looked down at Shen Chen. I will not let teacher down. After bowing respectfully, Shen Chen left the Chaos Temple. Watching Shen Chen depart, an email was sent directly to that palace situated above Shuiluo continent. Outside territory battlefield, Supreme Treasure Demon Star. The luck of our human race champion is truly good. But since it is a personal order from the City Lord, I should make the trip. Palace Master Tian Shi sighed after seeing the email. After all, for a champion to obtain a true treasure, their opportunity was indeed thick. Soon, a clone of Palace Master Tian Shi, possessing the combat power of a top-tier universe overlord, headed toward the outside territory battlefield. At this moment, on the 6th battlefield of the outside territory battlefield, Shen Chen traveled at high speeds and soon arrived here. The Supreme Treasure Demon Star was hidden in the Purgatory Black Abyss by Black Demon Star Lord. After so many years, surprisingly no one has discovered it. But he was a universe overlord after all. His methods for hiding a true treasure are quite strong. It's basically impossible for ordinary champions to find it. However, for me, who possesses the Black Demon Tower, it's simply too easy. Shen Chen stood inside the Black Demon Tower, driving it forward at extreme speed toward the Purgatory Black Abyss. Along the way, Shen Chen encountered several champions from the Great Alliance, as well as champions from foreign races. When they saw the Black Demon Tower, their faces were all filled with surprise. After all, encountering the Black Demon Tower meant King of Blade and Sword, and encountering King of Blade and Sword meant the opportunity for a true treasure. In an instant, the news of King of Blade and Sword's arrival at the Black Demon continent attracted the attention of all the champions on the 6th battlefield. How fast could champions move, especially those who had comprehended teleportation? Before Shen Chen could reach the Purgatory Black Abyss, 3 figures blocked his path. They were 3 incredibly massive divine bodies. One of them was Shen Chen's acquaintance, King Leihu. The other two champions were a demonic creature covered in flames, titled the Flame Demon King. And another champion who was pitch black all over, with the head of a strange beast and scales and claws that looked incredibly ferocious, titled the Black Prison King. These three champions were all famous within the Monster Alliance. Their combat power had all reached the level of pseudo-invincible champion, far surpassing the average champion limit. "We'll distribute it as agreed before, that saber and sword of his belong to me. The Black Demon Tower goes to you guys, I don't care about it." At this moment, King Lehu, surrounded by blue lightning, spoke to the Flame Demon King and Black Prison King beside him. King Lehu knew very well that even if he snatched the Black Demon Tower, he might not necessarily be able to keep the true treasure that followed. Therefore, he only wanted the two heavy treasures in Shen Chen's hands. The Flame Demon King and Black Prison King looked at each other and nodded in unison. After all, a palace-type heavy treasure like the Black Demon Tower was still very important to them. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, an incredibly massive beast appeared in the void. Flowing across this beast's body was lightning carrying an aura of destruction. Upon its single horn, streaks of time law secret engravings revealed a supreme aura of laws. On its body was also a heavy treasure armor that emitted a terrifying aura. This massive beast was even larger than the bodies of the three champions like King Lehu combined. Thunder Flood Dragon King. King Lehu and the others had anticipated the appearance of the Chronos Thunder Beast. After all, Shen Chen had called for the Chronos Thunder Beast to fight while in the Black Demon Tower. They didn't think much of it, as the combat power the Chronos Thunder Beast had previously displayed was only at the champion limit. However, at this moment, the time secret engravings on the single horn of the Chronos Thunder Beast erupted. In an instant, the power of the origin law of time enveloped this entire section of the void. The Chronos Thunder Beast's innate secret technique itself included time stop, and Shen Chen had likewise comprehended the great mystery of time stop. The combination of the two was enough to affect these three pseudo-invincible champions. Peerless dual blades, judgment of time and space. Just as those three pseudo-invincible champions were feeling shocked, another sharp shout resounded through the void. In an instant, the silver moon void-breaking sword and golden radiant soul-severing blade shot out rapidly from the Black Demon Tower. Upon the sword and saber, the terrifying origin law of time and origin law of space continuously circulated. The cosmic space shattered repeatedly. The power of this strike far exceeded the expectations of those three pseudo-invincible champions. One must know, this move had reached the level of an undying spiritual god's ultimate secret technique. Ordinary invincible champions usually only comprehended peak secret techniques. The terror of an ultimate secret technique far exceeded their estimates. With just a single strike, the divine body of the Flame Demon King, who lacked heavy treasure armor, was directly annihilated by 50%, leaving him with only 10% of his combat power. It was no different from an instantaneous kill. And the divine bodies of the Black Prison King and King Lehu, who possessed heavy treasure armor, were also annihilated by 5%. Chapter 114, Shocking the Outside Territory Battlefield. 1 star captures 10,000 champions. Impossible. This is impossible. How long has it been? How could you have become this strong? At this moment, King Lehu was roaring continuously. One must know that previously, when at the Black Demon Tower, King of Blade and Sword's attack landed on his heavy armor treasure, it couldn't hurt him at all. But now, a single attack actually caused his divine body to be annihilated by 5%. If 9 more attacks came, he would be heavily injured, just like Flame Demon King. At that point, he, King Lehu, would truly be at the mercy of King of Blade and Sword. Damn you, King Lehu. My divine body was directly annihilated by 50%, and my combat power is less than 10%. A champion invincible, King of Blade and Sword is a champion invincible. At this moment, Flame Demon King was undoubtedly even more furious. One must know that losing 50% of one's divine body is like the sky collapsing for an undying champion. Right now, any peak king level could suppress him and fight, or even easily kill him. If he had known, he wouldn't have gotten involved. An undying spiritual god ultimate secret technique. He is a true genius champion of the human race. much more talented than that Seven Swords King. At this time, Black Prison King had a keen eye. He looked at that black demon tower, his eyes full of wariness. Ultimate secret technique. Ultimate secret technique. After hearing what Black Prison King said, Flame Demon King and King Lehu were also shocked in their hearts. After all, even the secret techniques they created were only at the top level. Go. Thinking of this, King Lehu stopped thinking about those two heavy treasure items altogether. Whether he could even keep his life was uncertain. Flame Demon King and Black Prison King had similar thoughts. Want to leave? Did you ask me? After Shen Chen's voice rang out, the Black Demon Tower directly erupted with incomparably terrifying speed, coupled with the Chronos Thunder Beast's time stop. Flame Demon King, Black Prison King, and King Lehu, even though their combat power was very heaven-defying, they were simply no match for Shen Chen. They couldn't win the fight, and they couldn't run away. In the end, the most severely injured Flame Demon King had 90% of his divine body annihilated by Shen Chen, and his consciousness fell into a slumber. Subsequently, Shen Chen collected Flame Demon King's body into the Black Demon Tower. As for King Lehu and Black Prison King has comprehended teleportation, so I cannot deal with him. But the profound mystery you have comprehended is only time deceleration. King Lehu, weren't you very arrogant when you were at the Black Demon Tower? Black Demon Tower, suppress. After taking away Flame Demon King's body, Shen Chen turned his gaze onto King Lehu. As for Black Prison King, he had already run far away. King Lehu was incomparably unwilling at this moment. The profound mystery he had comprehended was time deceleration. Coupled with Shen Chen having comprehended teleportation, he simply couldn't run away. Very quickly, King Lehu's body was suppressed by the massive Black Demon Tower. After erupting with several temporal judgments, King Lehu's divine body was also annihilated by 90% by Shen Chen, and his consciousness fell into a deep sleep. It's a pity that Black Prison King escaped. Shen Chen looked in the direction where Black Prison King had fled and shook his head, then headed towards the Purgatory Black Abyss. The reason Black Prison King was able to escape was entirely because he had comprehended teleportation, plus he had a heavy armor treasure. Unfortunately, King Lehu and Flame Demon King did not have this luck. Very quickly, the news of King of Blade and Sword fighting against 3 pseudo-invincible champions alone shocked the entire 6th battlefield. Black Prison King wanted to cover up this news, but the higher-ups of the monster race were thinking about that supreme treasure. So very quickly, the fact that King of Blade and Sword possessed the combat power of a champion invincible spread directly. Especially since King of Blade and Sword also had 2 offensive heavy treasures, plus his secret technique had reached the undying spiritual god ultimate level. Such news made all champions marvel. Very quickly, the news of King of Blade and Sword appearing in the Purgatory Black Abyss also alarmed many champions. Everyone understood that the supreme treasure might really be hidden within the Purgatory Black Abyss. The Purgatory Black Abyss is the highest level battlefield on the 6th battlefield. Extreme champions and peak king levels are everywhere here, and there are quite a few pseudo-invincible champions as well. The reason the Purgatory Black Abyss can attract so many undying champions is entirely because of its specialty. In that bottomless, pure black abyss, pieces of Purgatory blood crystal are produced periodically. Each piece of Purgatory blood crystal can increase the life gene level of life forms below 10 times by 1 level. Up to a maximum of 10 times. If it weren't for the fact that a Purgatory blood crystal basically only appears every 100 years, even Universe Exalts would fight for this location. However, for those champions, Purgatory blood crystals can definitely be considered supreme treasures. After all, for a champion invincible like Zhan Yan King, his life gene level is also at 10 times. After reaching 10 times, the undying divine power of a peak king level can reach 1,000,000 times the power of a world lord. From this, it can be seen how much those undying champions crave Purgatory blood crystals. And when Shen Chen drove the Black Demon Tower to the sky above the Purgatory Black Abyss, the Purgatory Black Abyss kept vibrating. The champions present were even more certain that that Black Demon Star Lord must have hidden his supreme treasure. Here, thinking of this, one champion after another soared into the air, and terrifying auras permeated from their bodies. As a high-level battlefield, the number of champions in the Purgatory Black Abyss reached 100,000. This was already the total number of living champions of the human race at present. Palace Master Tian Shi, Venerable Ancestral Tree. Your human race is breaking the rules. You actually dispatched 2 top universe overlords to the outside territory battlefield. On the other side, in a place those champions couldn't see. Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie looked at Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree opposite them with killing intent on their faces. And at this time, Mother Empress Yuxin was not here. As long as you don't make a move against King of Blade and Sword, I won't make a move either, so it doesn't count as breaking the rules at all. However, at this time, Palace Master Tian Shi shrugged his hands and said indifferently. After Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie heard what Palace Master Tian Shi said, their faces were also filled with anger. But they had no choice, without Mother Empress Yuxin to restrain them, relying solely on the 2 of them as top universe overlords, they could not suppress Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree on the opposite side. Looking at it this way, this time the competition for the supreme treasure, the Demon Star, would really have to rely on those champions. Rumble. Just at this moment, a terrifying roaring sound rang out from within the Purgatory Black Abyss. Even Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree had their gazes attracted. At this moment, within the Purgatory Black Abyss, a pitch-black star slowly emerged. And Shen Chen's will also connected with this star. After all, the Black Demon Tower was equivalent to a key, capable of driving this supreme treasure, the Demon Star. My human original body can erupt with 110,000 times the power of a World Lord relying on the streamer Imperial armor, yet I still cannot drive this supreme treasure, the Demon Star. It seems I can only rely on the Golden Horned Beast clone. Shen Chen had miscalculated somewhat at this moment. He had originally intended to rely on the Demon Star to suppress those alien Undying. But his human original body simply couldn't drive it, so he could only rely on the Golden Horned Beast clone. At this moment, inside the Black Demon Tower, a shrunken version of the Golden Horned Beast clone appeared, roaring up at the sky. After putting on the Thunder Dragon heavy armor, terrifying streams of power continuously poured into the Black Demon Tower. Subsequently, it used the Black Demon Tower to drive the supreme treasure, the Demon Star. At this moment, on top of the supreme treasure, the Demon Star, terrifying waves of pressure erupted. Before those Undying champions could react, the supreme treasure, the Demon Star, had a total of 3 layers of secret patterns, and Shen Chen's Golden Horned Beast clone could currently barely drive 1 layer of secret patterns. But the Demon Star was, after all, an ordinary ceiling-type supreme treasure. Even if it was only possible to drive 1 layer of secret patterns, it was a fatal blow to those Undying champions. In an instant, in the Purgatory Black Abyss, those alien Undying who were close to the supreme treasure, the Demon Star, were all sealed within it by the supreme treasure. It was as much as 10%. That is to say, 10,000 Undying champions. Excluding the Undying champions belonging to the Great Alliance, the number of Undying champions sealed by Shen Chen reached 7,000. Chapter 115, Overlord Fury. Empress Zhimeng, Universe Lord. Apart from the king-level immortals of our Great Alliance, there are over 7,000 alien king-level immortals inside my supreme treasure, the Demon Star. After Shen Chen counted the king-level immortals within the Demon Star, a smile appeared on his face. After all, every king-level immortal could be considered the backbone of their race. Of course, there weren't actually many king-level immortals from the monster race or the insect race among them. After all, under the alliances ruled by the peak races, there were simply too many other races. And among those races, many champions had entered the outside territory battlefield in the name of the alliance. However, for Shen Chen, it was already enough. Damn it, that Demon Star, he can actually drive it. A king-level immortal driving a supreme treasure, we, mere peak-level champions and pseudo-invincible champions, are simply no match for him. Run, run. At this moment, those champions in the Purgatory Black Abyss also let out sounds of terror. They were afraid that Shen Chen would once again unleash the power of the Demon Star and suppress them, the champions, as well. In that case, apart from death, they probably wouldn't have any other fate. After all, they wouldn't think that a human race champion would spare them. Meanwhile, those champions of the Great Alliance were incomparably excited. They shouted the name of King of Blade and Sword. Clearly, what Shen Chen did this time had truly made the name King of Blade and Sword resound throughout. King of Blade and Sword. King of Blade and Sword. At this moment, in the cosmic starry sky, two massive figures appeared. One was covered in flames, the cosmic space seemingly burned away by those terrifying flames. The other stood in the starry sky like a mechanical sphere, also erupting with a terrifying aura. Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie stood out together. They were furious at this moment. After all, Shen Chen had captured so many king-level immortals at once. Although for their automaton race and monster alliance, these king-level immortals didn't really amount to much. But this was a slap in the face to their automaton race and monster alliance. If this got out, what would other races think of them? Therefore, Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie were incomparably furious at this moment. Well done. Ha ha ha, Flame Beast, Ji Xie, are you still being arrogant now? And just at this moment, in front of Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie, Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree appeared. Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree were incomparably happy at this moment. Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree had dealt with the Monster Alliance and the Automaton Race Alliance more than once. Watching these two guys take a hit was a kind of enjoyment for them. Even more importantly, it was because King of Blade and Sword had truly controlled the supreme treasure, the Demon Star, which meant that their human race had gained another champion with heaven-defying potential. Tian Shi, Ancestral Tree. And at this moment, Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie were also grinding their teeth in hatred. After all, this time, they had been at a disadvantage from the start. Why hasn't that guy Yuxin come yet? How could we suppress Tian Shi and Ancestral Tree by ourselves? And at this moment, Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie were thinking in their hearts that they hated Yuxin even more for not having appeared yet. One had to know that the Insect Race Alliance also had quite a few champions sealed by the supreme treasure, the Demon Star. Meanwhile, on the other side, deep within the Insect Race territory, a Universe Exalt level Insect Race warrior belonging to Mother Empress Yuxin arrived here. Before him were bubbles filled with a dreamy aura, and within those bubbles, it seemed as if thousands of living beings were slumbering. And this Universe Exalt level Insect Race warrior dared not even lift his head to investigate. He knelt before a palace and begged for an audience. This palace was located in the starry sky, yet the space-time around it was already twisted, forming its own space-time. Soon, the palace doors opened, and the Universe Exalt level Insect Race warrior did not dare to linger at all and walked inside. Yuxin subordinate, what do you seek me for? A voice filled with a bewitching aura came from above. Master, something happened in the outside territory battlefield. The King of Blade and Sword among the human race has displayed brand new strength. He absolutely counts as an invincible champion. And at this moment, he has controlled that ceiling-type supreme treasure, suppressing thousands of our alliance's champions, as well as several undying-level Zerg Queen Mothers. And that human race champion titled King of Blade and Sword already has 3 heavy treasures, 1 ceiling-type supreme treasure, and 1 soul-type supreme treasure in his hands. It's just that Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree of the human race are both in the outside territory battlefield, so this disciple is not confident in seizing that soul-type supreme treasure. However, at this moment, the voice uttered by that Universe Exalt level Insect Race warrior was entirely the voice of Mother Empress Yuxin. Clearly, with Mother Empress Yuxin's methods, controlling this Universe Exalt level Insect Race warrior was nothing at all. Interesting. 1 soul-type supreme treasure, 1 ceiling-type supreme treasure, enough for me to make a trip. The voice of Empress Jamang gradually sounded, and that Universe Exalt level Insect Race warrior hurriedly knelt on the ground. Of course, more importantly, she wanted to kill that human race champion with heaven-defying potential, or simply soul-enslave this human race champion. After all, a human race champion with such heaven-defying potential was very likely to step into the Universe Exalt level in the future. In an instant, this palace capable of shrouding a starry sky disappeared from its original place. And that universe exalt level insect race warrior also returned to the cosmic starry sky, only at this moment, he remained kneeling in place. At this moment, in the sixth battlefield, the purgatory black abyss. Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie, these two guys had been completely exposed. Because they wanted to make King of Blade and Sword release the champions of their alliance. However, what made them angry was that King of Blade and Sword didn't take them seriously at all. Even if that were the case, Palace Master Tianxi and Venerable Ancestral Tree also erupted simultaneously, stopping them. They couldn't suppress Palace Master Tianxi and Venerable Ancestral Tree. Even if the two of them ordered the other king-level immortals, those other king-level immortals, looking at that massive supreme treasure, the Demon Star, had no intention of stepping forward. Because some of the king-level immortals who had previously obeyed the orders of Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie had been suppressed by Shen Chen's Demon Star again. This included some pseudo-invincible champions who possessed heavy treasures. And those king-level immortals who had joined the outside territory battlefield as part of the Monster Alliance and the Automaton Race Alliance simply did not want to obey the orders of Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie anymore. After all, their races were far away at the edge of the universe, so even if Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie were furious, it wouldn't affect them. And just at this moment, the figure of Mother Empress Yuxin slowly emerged. Before Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie could be happy, a palace appeared above the outside territory battlefield. Once this dreamy palace appeared, a supreme and lofty aura directly shrouded the sixth battlefield. The terrifyingly extreme pressure scared those king-level immortals into kneeling on the ground directly. Empress Zhimeng. At this moment, Venerable Ancestral Tree and Palace Master Tianxi secretly thought, this is bad. Chapter 116, Enslaving Shen Chen. World Lord Identity Exposed. Chaos arrives with killing intent. Empress Zhimeng could also be called the Lord of Dream Weaving. She is a universe lord within the insect race. The Dream Palace is a palace-type true treasure she possesses. Although Venerable Ancestral Tree and Palace Master Tianxi are top-tier universe overlords, they must bow their heads before Empress Zhimeng. Inside the Demon Star, Shen Chen's expression changed as he felt the space-time completely controlled by Empress Zhimeng. However, at that moment, Shen Chen crushed a crystal in his hand. This was something the primordial Chaos City Lord had specifically given him before he came to the outside territory battlefield. The primordial Chaos City Lord had anticipated that Shen Chen's actions in the outside territory battlefield this time might be a bit too loud. If something occurred that even Palace Master Tianxi could not resolve, he was to crush this crystal. After crushing the crystal, Shen Chen let out a sigh of relief, showing no signs of nervousness at all. Tianxi, Ancestral Tree. The human race has gone a bit too far this time. I am taking King of Blade and Sword with me. An elegant voice drifted out from the Dream Palace, carrying an aura that brooked no disobedience. Absolutely impossible, Empress Zhimeng. Before Venerable Ancestral Tree could even speak, Palace Master Tianxi stepped forward firmly to state his position. At this time, Venerable Ancestral Tree, standing beside Palace Master Tianxi, also had a look of confusion on his face. However, what Venerable Ancestral Tree didn't know was that Palace Master Tianxi had come to the outside territory battlefield under the orders of the primordial Chaos City Lord. Although Palace Master Tianxi did not know King of Blade and Sword's true identity, the fact that the primordial Chaos City Lord had personally issued the order was enough to show how important King of Blade and Sword was. Therefore, he would absolutely not allow Empress Zhimeng to take Shen Chen away. Just then, a terrifying fluctuation erupted directly from within the Dream Palace. The fluctuation swept over Palace Master Tianxi, forcing his body back an unknown distance. It was only because Palace Master Tianxi was a top-tier universe overlord, otherwise, he likely would have perished already. The life gene level of this clone of his was very high, allowing it to withstand a casual strike from Empress Zhimeng. After all, Empress Zhimeng was a veteran universe lord. Empress Zhimeng, if you have the guts, then kill this clone of mine, but I will never let you take King of Blade and Sword. However, even after suffering the blow, Palace Master Tianxi still spoke firmly. Venerable Ancestral Tree also realized something at this moment and quickly stood beside Palace Master Tianxi, looking at Empress Jimeng with a wary expression. It seems King of Blade and Sword's status in your human race is indeed very high, high enough for you, Palace Master Tianxi, to protect him with your life. But the more it's like this, the more I want to soul enslave him. Ha ha ha. Empress Jimeng's laughter echoed throughout the entire universe and starry sky. Even just the laughter caused those king-level immortals below to fall into a stupor. Only Palace Master Tianxi and Venerable Ancestral Tree remained unaffected. Damn it, Mother Empress Yuxin must have learned something before, which is why she invited a universe lord of the insect race. At this moment, Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie also reacted. After all, to make a universe lord take action, an ordinary sealing-type true treasure would be completely insufficient. King of Blade and Sword must have some other secret. King of Blade and Sword, do you think you can ignore me just by hiding in the Demon Star? Empress Jimeng now turned her gaze toward the Demon Star. You truly are a top-tier genius worthy of the human race, providing a soul-type true treasure to protect your soul. As Shen Chen walked calmly and fearlessly out of the Demon Star, Empress Jimeng's voice of admiration rang out. A soul-type true treasure. A soul-type true treasure. My God, he actually possesses 2 true treasures by himself. Upon hearing Empress Jimeng's words, not only the king-level immortals below but even top-tier universe overlords like Palace Master Tianxi, Venerable Ancestral Tree, Venerable Flame Beast, and Venerable Ji Xie were momentarily speechless. One must know that even an ordinary soul-type true treasure was comparable in value to a high-tier true treasure. And a king-level immortal actually possessed a soul-type true treasure. When did the human race become so generous? Ha ha ha, Yuxin was wrong, Flame Beast was wrong, and Ji Xie was wrong too. I'm afraid even your human race's Palace Master Tianxi and Venerable Ancestral Tree didn't expect that the King of Blade and Sword, who has made such a name for himself in the outside territory battlefield, is actually only a world lord. Empress Jimeng was incredibly confident. Even if Shen Chen had an ordinary soul-type true treasure to protect his soul, with her methods, she could instantly control him and prevent him from self-destructing. However, out of confidence, she still felt a bit of admiration. After all, it would be a true stroke of luck if such a peerless genius were to fall by her hand. Empress Jimeng then prepared to move and enslave Shen Chen's soul. She was overjoyed at the thought of enslaving such a peerless genius of the human race, nurturing him to the universe exalt level, and then using him against the human race. Boom, boom, boom. Before the other universe overlords and king-level immortals could react, terrifying sounds transmitted from the distance. Those sounds echoed in the hearts of every living being in the 6th battlefield. Suddenly, within the starry sky of the 6th battlefield, a river of stars appeared, directly covering the entire 6th battlefield. It was several light years wide, and its length was seemingly endless. Within this river of stars, there were also ancient artifacts. These ancient artifacts combined to emit an incredibly terrifying aura. Thousand Treasure River, Primordial Chaos City Lord. Venerable Flame Beast was filled with shock, clearly recognizing this true treasure. Thousand Treasure River. Venerable Ji Xie had a similar expression to Venerable Flame Beast. Ha ha ha, the City Lord has arrived. Palace Master Tianxi now looked at Empress Jimeng with a triumphant expression. Empress Jimeng is a veteran universe lord. So what? This time, the one arriving from the human race is the Primordial Chaos City Lord. World Lord rank, could it be the disciple the Primordial Chaos City Lord took in earlier? However, at this time, Venerable Ancestral Tree's focus was different. He fixed his gaze on Shen Chen. One must know that Empress Jimeng had just said that the famous King of Blade and Sword is currently only at the World Lord rank. Yes, Shen Chen. At this moment, after hearing what Venerable Ancestral Tree said, Palace Master Tianxi also turned his gaze toward King of Blade and Sword. How could he not recognize Shen Chen? Back at the Tianxi Palace, he had even invested a streamer imperial armor in Shen Chen. Shen Chen also knew he could no longer hide it. He dropped his disguised form and returned to his previous appearance, and the soul life bead no longer masked his aura. It really is Shen Chen. Seeing this, Palace Master Tian Shi's pupils dilated. No one could know what Palace Master Tian Shi's true thoughts were at this moment. Meanwhile, Empress Zhimeng's dream palace appeared so powerless under the suppression of the Thousand Treasure River. Like a lone boat in the middle of a massive tsunami. Zhimeng, your insect race actually dares to try and harm my disciple. You seek death. A figure tens of thousands of kilometers tall slowly emerged within the Thousand Treasure River. He held a stone staff, his entire body exuding an aura that dominated the region. The primordial Chaos City Lord's eyes usually revealed a peaceful and calm aura, but today he was completely different. That terrifying killing intent shook the entire sixth battlefield. It caused everyone present to feel a chill in their hearts. Even Palace Master Tian Shi and Venerable Ancestral Tree felt the killing intent radiating from the primordial Chaos City Lord. Of course, everyone understood why this was. It was now confirmed that King of Blade and Sword was indeed the disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord. One must know that KD, a previous disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord who could be called a peerless genius of the human race, had perished precisely because of the insect race's schemes. Now that the insect race wanted to enslave another of the primordial Chaos City Lord's disciples, how could he not be furious? Chapter 117, Slaying Empress Zhimeng. King of Blade and Sword causes a sensation throughout the universe. Primordial Chaos City Lord. Currently hiding within the Dream Palace, Empress Zhimeng felt the absolute suppressive force of the Thousand Treasure River, and she began to panic. She had anticipated that King of Blade and Sword might have a universe lord from the human race backing him, but she never imagined it would actually be the primordial Chaos City Lord. Her race already had a history of grievances with the primordial Chaos City Lord, and now she had actually tried to enslave his disciple. Empress Zhimeng was no fool, she knew very well that the primordial Chaos City Lord definitely wanted to kill her now. Although Empress Zhimeng was a veteran universe lord, she was far outclassed compared to the primordial Chaos City Lord. Especially now, when the primordial Chaos City Lord was in a state of fury. In an instant, the Thousand Treasure River erupted with terrifying power, firmly locking down this region of the starry sky. Even though Empress Zhimeng's dream palace was an ordinary palace-type true treasure, its value was even more precious than some high-grade true treasure armor. But unfortunately, the Thousand Treasure River was a top-tier domain-type true treasure. The Thousand Treasure River firmly locked onto Empress Zhimeng's dream palace. Empress Zhimeng grit her teeth, her originally dreamily beautiful face now becoming somewhat distorted. Unfortunately, her dream palace simply could not escape the suppression of the Thousand Treasure River. At this moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord directly took action. Chaos, open. The stone staff in the primordial Chaos City Lord's hand suddenly erupted, expanding continuously within the starry universe. At the tip of the stone staff, it seemed as if a universe was slowly emerging, with numerous law energies such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light constantly branching out within it. The stone staff carried an unparalleled and terrifying power, crushing through every inch of space and causing the cosmic void to annihilate. The primordial Chaos City Lord did not hold back in the slightest, unleashing the Universe Lord's strongest secret technique right from the start. Even among the strongest secret techniques, there were disparities, and the primordial Chaos City Lord's strongest secret technique far surpassed those created by ordinary Universe Lords. Rumble. In an instant, the Dream Palace was directly struck by the stone staff. A terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire universe. The top-tier universe overlords below were like weeds in the face of this attack. The champions within the Purgatory Black Abyss were in even worse condition. It was only because the primordial Chaos City Lord exercised restraint, keeping the attack confined within the Thousand Treasure River's bounds. Otherwise, every living being within the Purgatory Black Abyss would likely have been instantly annihilated. Damn it! Chaos! Within the Dream Palace, Empress Zhimeng let out a roar of rage. However, her roar was laced with extreme fear. One had to realize that her Dream Palace was only an ordinary flight palace-type true treasure. And while she wore a top-tier true treasure armor, even so, a single strike from the primordial Chaos City Lord had annihilated 45% of her divine body. Didn't that mean if the primordial Chaos City Lord attacked twice more, her divine body would be completely annihilated? As a veteran universe lord, she actually possessed a high-grade soul-type true treasure. But unfortunately, the primordial Chaos City Lord hadn't used a soul attack at all, so her soul treasure was of no use. Empress Zhimeng knew very well that every clone of the primordial Chaos City Lord possessed 5th-tier combat power. Even if this clone wasn't the primordial Chaos City Lord's primary combat clone, he still possessed a top-tier domain-type true treasure. With the primordial Chaos City Lord determined to kill her, she couldn't escape no matter what. Damn it, damn it. I miscalculated, I miscalculated. Empress Zhimeng roared inwardly, but she also knew that time would not flow backward. Primordial Chaos City Lord, my insect race could kill your disciple KD, and we can kill your next disciple, King of Blade and Sword, as well. Empress Zhimeng spoke out, since she was certain she couldn't escape, saying a few more words didn't matter. You seek death. Upon hearing Empress Zhimeng's words, the fury within the primordial Chaos City Lord intensified. The stone staff erupted once more with another of the Universe Lord's strongest secret techniques. Empress Zhimeng's divine body was instantly annihilated by another 43%. Now, only 12% of Empress Zhimeng's divine body remained. Chaos. After Empress Zhimeng let out an angry roar. Rumble. She directly self-detonated, and in an instant, the brilliant light of the explosion illuminated the entire 6th battlefield. However, the aftershocks of the explosion were contained by the primordial Chaos City Lord's 1,000 treasure river. In the next moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord withdrew his divine power. The world ring left behind by Empress Zhimeng, the shattered dream palace, a high-grade soul-type true treasure, and a top-tier true treasure armor. He collected them all. Then, the primordial Chaos City Lord turned his gaze downward. Mother Empress Yuxin, Venerable Flame Beast, and Venerable Ji Xie were all startled by the primordial Chaos City Lord's gaze. One had to remember that the primordial Chaos City Lord had just killed Empress Zhimeng. Though they were considered top-tier universe overlords, what did they amount to in front of the primordial Chaos City Lord? Chaos. Chaos. Fortunately for Venerable Flame Beast and Venerable Ji Xie, the universe lords backing them had also arrived. After all, what happened on the outside territory battlefield today was too significant. 2 universe lords from the insect race and the human race had arrived one after another, and the primordial Chaos City Lord had even killed Empress Zhimeng. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at the figures of the universe lords from the monster race and the automaton race and didn't say much. However, he took action and directly crushed Mother Empress Yuxin to death. The 2 universe lords said nothing about this. After all, they were also more than happy to see the insect race suffer losses. They wouldn't stick their necks out for the insect race. Although the strong in the universe cannot slaughter the weak at will. It was the insect race that had first intended to kill the primordial Chaos City Lord's disciple. Even the supreme beings of the universe could find no reason to condemn the primordial Chaos City Lord. With a wave of his hand, the primordial Chaos City Lord directly took Shen Chen and left the area. King of Blade and Sword. From now on, his name will likely echo throughout the entire universe. Venerable Ancestral Tree sighed as he watched the 1,000 treasure river disappear. Ha ha ha. King of Blade and Sword, Shen Chen. Palace Master Tian Shi, however, was extremely happy. She knew her previous investment hadn't been placed in the wrong person. Hearing Palace Master Tian Shi's laughter, Venerable Ancestral Tree shook his head helplessly. After all, such a top-tier genius belonged to the Virtual Universe Corporation. King of Blade and Sword of the human race, whose combat power had reached the level of an invincible king, was actually only a world lord. This piece of information quickly spread from the outside territory battlefield. Especially the fact that Empress Zhimeng of the insect race and the primordial Chaos City Lord of the human race had descended upon the battlefield one after another, all for the sake of a single world lord. This added even more legendary color to Shen Chen's name. For a time, countless races were discussing the name King of Blade and Sword. Of course, what shocked them even more was that it had only been 200 or 300 years since Shen Chen first emerged. In such a short period, the human race had actually given birth to such a peerless and invincible prodigy. The human champions and foreign champions within the Great Alliance were even more stunned. After all, King of Blade and Sword was one of their own human race. Chapter 118, 118, The Third Clone. A purple clansman with a talent. King of Blade and Sword is actually only a world lord. No wonder he cleared the Black Demon Tower so easily back then. The Black Demon Tower corresponds to our own rank. With his World Lord rank combat power being Invincible King, wasn't clearing the Black Demon Tower as easy as pie. But I still find it hard to believe, he's only at the World Lord rank, how could he possibly have the combat power of an Invincible King? Maybe it's because of the true treasure given to him by the primordial Chaos City Lord. Nonsense, Black Prison King and the others said back then that the reason King of Blade and Sword has such heaven-defying combat power is entirely because he mastered an ultimate secret technique of an undying spiritual god. An ultimate secret technique, then it's no surprise. King of Blade and Sword and the genius Shen Chen, combining the two together seems unbelievable no matter how you look at it. Say no more, he is at least a peerless genius of our human race. One appearing every 10 million eras is not enough to describe King of Blade and Sword anymore. Even 1 in 100 million eras probably isn't enough to describe him. A world lord rank comparable to an invincible king. Among the champions in the human race's grandmist, some were puzzled, some shocked, and some envious. But ultimately, all these emotions turned into admiration. After all, only the strong can possess everything. If Shen Chen was just an ordinary world lord before, owning a heavy treasure might have cost him his life. But now, Shen Chen has proven to everyone that it is only natural for him to possess true treasures. In the primitive mystical region, the Thousand Treasure River continued to manifest as an endless galaxy, enveloping the entire palace complex. At this moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord also set his gaze upon Shen Chen. Thank you, teacher, for coming to my aid, otherwise, I really might have been soul enslaved by that Zerg Queen Mother. At this moment, Shen Chen stood there respectfully. It was nothing. Today's battle was also a coincidence. This dream palace is merely an ordinary flying-type palace true treasure. If she possessed a high-grade palace-type true treasure, I could at most have toyed with her today. I wouldn't have been able to kill her at all. She also has a high-grade soul-type true treasure and a top-tier true treasure armor. However, for me, it was worth taking action. The primordial Chaos City Lord waved his hand and spoke nonchalantly. It really was a coincidence today. Hearing the primordial Chaos City Lord's words, Shen Chen was filled with emotion. After all, any true treasure Empress Zhimeng pulled out was worth far more than his entire net worth. Your combat power has reached Invincible King. In the short term, you can no longer go to the outside territory battlefield. After all, the absence of invincible kings in the outside territory battlefield is an unspoken rule of the 4 great races. Have you thought about what you want to do next? The primordial Chaos City Lord then asked about Shen Chen's future plans. This disciple plans to familiarize himself with that ceiling-type true treasure. Devote myself to researching the laws. Nurture the outstanding clansmen of my Shen family. And then prepare the materials for my third clone. Hearing the primordial Chaos City Lord's inquiry, Shen Chen answered honestly. Go then. But you must still be careful, Empress Zhimeng is also a universe lord who possesses clones. However, the true treasures she lost this time were also her primary ones. In the short term, she shouldn't make any moves. The primordial Chaos City Lord waved his hand after hearing Shen Chen's plans. After all, the current Shen Chen was only at the World Lord rank, which indeed still counted as the genius nurturing stage. Shen Chen nodded and took his leave. But the fact that his golden horned beast still has a slot for a clone exceeded my expectations. His human original body, Chronos Thunder Beast, Lihuo Mountain. I had always thought these were the 3 clones of his golden horned beast. But I didn't expect him to have another clone slot. Shen Chen, has he truly obtained an opportunity from before the Great Destruction era? But this is good too, more clones mean Shen Chen will have more and stronger combat power in the future. It is a good thing for my human race. After thinking for a while, the primordial Chaos City Lord couldn't figure out the specific opportunity. So he shook his head and accepted the matter. After all, the stronger Shen Chen was, the happier he would be. After leaving the primitive mystical region, Shen Chen returned directly to the Ganwu secret region. After all, he had now accepted the Virtual Universe Corporation's arrangement to oversee the Ganwu Universe country. Invincible King combat power could already be used like an ordinary universe exalt. Overseeing the Ganwu Universe country for a while was no big deal at all. Moreover, the base of his Shen family was also within the borders of the Ganwu Universe country. At this moment, those noble families of the Ganwu Universe country who had information channels were all facing Shen Chen with extreme respect. They didn't dare to have the slightest dissenting opinion. Even the several disciples of the Lord of Ganwu, and some of his descendants, were the same. However, Shen Chen didn't want to worry about the affairs of the Ganwu Universe country at all. He still focused his attention on that demon star. The Supreme Treasure Demon Star, an ordinary ceiling-type true treasure. Only now it seems to be a bit different. The Purgatory blood crystals are actually produced by the Demon Star. Now that the Purgatory Black Abyss no longer has the Demon Star, won't those champions suddenly lose their target of competition? But that has nothing to do with me. After investigating the Demon Star, Shen Chen discovered a fact. He was also somewhat amazed that Black Demon Star Lord could obtain such a true treasure. After all, one Purgatory blood crystal is produced every 100 years. Purgatory blood crystals are not like blood river crystals, they don't have very high requirements for the user. The Black Demon clan has an average of 10 Purgatory blood crystals every 1000 years, which can create a Black Demon clansman with a 10 times life gene level. For his Shen family, it could be considered a true treasure. However, in the current Demon Star, there is only a stock of 50 Purgatory blood crystals in total. Next, I will focus on comprehending the origin law of time and origin law of space. The Lihuo Mountain clone will slowly research how to refine heavy treasures. Although I have experience in refining heavy treasures, it is still a bit difficult to turn the laws into secret engravings and refine them into treasures. As for the choice of the third clone, it will probably have to be the Blood Sea. But it's still early, I'll wait until I've completely comprehended the mysteries of the origin law of time and origin law of space. After setting his goals, Shen Chen quickly put them into action. However, 10 years later, a member of the Shen family caught Shen Chen's attention. Open black lens bracket clansman, Shen Chuyang close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket rank, universe rank level 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket aptitude, purple close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket return, 100-fold close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket talent, beast taming close black lens bracket. This was the second clansman of the Shen family with purple aptitude and a talent. The previous purple aptitude clansman with a talent was Shen Chen's second son, Shen Chenyan. But now Shen Chenyan has successfully upgraded, and his aptitude has reached red. Thinking of this, Shen Chen's face was filled with anticipation. Could it be that his Shen family was about to have its third clansman with red aptitude? At this thought, Shen Chen didn't delay at all and directly convened a family meeting. Ganwu Universe Country, Moyu Star. This was a top-tier life planet belonging solely to the Ganwu Universe Country. It was also the current main gathering point for the Shen family. Ships bearing the Shen family insignia arrived one after another on this planet. Chuyang, today when we come to meet the old ancestor, you must be respectful. Our branch is already quite far from the main line. If it weren't for the birth of two universe rank individuals like you and me, we probably wouldn't even have the qualification to come and pay our respects today. A middle-aged man said, looking at the young man beside him. And all around them, most were Shen clansmen of the Territory Lord rank and World Lord rank. They looked at this middle-aged man and Shen Chuyang. Although they were all Shen clansmen, unfortunately, the relationship between the various branches had already become somewhat distant. A simple greeting was already enough. The middle-aged man and Shen Chuyang had nothing to say to this, because they were well aware that their branch was indeed quite far from the main line. Their own strength was also a bit poor. The fact that other Shen clansmen would even greet them was already a result of the Shen family's decent upbringing. After all, it had only been 200 or 300 years since the Shen family was established. Chapter 119, Comprehension Ability Improved. True Blood Crystal Core. The skyrocketing status of clansmen. Because Shen Chen knew the specific secrets of Earth very well. So even though the Shen family had long since expanded beyond Earth. Under Shen Chen's plan, basically all the relatively important Shen family members were born on Earth. As for the other more remote Shen family members, Shen Chen didn't have a good solution for them. After all, many of his Shen family members no longer stayed on Earth. There were still some Shen family members who went to other life planets to marry and have children. At this moment, on Muyu Star, inside an incomparably massive palace, the main members of the Shen family from all over the Ganwu universe country had all arrived here. They were basically clansmen who had reached the universe rank. And now, after so many years of development and under the supply of Shen Chen's resources, dozens of world lords had already emerged within the Shen family, and there were even more domain lords and universe ranks. After all, Shen Chen had given Shen Chengfeng and Shen Chengyun several 100 billion mixed element units back then. Not to mention cultivating world lords, if Shen Chen wanted to, he could even feed someone enough to reach the undying level. However, for the sake of the future, Shen Chen did not directly raise the rank of those Shen family members with aptitude. And those Shen family members below were also kneeling respectfully on the ground at this moment. After all, in their eyes, the current Shen Chen had long become the absolute sacred ancestor of their Shen family. He was also the pillar that held up the sky for their Shen family. They knew very well that if it weren't for Shen Chen, how could those forces in the Ganwu universe country be so polite to them? Greetings, old ancestor. As Shen Chuyong looked at Shen Chen sitting high above, there was a burning passion in his eyes. Although his status in the Shen family wasn't that great, compared to other human race members on his life planet, he was clearly much more fortunate. After all, the resources for him to break through to the universe rank were also something he had applied for from within the family. For ordinary clansmen, the Shen family naturally couldn't provide an infinite supply of resources. Those who could be granted resources by Shen Chen were basically clansmen with aptitude. Shen Chen only glanced at Shen Chuyong indifferently from the corner of his eye. But it was just a simple glance. Although the main goal today was to examine Shen Chuyong, a clansman with purple aptitude who possessed talent. But the other clansmen were still very important, and he also intended to bestow some resources upon them. Subsequently, Shen Chen also began to explain various laws. Shen Chen was now basically proficient in all 10 origin laws. It was just that the origin law of gold, origin law of lightning, origin law of space, and origin law of time were particularly prominent. After finishing the explanation, Shen Chen felt as if he had received a blessing, and his mind became clear. If my comprehension ability was won before using the Enlightenment Star Core. After using the Enlightenment Star Core, my comprehension ability instantly surged to 1000. As the effect of the Enlightenment Star Core ended, my comprehension ability reached 5. And now, my comprehension ability has also increased a bit, reaching the level of 6. Shen Chen thought to himself. Of course, this was his own standard for grading his comprehension ability, and it had no reference value. From this, it could be seen that Shen Chen still had quite a few methods to improve his comprehension ability. Shaking his head, Shen Chen also began the bestowment. Unfortunately, the items returned from investing in those purple aptitude clansmen were of no use to him at all now. Some undying god weapons were indeed of no great use to him and could only be placed in the family treasury for them to exchange for themselves using contribution points. As for the 3 brothers of Shen Chengfeng, he did not bestow anything. Because long before this, he had already given them purgatory blood crystals. Over 10 years, with 1 purgatory blood crystal every year, the life gene level of the 3 brothers had all reached 10 times. This was already the life gene level of some invincible kings. As long as they reached the peak king level, they would be able to possess 1 million times the world lord power. As for the treasure returned from investing purgatory blood crystals, it was a treasure called the true blood crystal core. And now, Shen Chen possessed a full 210 true blood crystal cores. Mainly because investing in Shen Chengfeng, one purgatory blood crystal only yielded one true blood crystal core, so there were only 10 in 10 years. But investing in Shen Chengyun and Shen Chengzhou, one purgatory blood crystal could return 10 true blood crystal cores, making it 200 in 10 years. These 210 true blood crystal cores were treasures Shen Chen prepared to use to improve the life gene level of the Chronos Thunder Beast. Shaking his head, Shen Chen cleared the thoughts from his mind and focused his gaze on Shen Chuyang. Shen Chuyang, I have seen your information. You chose to follow the path of beast taming, and even cultivated a first-level universe-rank tamed beast and 9 ninth-level astral-rank tamed beasts by yourself. Shen Chen looked at Shen Chuyang and said calmly. Originally, after Shen Chen finished bestowing the treasures, the clansmen below were prepared to leave according to custom. They just never expected that Shen Chen would actually call out to Shen Chuyang, who was from a branch family. And Shen Chuyang also heard Shen Chen's call. There was disbelief on his face. After all, who was Shen Chen? The true pillar of his Shen family. Even within the entire Ganwu universe country, some noble families didn't dare to provoke their old ancestor. How could the old ancestor call out to him? He was only at the first level of the universe rank. Fortunately, beside him, his father quickly patted his hand, signaling him to hurry forward. Only then did he react, hurriedly walking to the front and kneeling respectfully before Shen Chen. This is a beast-taming secret manual I purchased. I bestow this beast-taming secret method upon you. If you truly have talent, within 10 years, I will have the family cultivate you to the World Lord rank. I hope you can show some results in beast-taming by then. Shen Chen said to Shen Chuyang below, then bestowed the encyclopedia of beast-taming in his hand to Shen Chuyang. Upon receiving this beast-taming secret manual, Shen Chuyang was also full of excitement and thanked him respectfully. Bestowed the encyclopedia of beast-taming to Shen Chuyang. 100-fold return triggered, obtained the beast-taming cannon. After hearing the prompt in his mind, Shen Chen was not surprised at all. The encyclopedia of beast-taming he gave to Shen Chuyang was just a very common undying level beast-taming legacy in the universe. So Shen Chen didn't care about that at all. What he wanted was for the talented Shen Chuyang to be like his second son, Shen Chengyun. After obtaining a higher level beast-taming legacy, he might be able to break through to the level of a red aptitude clansman. 1,000-fold return was what was incomparably important to the current Shen Chen. As for the beast-taming cannon returned to Shen Chen, it was only for cultivating tamed beasts at the champion stage. For the current Shen Chen, it was of no use at all, at most it could be sold to the Virtual Universe Corporation. Subsequently, Shen Chuyang was also permitted by Shen Chen to go to the Ganwu secret region. Shen Chuyang, who had been favored by Shen Chen, also instantly attracted the attention of those Shen family members, who all directly surrounded Shen Chuyang and his father. This also left Shen Chuyang and his father somewhat unable to react. Chapter 120, True Explanation of Beast Controlling. Exalt Level Beast Taming. Venerable Undying's Call Request. 10 years later, within the Ganwu secret region, Shen Chuyang was currently looking at the incredibly massive thunder beast before him. His eyes were filled with awe. By his side were 10 tamed beasts that had reached the World Lord rank. Shen Chuyang's own aura had also reached the World Lord rank. This was the terrifying power of the Shen family today. In just 10 short years, they had raised Shen Chuyang from the universe rank to the World Lord rank. Of course, the resources spent in the process were not small. Old ancestor, I feel as though my talent in beast taming goes even further than this. In the process of nurturing the vicious beasts and Yao beasts under my command, through the preparation of various beast-taming resources and the cultivation process, I am able to use this to comprehend the universe's origin law. Especially after I broke through to the World Lord rank, the speed at which I sense the universe's origin law seems to have become even faster. Shen Chuyang said directly while looking at the Thunder Beast. Clearly, this Thunder Beast was Shen Chen's temporal Thunder Hu clone. Over these years, Shen Chen's Lihuo mountain clone had been teaching Shen Chengyun how to forge undying god weapons. Meanwhile, Shen Chen's temporal thunder who clone took time to research beast taming to teach Shen Chuyang. After all, the 100-fold return also allowed Shen Chen's beast taming experience to far exceed Shen Chuyang's. The 10 World Lord rank tamed beasts Shen Chuyang raised were also the result of resources invested by Shen Chen. You have done well, Chuyang. In these 10 years, you have proven your talent. You are now a target for the Shen family's first-tier cultivation. The temporal thunder who clones pupils, as large as giant stars, locked onto Shen Chuyang. His words were also filled with admiration. Before him was a panel that only he could see. Open black lens bracket name, Shen Chuyang close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket rank, red aptitude close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength, first level world lord rank close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket return, 1000x close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket talent, beast taming close black lens bracket. Clearly, after Shen Chuyang broke through to the World Lord rank, his aptitude had improved once again. At this moment, upon hearing Shen Chen's promise, Shen Chuyang's face was filled with excitement. In the Shen family's current cultivation tiers, Shen Chengfeng, Shen Chengyun, and Shen Chengzhou belong to the first tier. The other clansmen with purple aptitude belong to the second tier. Chuyang, this is a higher-level beast-taming manual I purchased for you from the Virtual Universe Corporation. This manual contains cultivation plans for over 10 types of plant-based life, energy-based life, rock-based life, and vicious beasts. At its strongest, it can nurture a beast to the invincible king level, though the resources required are naturally immense. I hope you can use this manual to develop other different types of beast-taming plans. Shen Chen's consciousness was currently focused on the temporal thunder who clone. He spoke as he looked down at Shen Chuyang. Soon, Shen Chuyang's intelligent lifeform notified him that his virtual universe inbox had received a beast-taming manual named, Moli Beast Taming. Thank you, old ancestor. After receiving this manual, Shen Chuyang's face was full of excitement. He hurriedly bid farewell to Shen Chen and threw himself into his beast-taming research. Shen Chen shook his head at this scene. As expected, talented clansmen were all like this. Shen Chengyun was like this, and now Shen Chuyang was as well. Invested, Moli Beast Taming, in Shen Chuyang. 1000-fold return triggered. Obtained, true explanation of beast controlling. Hearing the notification in his mind, Shen Chen was incomparably satisfied. Moli Beast Taming was the lifelong legacy of a beast master who had reached the peak king level. King Moli was completely uninterested in other things, like points. It was only by using that previous beast-taming manual that Shen Chen was able to exchange for King Moli's lifelong legacy. Looking at it now, it was indeed the right choice. As Shen Chen understood the true explanation of beast controlling, his face was filled with excitement. Because the true explanation of beast controlling contained the cultivation legacies for 3 types of plant-based life, 3 types of vicious beasts, 3 types of rock-based life, and 3 types of energy-based life. Every single one of them could reach the level of a universe exalt. Similar to the brand new legacies like Duan Dong in the later stages of the story. One must know that in the original work, although niche branches like pharmacists and beast masters were mentioned, a beast-taming legacy that could reach the universe exalt level was undoubtedly incredibly important. Even the plant-based lifeforms Luo Feng nurtured in the later stages reached their limit at the peak king level. To break through to the universe exalt level undoubtedly required an incredibly heaven-defying opportunity. But now, as long as Shen Chen followed the steps in the true explanation of beast controlling, and spent a massive amount of resources, he could nurture universe exalt level tamed beasts. It was simply unimaginable. This secret technique is even more precious than the time ruins tribulation body I sold to the Virtual Universe Corporation before. After all, as long as one gathers the resources and follows the legacy step by step, as long as there are no major mistakes in the middle, one can nurture a universe exalt level tamed beast. Even if it's only an elementary universe exalt, it is a complete breakthrough. Furthermore, within this true explanation of beast controlling, there is also a soul enslavement secret technique. After a tamed beast breaks through to the universe exalt level, even for plant-based life or vicious beasts, their intelligence improves simultaneously. Therefore, this accompanying soul enslavement secret technique is necessary. Shen Chen's face was all smiles. One must know that within his supreme treasure demon star, there were still over 7,000 king-level immortals from various races. In the past years, he had used the terrifying sealing power of the supreme treasure model to put them all into a deep sleep. He had originally been pondering how to deal with these king-level immortals. Now, it was perfect, with this accompanying soul enslavement secret technique. The solution was right in front of him. However, the quality of these king-level immortals is uneven. At most, I'll enslave a few hundred king-level immortals to specifically teach my Shen family clansmen. As for the other king-level immortals, if those foreign races don't come to ransom them, I might as well just sell them to the sole great masters within my human race. Shen Chen did not have the slightest attitude of pity toward these king-level immortals. After all, his teacher had died at the hands of the insect race. Presumably, those foreign races never imagined that Shen Chen would actually harbor the idea of selling king-level immortals. Of course, such an opportunity was very rare. Although universe exalts could suppress many champions in an instant, it would also anger the corresponding races and cause a chain reaction. But Shen Chen was different. Setting aside the fact that he was only a world lord, even if Shen Chen were a champion, he had sealed them under the permitted conditions of the outside territory battlefield. Even those races could find no reason to condemn Shen Chen. In that case, the temporal thunder who will use those 210 true blood crystal cores, then spend points to buy time-type resources to cultivate the time ruins tribulation body. During this process, follow the cultivation process recorded in the true explanation of beast controlling and try to nurture tamed beasts. The Lihuo mountain clone will begin attempting to forge heavy treasures. The golden horned beast clone will continue to comprehend the origin law of space. The human original body will cultivate the soul enslavement secret technique and try to purchase a soul amplitude secret technique from the Virtual Universe Corporation. Once Shen Chen determined his current goals, all of his clones immediately entered into secluded cultivation. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. 210 true blood crystal cores allowed the temporal thunder who to increase its life gene level from 8,000 times to 9,000 times. The value of the true blood crystal cores is truly too precious. Even at the 8,000-fold life gene level, they can still provide an increase, and each one can raise it by about 5 times. Even some universe lords would incredibly crave special treasures of this level. Within the Gamu secret region, Shen Chen's human original body looked at the temporal thunder who before him and sighed with emotion. However, just at this moment, a call request interrupted Shen Chen's mood. Venerable Undying. Shen Chen looked at this call request, and his brow furrowed.